Yeah. Hey, yeah. One, two.
All my mics are Transformers.
Okay, good morning. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get underway with this morning's, I should say the first day of the 2023 Pharma CX Marketing Summit. Thank you all, first of all, for navigating and finding your way to this particular area. This place is a maze. I apologize. I know it takes a little bit of time, especially if you're not physically in the hotel, to weave your way through the myriad of signs and corridors and bridges and convention center stuff to physically be here. There's a few folks obviously that are going to be flowing in the back as we get up and running anyway, but thank you all for being prompt and resourceful with your directional ability there. So that's gratefully appreciated. Before we get up and running, I'm just going to say a couple of quick announcements over the course of the next 2 days. We've got a lot to cover, a lot to get through, so obviously really appreciate your schedule, persistence and time to be involved in the summit this week. Like I said, there's 2 days worth of panels, keynotes, technical talks, discussions and more. I mean, we're going to be covering things CX, reshaping pharma, executing omni-channel, defining that, new ways of looking and exploring into what exactly that is and how that is going to be defined from an experience economy in the future. HCP experiences, elevating patient CX, AI, obviously, that gets discussed and thrown into pretty much everything we talk about these days as well. So the list of topics and sessions is endless on that respect. Measuring social experiences, influencer marketing, behavioral science, and so on. There's a lot that will be addressed and covered during the talks today and tomorrow, and obviously we're glad that you're all a part of that as well. Most of the sessions are typically about 30 minutes in length, but the speakers and panelists that are obviously participating in those particular sessions, they're all prepped and ready for kind of a 5-minute Q&A or discussion segment at the end of each section. So during that Q&A period, if we obviously do have a streamed attendance in addition to to you all physically here with us this week. If you had any questions or you'd like to comment on any of the sessions during that Q&A period, just raise your hand and one of us will swing by with a mic so the folks virtually can hear as well. All sessions, as mentioned, they're going to be streamed and they'll be available on demand after the summit. Typically it takes us about 2-3 days to cut, edit, and position them on our on-demand platform, but you'll have access to that early next week if for whatever reason you missed anything. You're all in the right spot. This is Liberty A and B. Liberty C is behind this air wall, fake wall. That's the registration area. All of our coffees, refreshments, drinks receptions and breaks are going to be next door. I believe most of you have already stopped by the registration desk at the far end to collect your name badge and agenda. But if not, swing by. My colleague Matthew will be able to provide you that information. Lunch both days is the only break that isn't next door is lunch, which is on this side, on my left, your right, and through these double doors on the side. That's the Independence Ballroom. We have lunches there from 12:45 to 2 today, and then I believe 12:35 to 1:45 tomorrow. So lunches to your right, and then all of the other session and networking breaks to your left and my right. I'd like to take this moment to thank all of our speakers and obviously all of you for joining us over the next 2 days. I know it's a busy time of year, and obviously I know you're all extremely busy. Our goal here is for you to make valuable connections with your respective industry peers, and most importantly, walk away from this event with a handful of new actionable items and strategies to think about, so you can kind of go back to your own respective organizations and roles and present opportunities and actions that may be of interest to your customers respectively in the future. I'd also like to take this moment, I should say, to thank this year's sponsors and our exhibitors as well. Without a doubt, we wouldn't be able to put these events on without the support of our supporting and partnering organizations. Special mention to IQVIA, Deep Intent, FFW, Click Health, BVA Nudge Consulting, Live World, BNO, and Second Spark. There's some exhibitors outside during the breaks, obviously FFW, Live World, and BVA. So definitely stop by and introduce yourselves to the folks there. Obviously, they're on standby to provide valuable insight and solutions to some of your marketing strategies of the future. So definitely get acquainted with those folks when you get a chance. We're going to take just under 5 minutes now. This is something we always do at all of these types of events. Like, it's 9 in the morning. You know, hopefully you've got a coffee in front of you. If not, this is the next best thing. Everybody stand up. You've got 5 minutes to meet, work the room, exchange business cards if you're a little bit more of the old school variety, or connect with 5 new people on LinkedIn. That gives us a little bit of time to prep our first speaker, and then I'll introduce our next session when we get underway. So 5 minutes, take this opportunity to make 5 new connections while we're here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, sorry to be a party pooper here, but we're for the purposes of time, we're going to jump right into this morning's session. So thank you all for getting yourselves acquainted with a few new faces. Hopefully we've got a couple of days to continue this trend, but this is always a nice way of kicking things off, at least anyway. So again, I apologize to interrupt mid-conversation, but there's plenty of breaks and lunch and so on. So thank you all for waking yourselves up a little bit this morning, and we can jump right into it. So I'm going to now introduce this morning's chair, who will then go ahead and introduce our first speaker of the day. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce Rishi from LiveWorld. Actually, LiveWorld is one of our sponsors. Rishi was kindly enough agreed to do the morning chair session, so he's going to be facilitating introduction to the speakers and obviously the Q&A as well. As mentioned, there's a few minutes at the end of each session. If you'd like to ask any of the speakers or panel members between now and lunch any questions, please do raise your hand and we'll run over and mic you just so everybody can hear. A little bit of information, I should say a random piece of information about Rishi. This is something, again, we always like to make things as personal as possible. He never says no to a challenge, and obviously the challenge was him being inducted into a morning chair as of last Friday morning. So credit where credit's due. We're, that stands firm, and there's real-world evidence indicating the validity of that statement right here. In particular, he once ran the New York Marathon a number of years ago, from what I heard. He didn't train and fainted on the finish line. However, that is a testament to perseverance and getting through getting the job done no matter what. So Rishi, as mentioned, is going to be this morning's chair. He's going to be introducing our speakers and sessions. Myself and Rishi will be facilitating Q&A with you all during the respective Q&A segments of each section. So if you have any questions for the speakers, please do raise your hands at the end of their section. Pending time, we'll cover as many of them as possible. Please, without further ado, join me in welcoming Rishi. I know he's just got a couple of words to say this morning as this morning's chair.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Excited to be here. Simon, you say perseverance. My wife said extremely stupid. I don't know who's right there. Probably my wife. So very quickly, I want to introduce Dr. Robert Brittling from Pharma Pharmaceuticals. The keynote this morning is Reinventing Digital Transformation to Elevate Patient CX. What can pharma learn from other industries?
Cool.
Stage is yours.
All right. Good morning, everybody. How are you? All right, so my name is Robert Britting. I work at Teva Pharmaceuticals. I am a senior director there. And again, upfront disclaimer, and everything I say here is my words. It's not my organization's words. I think that's important to say. I have worked across a couple multinational companies, AstraZeneca, Novartis. I was at agency prior to that, so I've worked under every single commercial function from sales up to now executive management. And I work now with our digital innovation group, our marketing organization, and our transformation office. So all my experiences now are starting to try to help our business grow into and evolve into the business that we think it could be at Teva. So that's me on a professional note. But here today, my objective this morning is to, and I talked to Simon about this when I agreed to do this, was to kind of get us thinking a little bit different, a little bit beyond what we typically do in pharma. Because we know in this world that we're the most regulated industry on the planet. We can't breathe without somebody objecting to it. We can't spend money in certain ways. We have really great partners in regulatory and legal who are always trying to protect us. But we have to change our mindset, I think, in order for us to be successful. And today what I'm going to do is bring you through a couple of examples of how other companies outside of pharma think a little bit differently about customer experience, and maybe just get the juices flowing for the day today to think about maybe how can I challenge either my customer, if you're on the vendor side, or if you're on the marketing side, what can I do to start to challenge my internal stakeholders to think a little bit differently? Because we're doing this in some of the companies that I've worked for, and I've seen significant change. So, here, what's this? DNA, right? I think one of our biggest challenges is that we are such a traditional industry that we do the same thing every year because it's successful. And I think one of the problems that we have is that we are extremely successful as an industry because no matter what, people still need medicine. Every single person here has either worked on or knows a billion-dollar medicine. Only this many people, compared to this many people that work, have the opportunity to work on medicines or products that large. We're very lucky. And I think we're so lucky that we forget that there are maybe other opportunities that we could do things a little bit differently. Kind of like how, so I don't mean to offend any of the Philly people here, but I'm a Yankee fan. I'm a Yankee guy, right? All right? But a 96 Yankees, all the Yankees, early Yankees, Derek Jeter guy, that's my guy, right? They played small ball. They were able to bunt, they stole bases, they did all the stuff they should have done. They have lost that now, and they just swing for the fences, and they're not that good. It's obvious. So I think Pharma is becoming like that. We're swinging for the fences instead of trying to do the little things that work. And I think what we really need to do is start to change our mental DNA as an industry. And it's hard to do depending on the level that you're at. Now I'm at the point now where I support the people who run the U.S. business, the European business. I see things a little bit differently now than I had in the past. When you're a stakeholder at the middle management level, it's hard to make change when the people above you keep pushing down when you come up with a new idea. So what I'm going to do today is maybe give you a couple just ideas and things that you may be able to use internally in your presentations. And Simon, by all means, you can pass this presentation out to everybody. I'm assuming you're going to make this available to everybody, Simon? Yeah, good, because I want you to be able to use it. Copy and paste it into your presentations. That's fine with me. That was the whole objective here, is to try to help create positive change. I'm not going to go through all of this, but this is the main slide for that you could use with a number of research done on the back end as to what actually changes a customer mindset. And it's really digital transformation. And we'll talk about a couple of different organizations and how they've done that and how they've become successful because of it. But if you look at it, you have customer experience, business models, operational efficiency, data analytics, all the stuff that we talk about. But as you go down, just like a marketing strategy, right? You need to have your vision, your strategy, and then your critical success factors. So many times we go from strategy down to tactics. That means nothing. That's just because the sales reps ask for it, we do it. It's pathetic. We shouldn't do that. We're hurting them. Right? So in the end, all these different items at the bottom here, you should be able to use and maybe even research yourself further based on the product or service you sell. Say, how can we do this a little bit differently? So you could use each of these as different slides and with presentations back at your own offices. And also today, I know typically we have 30-minute meetings, right, at work. Everything's 30 minutes or an hour meeting. I have a 30-minute presentation. My objective is to do 25 minutes. That's what we do with the people in anyone that works for me. We try to get meetings done early. There's no point in having meeting after meeting to talk about meetings. It's absurd. It drives me absolutely nuts. I also did in the presentation what we could start to do is this is something before I get into this piece. When you do a PowerPoint presentation, there's a morph feature. So if you know someone that's good at PowerPoint, learn from them. So as you morph your presentation, your story is told a lot better versus the slides turning over. So I tried to do that here, and I have a couple breaks that I'll call out to say, here's how you might want to start maybe changing the way that you communicate internally as well too. So now what drives the best-in-class patient experience? And we see this across all different companies, all different products from Humira down to Crestor, because I was at AstraZeneca, or Lipitor. What do? They gain substantial competitive advantage through digital transformation. And that's really the main thing. Even back in the 90s, companies that were able to communicate with patients online quicker than others were able to get more patients involved. That's a major, major thing. And even in the organization, I'm not going to speak directly about mine, but other organizations that I've worked for and good friends that work in the industry, the stakeholders that have to approve the things that we get through aren't always ready for it. So stakeholder management is actually more important than the idea that you have. Change must affect everyone and not just one person, essentially. That's the one problem that we have. If you have an idea, and that idea is to say, listen, we can move things forward at this company if we are to do this for this product with this group, but it only affects 2 out of 7 stakeholders involved, you lost. And more patients are getting hurt because they're not going on your medicine as they should be because we couldn't get the story through. It's all about stakeholder management. In the end, I think it's really a self-awareness exercise as to what could we do differently and what can we do better as individuals and leaders to actually get our point across. And I'll pop through these somewhat quickly, and there's going to be a lot of content in the other slides, but I'm showing you the more features so you can learn from that too. So Starbucks, we had Starbucks this morning. It's good. I watched a CNBC episode about 10 years ago where they showed the process for how they dealt with the beans in Starbucks, and they burned them the last minute and 30 seconds, and I stopped buying it at that point because I'm like, you know what, you're suckering me to make it seem like that it's a stronger stronger coffee. I'm a Dunkin' Donuts guy, it's just a side note. But, or McDonald's, $1.50. All right, so learn. So, Starbucks, using AI technology enhance customer satisfaction. I'm going to read off this here at high level. It's a well-known coffee chain, 32,000 stores, 80 countries. They introduced digital transformation in 2017. Think about it. COVID happened in 2020, and they were already at the forefront of this before it even happened. So they understood this. Now watch the morph slide. It makes the story fun. Now if you want to go through, now you can follow the story a little bit better. So initiative, they transform the rewards, they personalize the payments, the ordering system based on customer feedback. That's the front end that you see as a customer. But whatever you did on the front end, it was stored in the middle, and then the back end, if you see managing inventory and production, that responded to it. So whatever they produce on the front has to work on the back end. Now, how do we apply that as a means to a pharmaceutical marketing campaign? Whatever you do with your customers externally has to hit the internal groups in a way that they can move it forward. That's a big part. Now, additional technology, they personalize their product offerings, offer rewards based on customer preferences. That's the big thing about Starbucks. They care about what you think, about what you want. So the key to these guys is that it's for you, for me. This is like not the real Don Draper because he was not a good guy, but this is the moment that he would say, Starbucks for me, right? That's what they want you to feel, right? And Starbucks is a holistic organization, so they're not channel specific, they're not tactic specific. It's a holistic experience when you go in there. There's a hilarious movie with Paul Rudd in it, and it wasn't Starbucks, but he said, "I'll have a venti, please." And like, "Oh, you mean that?" He's like, "No, it's not the large, that's a 20." And he argued with them, but it was an experience that the people that associate themselves with it wanted to feel. It's personalized. They put your darn name on the cup. I mean, we are so insecure now to say where we are and say anything because we're afraid people are going to think. They write your name right on the cup and yell it out loud, and people go there. They're engaged. They constantly engage you through their services, right? So there's an opportunity there too. So think about this, and honestly, please use these slides, even though it says I own them. Do whatever you want. So learn Chick-fil-A. I love Chick-fil-A because my kids love the nuggets, and my kids are hilarious because they only eat the nuggets with the pickles. They have to eat a nugget with the pickles. Now I do it. It's fantastic if you want to try it. But Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A is an awesome company. It is one of the fastest growing, it's an A-plus food chain across the country. They closed on Sundays. Why? They use their cultural religious values to say, this is what we're going to do. Agree or disagree with whatever cultural religious aspect of it, you know where they stand. So there's no questioning where they're at. They go the extra mile. Have you all been to Chick-fil-A? If you haven't, they're like the nicest people on the planet, and they come from everywhere. Like, the training is awesome. Like, the people are so nice. They'll come out to the car, they'll help you out, they'll talk to the kids. It's like really cool. It's like the 80s, which I miss. So again, here. So the brand is committed to providing service, not common and quick service restaurant. Now you go to McDonald's, right? I bring my kids. I have 3 little boys, 8, 6, and 2. So I'm there all the time. When my wife's not around, of course, like daddy daycare. It's terrible. It's everybody gets a Happy Meal. So we walk in there, and there's nobody at the front. I have to go order at this kiosk, and it takes 15 minutes. It's like McDonald's used to be 1 minute and 30 seconds, and that's what Ray Kroc and all the people that built that wanted you to do. Get in and get out and come back 100 times. Now I don't go in there. I only drive in. If the line's long, I don't go anymore. I go Chick-fil-A. So there's opportunities there. So Chick-fil-A, they make everyone feel welcome. That's another piece. Now watch this. See my transition. Let me go back. See what happened? See how I went to this one? I'm just going to go back real quick one more time. See, this is interesting. You're like, oh, what's he going to say next? Very cool. Now I took the morph out of this. This is just a PowerPoint education. And it went to the next. Now you could care less what I'm saying because it wasn't interesting. It just copied and pasted that stuff on there, right? So that's just a lesson for the group. Chick-fil-A even allows its franchise operators to get creative. So think about that. How can you think that way about your physicians and your customers? How can you allow them to customize the conversation about your product with their patient? Instead of creating one thing because one rep in one big territory asked for it and send it out to everybody 6 months after they asked for it, which is not relevant anymore, create content that can be individualized, even though you control the actual content. Create something for them. That gives the rep something. I sold forever. Believe me, I'm telling you something. I'll admit this. For an entire year, I used 0 collateral. For a whole year. And I was number 2 in the country with Crestor. I said the right messages. I had the sales ad. I did the right stuff. I used the PI. I swear I did. But I didn't use any of the stuff they sent out because it was the same stuff. It's garbage, and it's 6 months late, right? So here's the other thing. So their hospitality, they're uncommon, owners lead. It's a warm feeling. Really what I could have put there instead of warm. is these guys, they're just not afraid to just transform everything around them. They're disruptors. And that's a big word, and I didn't want to use it because everyone's saying, oh, I'm a disruptor. Like, yeah, how so? Right? But they really are a disruptor in this market. The next one is FedEx. Now, this is a fun morph, too. Watch him drive. So, he drives over. It makes it fun, right? So they take pride in connecting with people. When you think of FedEx, what do you think? They get there on time. You think of the Postal Service, what do you think? Half my mail's not there. Right? And that's a shame because I've had family members that worked at the Postal Service up in North Jersey for a long, long time. So these businesses are starting to take over. It's the second most trusted American company, and that's a ranking that they receive every year. They prioritize relevance over frequency, improving their satisfaction. That's important. They prioritize relevance. So they want to be relevant in your mind. When you say, I need to FedEx this, versus, I need to mail it. And they're winning. It's like, hey, instead of getting a tissue, my grandma would say, hey, let me get a Kleenex. Because that's the brand. She's asking for the brand. Best-in-class shipping, of course. They have to have a great supply chain. That is something also, too, that I'm not sure of all the people in the room, but if you're in the marketing world and you haven't gotten into the world of executive leadership where you're dealing with supply chain and all that, strongly suggest you sit down with those folks to learn their day-to-day job because a lot of that really can impact what you're doing out in the field. Your volume and your demand is huge. And the executive level marketing groups and the heads of different groups are talking more and more about marketers that talk about demand generation versus simply market share, because that's a sales rep way of looking at it. So start to change your mind a little bit and you'll make good networking contacts. And frankly, for you, if you're in marketing, you want to get to the next role as a side note, there's so many other places in the organization where you can actually learn how the business works. And the business is actually kind of fun to watch. So and the last thing here I think is really, really cool. They pledged to help 50 million people by their 50th anniversary, and they blasted it all over social media. That's something we need to be proud of. We need to blast what we do over social media as much as humanly possible. I know a lot of it comes with regulatory and legal considerations, but if you have the concept, bring those people in on early, because if you do, they'll be down for it. And if you could show them, again, the word demand generation, and you have the right people in the room, they will almost be forced to find a way to help you with a solution versus saying, no, stop. Okay? So the next thing here is, this is everywhere for everyone. This is the essence of who they are. They're connected, they're efficient, and they're a tradition. They're a tradition. We know FedEx, and we all want to use FedEx. Now, how can Pharma get here? These are just 3 examples, and I'm only going to go for another 5 minutes or so because your morning started, you're having coffee, probably have to use the restroom, probably had too much coffee, whatever it is. Give you a second. And I'm trying to run this like I do the meetings at work. Let's get through it, and let's have a conversation. If you have questions, we'll go through. But how can we as Pharma get to the point where these companies are? And frankly, there's a couple slides I'll go through, but we have to have the guts to have the conversation. But it's not what you say, it's how you say it to the right people. Because I've been in situations where I've seen executive management hear a great idea and just push it down, and that person gets pushed to the side because they're a little out there. That's a problem in my opinion. That's a major problem. Like, I can't stand that. It drives me nuts. And I'm trying to change it where I'm at, which is good. It's actually going in the right way. So this is a fun one. I didn't put KISS because to keep it simple, stupid, because then I just said it, and I'll probably get in trouble. I don't want anyone to get mad. So it's the KISS principle. Keep it simple. And you'll see that go throughout here. So the things I think that I learned when I did the research on these companies and the 50 other that I looked at before I chose these guys, was that stakeholder management is huge. When you look at their management teams, you look at how their marketing organizations work. They work not in silos like we do in Pharma. Every single person here, if you work in Pharma, you know you work in a silo here or there. How do you break those silos? And that's working with the people next to you and being altruistic about it, right? Early and often. That's the key, early and often. The next part is business cases. If you can't measure it, don't do it. And I really mean that. Because companies now are starting to say, and as you can see, the economy is getting tighter. As much as you see inflation up 4%, it's actually up 22%. I work with my local township, and costs for things are about 26% up higher. So you can debate what the actual inflation rate is. So it's much harder for companies to organize. So my organization publicly stated, other organizations publicly stated about a year ago, said that they're planning for a recession. So all the financial decisions up and above marketing have been made based off of a potential recession. They're already operating in that way. So your business case, and I would look up on Google and go to maybe Harvard Business Review and other areas, how to do a proper business case. And I might even be able to send Simon some concepts of how to do that. Because what you need to do is, even if you can't measure it, there are qualitative metrics that you can put, like surveys or whatever it might be. Show that you're looking to measure what you're doing. Be more involved. The next is tactics fail when they're reactive. Insights rule. And I think the answer is the big key is so many times marketers hear from sales, we need this, we need that. Or they come up with this great idea and say, hey, take this tactic and talk to your doctor about it. That's a problem, because if it doesn't go towards your vision, your strategy, and it doesn't align with your critical success factors, which are your insights. Insights are not facts. Remember, it's how a human being thinks. How they think. It's not what they've done. It's how they think. The insights are everything. So if the insights can drive whatever you're doing, and you can prove that in a story to your internal group, that will help you dramatically. And the last part is, you like that? I thought that was cool when I flipped. The holistic mindset. That's the key. Make sure when you're having your conversations early and often, you're including your legal, your regulatory folks, and take them out to lunch. I mean, that's the thing. To me, that one thing I've learned in talking with those folks is, I said to them, I talked to a couple different companies, so what can I do, because I was in sales, what can I do to help you help us come to a solution versus a no? And they say, get us early off, get us in there early. I said, okay, that's an easy answer, right? That's almost like a regulatory answer. Get me in there early. Okay, great. But you're going to say no 90% of the time, so I'm not going to do it. What do I do? He said, get me in early and explain to me how your customers are thinking and how much the organization could potentially lose if we don't think of this a little bit deeper. That's where demand generation gets in part of. So it's your TRX side of the business, not your NRX side of the business. So if you're not familiar with that, get closer to your operations folks, your analytics folks, your supply chain folks, just to get to know them. And it might take 4 or 5, 6 months to get to know them, but getting to know how they think can help you drive your marketing plans. So that's it. My objective this morning was to say in Pharma, we have an opportunity to do things a little bit differently. And I think as this group, I can see, and I'm going to make an assumption, that this is either the generation of leaders and the next generation of people that will be taking over different companies. Start to push people around you to think this way. Because as an industry, if we don't change, we're going to become regulated even more, and less patients will actually be helped. That's my personal strong opinion. So I really appreciate you guys having me here today, and thank you. How did I do with time? Perfect? Good. All right, thank you. Sure.
So really quick one.
Sure.
That was really cool. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Love this pace. So you said the second most trusted brand. I have to ask, who's the most trusted brand?
Which one are we talking about? Sorry.
You said FedEx is the second most trusted brand in the world, I think.
So,
do you know who the first most?
For travel, there's one in Europe that's even more travel. I can't remember, the name is escaping me. It's a European company. That's
Okay,
used all throughout
I was
the
just
European
curious
Union.
because you said
that's why I
second.
used the U.S. one.
This is how my brain
Yeah,
works.
yeah, I gotcha. Yep,
Sorry.
yep. Yeah, it's a Euro something, Euro travel something, but that's what they use there. Yeah. What else? Anything else? It's okay. I won't take offense to it. No, it's all good. I just hope this got you guys thinking a little bit. It just and honestly, use these slides if you see them to be important or fit, and practice the morphing. I think it makes a huge difference. One thing of advice: I wouldn't use it if it's a vice president level or higher in a big pharma company. They will get turned off by it. Show them the numbers and show them how you're making the money. Anybody below that, you can play around a little bit. Yeah. 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 Yeah, so I think every single person in this room is probably creative enough to think of great ideas and say, we should be able to do this. Because you talk to anybody, hey, we should do that, hey, we should do that. Know your insights. I'll go back to that. That's the key. Know your insights. Know where your demand generation is coming from. Understand your market. Sit down with your forecasting team. That group of people, to me, typically are the nucleus for everything else that happens at the higher level and at the lower level, but only the top 20%, title-wise, know that. So sitting down with your forecasters to understand, hey, over the next 3 months, what's going to happen? 6 months, what do we have planned out for our AOP plans, or however you guys are looking at LRP plans over the next 2 years? What's this market looking like? Who's coming into the market? How much are they going to take from me? So when you're sitting down and you're having those conversations, you can understand your customer. Because then if you say, listen, a year from now, these 3 generics are going to come out, and this is how doctors think, and this is how patients think. because now you're customer-centric. Customer used to mean consumer. That doesn't mean that anymore. It's anybody. It could be specialty pharmacy, it could be buy and bill institution, it could be anything. It could be government, whatever you work on. So knowing your insights and knowing where your market demand is coming from is literally everything. Your forecasters, the key there, I apologize I didn't mention them earlier, but they're huge. Your supply chain team, just get to know them. Even if it's the manager level person that is working on the day-to-day, get to know what they're doing and ask them to see the numbers specific for your product. Yeah. Okay.
But my question is, I'm in the business of measurement.
Yeah.
And you talk a lot about insights and analytics, which I fully appreciate. But how do you get over that resistance internally at the pharma company to even prove the value of insights? A lot of time they think of it as, this is a scorecard. You're just trying to tell me what I've done wrong.
They go right to the measurement tool.
Yeah, so how do you get over that resistance, especially at a more senior level?
So so that's a great question. So when I've seen people be most successful in those situations is when, if you're talking quantitative and qualitative, if you mix them, people get confused. Mm-hmm. If you keep it segmented, quantitatively, we're going to see this is what your market is going to do. This is where your market's going to be. This is what we're seeing happen in other markets. One thing is if you can use another market to say, listen, we took a look at 2 other markets to use this as a baseline for yours. We know you have your internal information, your follow, because we have this every year we do this and it's 5 years out. So we already know our numbers. So when someone comes in and tells us this is what your market is, we're like, we already know. We have like a 500-page deck that somebody did for us that has it there. So if you say, listen, based on what you have internally, we did a little external competitive intelligence to say, this is what's going to happen. That will really get their attention. Competitive intelligence is huge. This is what you say you're doing. I'm telling you this is what the people who are competing against you are going to do. You will be first in line because they'll say, bring them in, sit down, we'll give them whatever contract it is. You tell us what we need to know. We'll integrate you with our operations group. Tell us, because it's very expensive to pay for competitive intelligence, and a lot of it's BS, to be perfectly frank.
Yeah.
Honestly, it is. People come in to make stuff up. So if you can prove it and say these are the actual insights quantitatively and qualitatively, and this is how you might want to consider building your marketing plans. Right now we see, just for example, we see that your strategy, and I know I probably got to get off in a second, but we see your strategy and you've shared with us this is what you're going to do, right? This is how you're going to change behavior. You may want to tweak that based on what we're seeing with your competition, or hey, this then solidifies what you're doing because we're seeing it. So working with them as a partner, stakeholder, that's the key, competitively. You're welcome. Anybody else, or are we good for the next? All right, cool. Thank you guys very much.
So next up, we have Karen Root, Director of Experience Strategy from BI.
Very efficient.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. So it was a great opener, Robert. I really appreciate so much about understanding the insights. But I have a question for all of you. What's next? I know we're probably all in the same boat that we've been driving for CX to be ingrained and embedded in our organizations. Then what? Right? You're trying to get people to understand CX is not just omni-channel. It's not just digital, okay? We have to figure out how to best measure it, but there's more. And I want to make sure that all of you leave today with the sense that the ability to embed CX within your organizations is just the beginning. Now you have everybody starting to move in the right direction, but it's not complete. And here's why. Let me start with a quick disclaimer that I always have to say. The thoughts and opinions I'll share today are my own and may not reflect those of my organization. I love to add, especially if my jokes don't land. This is really about connecting customer experience with your brand promise. And we do that to create competitive advantage. So this is really making the assumption that you've got your basics in place. People know what CX is. You've got process, frameworks, governance. Your model is working, and you're starting to advance at another level. Who defines your customer experience? As Robert said, the insights are there. You have to know your customers. You have to know your market. The playing field is evolving. Digital advanced it. AI advancing it. But it's tools that we can use to understand the customer better. What are their wants and needs? But that's only really half the picture. So if we say, how is your customer experience defined? What is excellent? So if you think about customer experience as this continuum, we know that we generate good employee or excellent employee experiences. They need to be engaged. They're the drivers of your CX to your customers. So that generates good customer or excellent customer experiences, whether it be your reseller or your final customers. And the goal there is to generate excellent outcomes for your business. Who is defining excellent? There's the question. What does excellent mean? And I can guarantee you, if you think about it, there's a lot of interpretation and potentially misinterpretation to that thought. So how many experiences does your organization actually have and produce? I'll tell you simply, think about the number of touch points you have multiplied by the number of employees you have. Because without clarity, there's already assumptions you're trying to overcome within your organizations today about what is customer experience, never mind what is good customer experience. So how are you defining that, and how do you capture it? How do you understand your company's specific customer experience? If we think about pharma, most of our brand promises relate something to the effect of improving patient lives. As you saw in Robert's presentation, he was bringing out some aspects about FedEx, about Starbucks, that they owned and uniquely had to leverage, that really defined not only what good experiences look like, but what's unique about that for that company. Like a good value proposition, CX, in the end, is a two-way street. We have to start, and we initiate CX training by trying to get everybody on that outside in. Outside in. What does our customer want and need? What do they look for? What do they want? That starts us. But that's not the end. That's just the beginning. Then we have to really look at who are we. What happens is when you start to train customer experience in your organization, folks process mentally based on what they understand. There's two aspects to it. There's an invisible, it becomes our opinions and assumptions. And then there's the visible, and they're the clues we look for. It is the behaviors, the decisions, the language, all of those structures of the organization, what they'll prioritize. That gives you a sense of what's going on in the minds of all your employees. But if you don't have clarity on who you are and what the promise is that you're delivering to your customers, you're not going to have a consistent CX. You're going to have many CXs because it's based on what your employees understand about customer experience and what they interpret that to mean. So we want to ask ourselves, does a unified, what we call signature experience, really make a difference for your customers? Because if you have 50,000 employees, you've got more than 50,000 experiences being delivered. They are not all based on what you think. It's based on what your employees understand it to be. And that's why it's really important that the signature experience really moves. Can somebody advance that slide? It's just not moving for me. It's like a magnetic field. If you think about sorry, it's moved. One more back. Thank you. the image on the left is really what's happening in most of your organizations today. You've got many different employees in different roles in contact with your customers. They're all delivering customer experience in the way they think it should be delivered. They're defining it. And with pretty generic brand promises, how do you know what to do every day? If our goal is to improve patients' lives, what does that mean that I do physically in my role to make sure I'm delivering on an excellent customer experience? When you start to craft that value proposition and understand how to bring your brand to life through CX, now I'm taking my customer wants and needs, and I'm taking my brand identity, and I'm defining it for everyone in the organization. This is like applying a magnetic field. And the brilliance there is that it starts to generate consistent experiences for your customers. If you think about your experience and relationship with your customers, it's like dating, right? One day you show up and it's wonderful. What happens if the next time it's not so great? Or somebody else shows up and it's completely different? What kind of relationship are we forming here? Signature Experience takes that and it says, here is who we are. Here is how we are going to show up so that every person in that organization knows what it is that defines excellent. How it's not just, yes, very important to understand the insights of what your customers want and need, but you have to understand who you are and make sure that that consistency is there so that the relationship can be based on a setting of expectations that your customers can begin to rely on. So how do you define signature experience? It's really related to your brand promise. You must identify who you are. Start with that, right? If you think about these as concentric circles or concentric ovals, you need to know who we are. What do we stand for? How do we show up? And then you have to understand what are the wants and needs of your customer. So your traditional CX comes into play. And the intersection there becomes signature experience. You create them as guidelines, broad-basing guidelines. We had a workshop yesterday to get into some specifics around it. But you can leave with the understanding of, okay, let's test this. Let's test it digitally. Let's test it face-to-face. Let's test it within operations or teams that may not have the direct connection to the customer, and ensure that we have the understanding of how it is we're showing up for each other to engage employees as well as the customer. So it's the next step. Once you've got your framework built, once you start defining CX in your organization so that everybody really knows what it means, and then you're defining it for how do you deliver a signature experience that your customers will have consistently, build a strong relationship, and clarify for your employees you will get better engagement and better execution on the facts that what generates good CX will be known. So I have a book that just came out, and yesterday we created a workshop with B&O, one of the sponsors. I guess that last photo, if that could be popped in there. And we worked through the exercise of how that comes together. So I would just suggest to you that, B&O may be in here during the breaks or next door to ask the question about how do we take the next step from the insights gathering, the definition and frameworks of CX, to really understanding our brand promise and defining what excellence is for our customers, our employees, and ourselves. Questions? Please.
Brands that are coalitions between two different brands, and they can have very different cultures. I know one of our clients that the two head brands have very different cultures, and you can see that reflected in the shared brand that they have. So what's your recommendations, or what do you think about that when you can't really control 50 brands and how it interacts under one brand? How do you make all of that point the same direction?
Yeah, so there's, as you saw the concentric circles, let me see if I can go back in here. When you think about the brand promise, you're starting with your overall corporate, right? So within the TAs, the therapeutic areas, and those sub-brands and power brands, there should still be a connection to who you are as an overarching organization. And then within the TAs, they're actually going to have to define it, right? What is the personality of that brand? Those brands will have promises. They're a little bit more defined. And then as you see with the experience design parameters, as you get into your channels, that should also be reflective, right? They can be more detailed as you go down into the parameters, but they always have to not be so divergent from who you are as an organization that they're in conflict, right? So it's kind of building on more clarity, more clarity, more clarity. And as your TAs differ, you will have, I guess called petals of a flower, right? You'll have different aspects of it, but they should always be in connection and concert with the broader organization. Now, when you create the signature experience guidelines, they're pretty broad. They're pretty broad aspects, and we talk about what I like to call knob 11, and it's an aspect or an attribute of your organization that you can take to an extreme end. You can own it, right? Some examples might be if you think about convenience stores. We talked about this yesterday. You will pass by today a grocery store that may be open to go to a convenience store because their value, their attribute became time. They have fewer offerings, fewer amounts of inventory, higher prices, but time became one of the aspects. And I think some of the other things that Robert noted for the other brands became their knob 11 and started to define how they could stand out and drive competitive advantage. So did that help answer the question? It should always be within the flow. Mm-hmm.
One brand for just
Yes.
this drug.
Yep.
And so, they a lot of times they have conflicting values and conflicting experiences.
And you're working to find what are the areas where they connect. What are the connections, and what does your customer value? So it's that middle ground. Definitely takes a lot more work and challenging to get both of the organizations on board.
I'm starting to triangulate some solutions already between you and Robert's presentations, because I feel like one of the biggest challenges is net new ideas, right? Like, it feels like in our industry, they always want an analog, they always want an example. And at the same time, we want to be unique. I love how I use that phrase all the time, own it. Is there something we can own? But at the same time, we also need an analog of that. And so what I'm seeing is maybe combining, like with Robert, like some analogs from other industries combined with the analytics, right? Like some data, both qualitative and quantitative, and combining it with some of this brand promise. Like, we're a unique company, we have a unique vision, and sort of using all of this to tell a story and sell it in. I feel like it's starting to be the way to bring new ideas to life in pharma, and maybe the only way. I don't know if anyone here has ever not been asked for an analog, but prove it. Yeah. Like, you always want to do something unique to you, but you have to show an analog. So
Time to value, right? So time to value is one of the core parts of the metric of our CX framework. Like, if things take too long and are too hard, right? When you're trying to get people to create personas and to create journeys, it's very difficult to show value you got people working and working and working. Where's the outcome here? So using, we use micro journeys and projects to make sure we can enhance time to value to as quick a return as possible. Because if you can get folks on board by giving them the data, the metrics and measurement that show the value of customer experience, you will get people behind you. You've got to break it down. So yes, there are some, end-to-end journeys that we do, new pipeline projects. They can take a long time. You have to find other ways to show time to value. And that is usually done, in my experience, by bringing on projects of how do I improve one specific, moment that matters in the journey that is measurable. We've seen script lift, we've seen satisfaction rates, we've seen reduction in cost, depending on where we work and who we're working with. So it's really making sure that as you're taking on, you have to ask yourself, what evidence shows if I'm successful? If that's the case, how do I measure that? And it should be a combination of qualitative and quantitative, so that I can get to the both aspects and understand that it's not just the script or it's not just the cost saving, but it's also the experience related to it. We've got to tie quality metrics to the whole equation as well, right? So that framework all has to be set up. You will do better making sure your framework is in place and you've got folks seeing the value before you dive into something like a signature experience, because you've got to get everybody a little bit more advanced and start moving down the road. So as you get there, you will start to see that that's just the beginning. And this starts to bring it through and take it to the next level. But having those frameworks in place really help. I saw hands. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, so we will, depending on the project, right? So some of them are direct with customers, some are with patients. We'll look at activities at a certain time point, 3 to 6 months before the event, 3 to 6 months after. We'll prototype, we'll test it out, we'll measure what is actually happening. And it's also a lot of surveying, right? So then what is the satisfaction around that? A customer effort score, right? There's all sorts of different types of measurements. It really is going to be determined by that project by project basis. Now, I'm not talking about your CX measurements as an organization, which would be more of like NPS, customer lifetime value. But as you try to drive time to value demonstration through projects, these will be dependent on what the project is. But it's always a combination of qual and quant, because you've got to make sure people remember that the experience matters.
I think you touched on my question a little bit with the second part of your statement. Going back to the non-magnetic versus magnetic alignment, that's where I've seen a lot of these CX projects drop off, is when at a organization level, expectations and outcomes are misaligned with what's actually being done. So my thinking is, how do you navigate that complex ecosystem, right, of priorities across various stakeholder teams? What's important to market access may not be as important to market research. What's important to an innovation team may not be as important to a brand team. So navigating those priorities, and I think you mentioned linking qual plus quan, and that's really spurred the thinking in my eyes, which is, for teams that are driven by data, they might be more aligned to quantitative numbers and trying to pull that forward. So just going back to you, how do you navigate that non-magnetic versus magnetic alignment in shifting landscapes with limited resources and limited priorities, and everyone's competing, right?
Yeah.
Even internally.
Yeah, for sure. So I always say rule number one is meet people where they are. And it's understanding as you work with different teams, they will have different priorities. The best way is to start defining projects that help them and bringing in cross-functional representation. So make sure research is in the room, make sure market access is in the room, medical's in the room, right? You start to bring them along, and it's kind of like, if we can get everybody moving in the right direction, then we just add in some guardrails that start having them flow, more consistent understanding of what CX is, how it brings value, and how we establish that framework and governance. Those things really kind of need to be in place before you start delving into that signature experience. But I always like to think of it like gardening. I plant the seeds all the time. I'll show that diagram about excellence, right, in the whole ecosystem. And how do you define what is excellent? What does good look like for us? And if you ask 10 people in the beginnings of CX, you will get at least 10 answers, right? They don't know. They're not sure what that means. Or it's my omnichannel's in place, right? You have to understand that they need to know that there's a broader view, and then you can kind of guide them through it. And then once that starts looking for clues, which is really in that flow of your opinions and assumptions, you need to either ask your folks. We do assessments throughout the year of the team and the organization to make sure we're understanding how we're maturing. But you're looking for the behaviors, the language, the decisions. They're all clues of what's going on in their minds. And that will help you know when the time is right, how do I take it to the next level? And how do I take it to the next level? You've got to get them on board, following the framework, adding in the time to value so you're measuring the results. If you don't measure the results, you will not get folks on board in the long term. They won't stay. So you've got to get there, and then you just start advancing it to, let's make sure our understanding of what excellence is crystallized. The clarity drives everything from there. And then they really will want to start engaging in defining that signature experience. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
All right, so for our next presentation, we have a fireside chat with Rafael Ravilla, CMO at Market Thomas, and John Mangano, Chief Analytics Officer at Deep Intent. Gentlemen.
Hello. It works. All right, good. How's everyone doing? All right, excellent. So we're here to talk about realizing connected data in the world of AI and realizing AI's full value. So first, who we are. Raf.
Yeah, hi, I'm Raf Ravilla. I'm a Chief Media Officer at Marcus Thomas, an agency in Cleveland, Ohio. And I've actually been working with John from Deep Intent on a couple of our healthcare clients. You're going to see a lot of the cool AI technology that they're using to kind of surface audiences and drive the results that we drive for our clients.
And I'm John Mangano. I'm the Chief Analytics Officer at Deep Intent. Been in the pharma space in the analytics for about 15 years. What is interesting about AI and where we sit right now, at least here at Deep Intent, is we're an ad tech company. Everything's centered around our DSP. But we also have claims data built in. And with that massive amount of data, we're able to use AI to maximize the value that it gives us. So we'll be talking about that, but we do have to set some things up with AI first.
This will be fun.
So everyone is talking about AI. You can't get away from AI, right? Whenever you're watching the news or reading something, you see AI, right? Here's a story from NBC. ChatGPT can now speak, listen, and process photos. And just so we're all on the same page, process photos sounds like something we did at CVS like 30 years ago. That's not what they're talking about. What they're talking about is being able to look at images and understand what's going on. So kind of like what we do with our eyes, the ChatGPT devices will be doing with cameras. So that's 3 of the senses: seeing, hearing, and speaking. So that's a huge step in the next direction, and it is big news. If you look at CNN's been talking to Microsoft, and Microsoft is taking the drudgery out of work. And for a better sense, not just the drudgery working at Microsoft, but across all work. Their research shows that 70% of our time at work is communicating. And not like communicating like we would like to, but doing email and Slack and everything else that we do instead of the actual work. So they're spending a lot of time specifically on reducing that so we can do the things we like to do. I like to do analytics, right? We like marketing. Scientists like to actually go into the science and not have to speak to everyone about everything they're doing, right? So AI will help us in communicating so that we can get past that and do the real work that we're hoping to do. And then this is better said by this news story than me on AI. So if you could hit play, this is a really telling AI news story for us.
Modi takes a jibe at a positions meeting in Bangalore. Says this is hardcore corruption convention. Family is first.
John, what's so
Nation
AI
nothing
about
for these
this?
people.
You're
All
right. It doesn't
those
look like it's
involved
AI.
in corruption
All right, this
have
is
been
good,
given
thanks.
priority. Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
Did you guys catch the AI? Anyone?
Did anyone see the AI in
Right?
this?
She's talking about the prime minister. The thing is, she is not a person. She is actually AI. And so one of the things that the news world is moving to is actually using AI to present the news as well. Now, now that I told you this, if you watched it again, her eyes do some crazy things. But fundamentally, this gives us the ability now to communicate. This gives us, this is not just like a news thing, right? If we're doing training, we can use AI to actually bring that training to life. So there's a lot of really cool things in the work world that AI is going to bring to us. But it also is going to bring some scary things. Every new technology that is introduced, there's always this fear, like really scary things are going to happen, and it's going to take our jobs. It's going to do all these things.
Wow, and I can't even believe newspapers are talking about AI.
Isn't this the best image? You find things online and you're like, there aren't even newspapers anymore, but apparently in the internet you can find newspapers that have headlines on AI. But when you look at news, here's a BBC story. The AI godfather at Google quit his job because he's fearing that AI could be smarter than we are. The head of the SEC is saying that it's nearly unavoidable that AI could cause a financial crash, which makes sense, right? Because if AI is starting to look at the stats and following the financials of companies, it may determine to do a sell-off. And if all the AI operates the same, within a second, right, everything can sell off. And obviously that's what started the Great Depression. We don't really want to do that. So there's a lot of things that we need to watch to make sure it doesn't have that impact. And then Fox News, through their experts, are telling us that it could lead to extinction. So we're all not here.
We love how far Fox takes things.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it's probably an understatement.
Yeah.
So, it is something that we need to look at. But amongst all that fear, there's some amazing benefits that we're seeing from AI.
Yeah, so to prep for this presentation and really get all this information out on the latest trends in AI, we actually met with many industry experts. So just some pictures so you can kind of see the proof. We met with Elon, we met with Mark. Actually, though, I will share some really cool meta AI in the next few slides. Met with Ryan Reynolds. He's into everything, even AI. So we look really cool, just like him.
Yeah. So obviously we didn't meet with them. These are all AI pictures, right? And AI is great because I look a lot cooler in this picture than I do in real life.
We all do, yeah.
Which I like to think, that's just how I really look. Because AI is never wrong.
That's the CNN version.
Yeah. So it will impact every industry, though. So, we all work probably adjacent, if not with, health associations. So, they're not always like the most forward-thinking, not knocking the American Psychological Association, but even the American Psychological Association is starting to speak how AI is going to change every facet of psychology, right? Law, another industry, AI is going to have an impact there as well. And law isn't, always at the forefront of tech. Research, and I have vast years in research. Research usually stick to a single methodology over time. Now that AI is here, all those methodologies are going to change because we can get more information, more insights quicker, and we can action on them. And teaching. So I have a 17-year-old now. She does not write her papers using ChatGPT, but she has friends who do. And her teachers all review their papers using ChatGPT to determine if it was written by ChatGPT. She's on a robotics club, and she was new kids were interviewing for it, and she was reading what this kid wrote, and she's like, it clearly was ChatGPT. So we ran it through ChatGPT, and it was 97% likely it was ChatGPT. He didn't make the club. So ChatGPT is a big thing, and it is a big piece of education for good and for bad, and it's something that's going to add a lot of benefits as well. But I know we're here, and we all have a similar interest. So we're all sitting at the edge of our seats, asking ourselves, yeah, but what about that industry? So you heard it here first. Competitive gymnastics will also be impacted by AI. So don't worry, that too will change. But seriously, it is a big thing right now. And it's big because there's massive and high quality data sets like there have never been before. You add that in with improvements in hardware, we can process those massive data sets very quickly. And when you do that, that's where you get the insights. And just so we all know, AI has been around forever. If you're old like me, which hopefully you're not, you remember Watson. Watson's been around forever from IBM. What made it amazing was it's IBM, right? They had massive hardware caches, so they could do this and use Watson to make decisions. And that was really unique to them because they had that capability. But as we've all evolved, and Watson is still around and it's good, not saying it's not, but that is kind of like the industry has grown into that, and that Watson of 30 years ago is something that can easily be done on really small devices and be outdone by today's standards, including today's Watson. And then with all that power, you then are able to have the breakthroughs in mathematical modeling. And that's been, the kind of like the third piece. And when you connect them to everyday use, that's where it becomes really interesting. So, an example that I always like to use is in our ad tech, we're bidding on impressions in microseconds. Very fast. What's that?
Tenth of a second.
Tenth of a second. We're getting outbid or winning the bid based off of that. We also need to make decisions on whether this is being successful. So we're analyzing and changing our bid based off of all the health and analytics experience that we have within our AI so that we can perform better with clients. And that's the piece, that connectivity that brings it all together and gives us the ability to be successful and to use AI in real life situations. So let's talk about ChatGPT, right? That's probably most like the first true experience we've all had where we could be hands-on with AI. And if you look at the time it took for it to be accepted, this pretty much sums up the last slide, because you can see that this technology has been accepted in a crazy way. Like if you look far to the right, you have Netflix, okay, when they started, they were mailing DVDs, so probably doesn't count. But when you look at Google and Instagram, how many days it took them to reach 100 million subscribers, they also were not like new, right? Google was already the Google we know. They just added, hey, we can translate now, right? So that should have been an easy adoption curve, but it still took them the amount of time that you see here. Instagram with social media, we all know how that just grows like wildfire, and it was bought by Facebook in that time. So that would have been accepted in a really fast way, yet it still took just under 900 days for adoption to reach 100 million. But ChatGPT, which is done by OpenAI, no one's ever heard of like Google or Facebook, it took less than 2 months to get there. So everyone is there and ready to do it and excited to do it because there's so many applications that will have a positive impact on all of us, whether we are pharma marketers or gymnasts.
Yeah, so healthcare is in the best position to take advantage of AI. In fact, if you go to the next slide, it's been growing tremendously already. A lot of people are passing exams, but AI is actually beating them and passing these exams as well. you go. ChatGPT outscores medical students.
So the one thing, though, is don't expect a world where you have robots and doctors fighting over how your care is being done. That's not where we're going. What we're going to have is doctors who actually have tools that allow them to take the totality of not just your condition and your symptoms and everything that has to do with you, but in theory, the entire data set of health. So when I've always said, when you look at like the data sets that like IQVIA and Symphony Health have and Komodo Health have, so much is there that are untapped. AI can find that. So it may be that AI starts to realize that this brand works better for people who are on these certain other brands of drugs versus a different brand. Or certain ethnicities and age groups respond better. And that gives us the ability then to adjust, but also gives this doctor here the ability to take that into account and determine what the exact right care for you is. And the other way that we're seeing AI starting to do really well is not just in being your doctor, but also in clinical trials, as well as finding like other indications for existing treatments, right? Because AI can go through all that and start to see where the opportunities are for us humans then to research and confirm. So it's a really exciting time for health, and AI does health really well.
Yeah, so as you've seen within even gymnastics, AI is being leveraged pretty heavily. And we think here in healthcare that, are we there yet? With HIPAA compliance, PII, will we ever be able to leverage AI the way other verticals are? But you know what? We actually are. And that's what we're going to talk about next. We're going to look at not only Deep Intent, which has so much cool technology in AI and what it can do to find the right audiences, find the right doctors, and then optimize everything algorithmically. But there's also a lot of other tools that we use in the agency to kind of power an AI ecosystem for marketing. So we'll take a look at that in the next few slides. Yeah, so again, you'll see that AI isn't new. We're using it every day. The difference is it's just changing, and it's becoming part of our workflow now. So when you think about AI, sometimes it can be very daunting, right? There's AI for everything. There's AI for audience identification, AI for analysis. There's AI within all the media channels we're running. So within our DSPs, within Google, within Meta, there's AI. Within creative, right? Generative AI is creating creative for us. And then within optimization, machine learning, finding the right audiences, et cetera. So it's daunting. It can also look very all over the place, right, and not connected. So what we're going to do is show you how we can actually use AI to unsilo marketing. How do we connect the dots? How do we use these connected data sets to really unsilo all the work we're doing? And click on, you'll see. It's all connected, really. It's not really disparate, and it's not really as daunting. And that's what we'll try to walk you through. Yeah, so really, let's start with audience identification, right? We want to know who our audiences are before we do anything. So again, this is our framework and our approach to leveraging this AI in an unsiloed marketing ecosystem. So on the left-hand side, I think it's the left, the one with a check, it's audiences that you might know, right? So people go to your website, they fill out a lead form, you might have a pixel over there. That is first-party data that you can then use to uncover who these audiences are. And I'll show you what you can find out, right? Because sometimes you just have an email address. Sometimes you have a cookie or a mobile ID, but you don't know what that person is, who that person is, what their psychographics are, but there's a way to do that. There's also, on the other side, unknown traffic. So people go to your website, they might leave, they might look at a couple of different products, they might research your client's solutions or treatments, what have you, but they might not do anything. And you don't know who they are. There are actually companies that allow you to know who that audience is. So if you look at Cradio AI or Full Throttle, they actually have a pixel on the website that you can put, and they will match that pixel back to an email address. Zeta is another cool company. It allows you to, again, with a pixel, connect that pixel to an email. And the way that they opt those users in is they're also an ESP. They're an email service provider. So they will send an email on your client's behalf, opt that user in, and boom, you've got the email address. So they can actually give you all the email addresses for people you are engaging with your advertising. And then you can connect the dots. Now that you have these email addresses from people who are unknown on your website, Now they're known. Now you can push them into like a Resonate or a Lotame and find out all these things about them. So if you go to the next slide, this is what we can find out, again, using AI. Right, so again, you have email addresses, you might have mobile IDs, cookies. Companies like Resonate, and there's other companies like them, have thousands of data sets. So they have 14,000 actual attributes. And the AI that they use will actually surface up the key attributes of who your audiences are. So if you segment your emails a certain way and you push it through a Resonate, it will say this is their demographics, this is where they live, this is their psychographics, this is what they buy offline, this is what they buy online. These are your best customers, this is the different audiences that they have. You know, they're basically breaking down personas and creating personas on the fly using AI, and you can make more of them. So now that you, like, say you have 1,000 really good, you know, people who filled out the form, you can now find 5,000 more of them. So it's a way of actually like uncovering who you might not know, knowing more about them, and then also finding more people like them. Whoop.
Oh.
This happens as well in Deep Intent.
Yes, not sure how that happened. So one of the things that we do, we use AI all the time to build our audiences. So just like what you saw on the last slide, lots of demographics. We're pulling those demographics in, lining them up with our health data, and then building the models that ultimately help us look at the population as a whole, where we don't have health data, where we can't use health data to target, and use that to target those individuals. So it's a way to be HIPAA compliant, but also be able to reach condition sufferers at a greater rate than the population as a whole.
Yeah, and so once you have identified those audiences, right, now you want to meet them where they are. You want to have that conversation. So a lot of these tools actually have direct activations within them. So now that you know the audiences, it's a one-button click to find these audiences across all their devices, across all types of media. Not to be left behind, so Deep Intent does this obviously as well, not to be left behind, the big platforms like Google and Meta are doing this as well. In fact, on the next slide, you'll see what Google's doing. They actually are using a lot of AI right now to create ad campaigns in milliseconds. So what used to take me 2 to 3 weeks to create a keyword list, ad copy, the right landing pages, etc., with conversation AI, Google now allows you to just put in a landing page, and then it'll start asking you questions, and you start answering those questions, and it will generate all the keywords, all the ads, the right landing pages where you should send them, the ad copy, and you're off and running in seconds. So a lot of cool stuff happening there.
And similarly, through our Planner product, we're able to look at campaigns and look at all the audiences, and using our AI that we call Copilot, the Copilot will actually tell you what the best combination is, specifically if you want to reach a certain number or a certain percent of condition sufferers with a campaign. So this gives you the ability to look at people and build your campaign based off of achieving your ultimate goal, which is reaching condition sufferers and likelihood of getting on script. So this gives you the ability to build your plans specifically with health in mind, so you have that understanding of what that means in patients and what that means in ultimate scripts.
Yeah, and obviously there's the creative, right? So now that we have found the audiences, we want to have that conversation. Well, now what do we want to say with them? So again, with regards to how we've unpacked all those insights and created specific personas, we can now create creative that is relevant to each of those audiences. So again, with regards to Google, there are a lot of tools they're coming up with in the next couple of months to create that with background images that change based on audience persona. Meta is actually creating the same thing. They're resizing videos to fit every single placement. They're also creating what we call AI personalities. So again, based on the type of brand that you have, you can create a chatbot or a personality that can interact with, with your patients or doctors, answer questions, etc. And then there's other companies like Gloss AI. Gloss AI can take one video, so if you're creating one cell video, it'll actually repurpose that video into hundreds of other videos and hundreds of static contents. It can even do white papers from that, and then you can push that across all channels. The other one that we have here, and there's more obviously, is adcreative.ai. It can take a product catalog and turn that product catalog or shopping feed into hundreds of digital ads, and then again, use the system to push it through across different channels. So a lot of really cool stuff that's, helping us do our work in a really quick way. And obviously, if you think about it, there's optimization happening. So across all the work we've been doing in years, right, there's been machine learning. How do we use an algorithm to optimize our media, our audiences, our creative? However, it's no longer just that. It's now creating audiences for us, as you saw. It's now creating creative for us. And then behind all of that is the data and the insights that we can gather. And then taking it even a step further, there's now sensory AI. So sensory AI is AI that happens in the real world, and companies like Lamar, right? You know them for their digital out-of-home or the out-of-home boards. They can actually look at who's near and change the ad based on facial recognition and also automobiles. So, I remember Minority Report like years ago, and I'm like, oh my God, can that happen? Well, it actually is happening.
It's the processing photos that we saw earlier.
Photos. Yeah.
But it makes a lot of sense. I'll throw out there, if a billboard were to see me, there'd probably be a good opportunity to show an ad for sunblock, right? So, it doesn't have to be like creepy. It could just be like, well, that just makes sense, which may not make sense for others. And that's something that we've been doing for RAF for a while, which is taking those campaigns and optimizing them on the fly. So when we do our optimization, it tends to get us greater reach, it lowers costs, but it also increases the likelihood and the amount of patients that we reach. So
just to jump into that, so we were, again, working with you guys, we optimize towards NBRX, new prescription rights, and literally get that data weekly. I know you guys are optimizing on it regularly, and we can literally say, hey, here's our cost per NBRX. Here are how many HCPs we're reaching by decile. So again, lots of really cool capabilities that you guys are doing, and again, the efficiency is there.
Right, yeah, and that's exactly it. Where the goal is now, it's not how you can analyze, it's also how quickly you can analyze, right? So using AI, it's taking some of the things that we could do, and we did okay, but may take months to get to. Now we can start doing that really on a daily basis. We all know people don't get on script the day after they see an ad, but knowing when they get on script and doing the analysis helps us make those changes so that it's not happening after a campaign is over and midway through a campaign. It can happen much earlier, and we can start adjusting and optimizing the campaign for even more success. And ultimately, we're all looking for the same thing, as are the people who are being exposed to the ad, which is better health outcomes.
Yeah, so I mean, the way that we wanted to share this is, again, if you think about AI, it's all connected. The data sets are connected. There's a way to use AI where you are starting by understanding that audience, finding them, creating the right creative, analyzing and optimizing, and rinse and repeat. It's really a unsiloed approach to using it, and so you don't need to think about AI and saying, hey, there's AI for this, AI for that, AI for this. There's a way to connect it. So just some things to take a look at here, and you'll see why. Caution is key, right? Everyone's always like, gosh, you talk about AI creating all your media, your creative, et cetera. Aren't you going to lose a job soon? I'm like, we'll show you. No, there's lots of things AI won't know. They won't know that you're creating a new product. They won't know that there's a new campaign out. They won't know that there's something that might be happening that we might need to override the AI on. So caution is key. There is a great improvement to the tools we're using. So again, even just this last year with ChatGPT and lots of the platforms, optimizing and using their data and creating their own AI, the tools just keep getting better, and they're actually becoming part of our workflow now. So we don't need to go out of like a Google or go out of a Meta. We are creating campaigns for our clients using the AI that's already there. And again, yeah, it's getting better, it's evolving, but it's not perfect. And it has to be watched closely, and you'll see why.
Yeah, you have to avoid.
You have to look pretty close. So yeah.
You have to avoid cartoon hands.
Yeah.
You guys know what cartoon hands, right? That's a thing, right? You guys know cartoon hands, right? No? Anyone? Cartoon hands?
What are cartoon hands?
Big giant hands.
They're 4 fingers. When you draw cartoons,
They're always
for some
4.
reason,
They're-
there's 4. Mickey Mouse has 4 fingers. We don't know why.
Bart has 4.
Bart has 4 fingers.
I have 5.
I have 5, right? And you'll have seen this picture before. If you look at the circle, I guess that's me, on the left side,
Yeah.
I've got cartoon
You have
hands.
Cartoon hands.
We did not ask for cartoon hands, but it gave me cartoon hands. And just to be clear, I have 5 fingers, but there I have 4. And you also, if you look at Elon's hand, he must have had some industrial accident at SpaceX or Tesla, because I'm not sure what that is. It almost looks like an octopus. I don't know, right? So when you look closely with AI, it's got to be right. And the problem with AI, it does a really good job. I mean, those pictures are really cool for like 20 words keyed into, a website, right? But things just don't look right. Like, I'm not sure I'm complaining, but that doesn't look like me. Yeah. And then if you look at Zuckerberg, they improved him a lot over on the right. But that's not what he looks like, and that wasn't the ask. If we didn't ask for an improved Zuckerberg, although, it's not a terrible thing. But when we're doing what we're doing, this obviously has impact on our success. So as we use AI, we all have to be even more vigilant to avoid cartoon hands, because cartoon hands will have a negative impact on real things that matter.
Yeah, so key takeaways. The next one. So again, AI will change how we work. It already is, and it's already built into the workflows. Health marketing will benefit from AI. So again, based on finding the right patients, the right doctors, optimizing towards the right metrics. And at the end of the day, we all still have our jobs because of cartoon hands. And advanced marketers use AI, again, with success today. I mean, if we use it and if we use it correctly, we will blow through our metrics and our clients will be really happy.
Any questions?
Right.
And just a little stat, we used one picture that was not AI generated in this deck.
Great presentation, thank you. I liked how you said that ChatGPT, going back to that it allows you to get not just like reduce time for tasks, but allows you to get to other important work. I like how you said that. Starting to dabble it with our agency, we're a customer engagement agency. How do you start to really kind of make that more of an everyday thing, but in the right way? And how do you do like the not cartoon hands and make sure that it's for the right tasks for a team of, let's say, 20, 30, 40 people at an agency?
So I think there's a lot of it has to do with that connecting of the dots and that integration. So, there are little things that I see, and, I'm kind of a dork, so I look at things in a dorky way. Like when I'm using Outlook, why is it not like telling me where to file it? If it's a string of like 20 emails, AI could easily be like, okay, this is the 21st of the string. We recommend you put it here. But no, I've got like 3 clicks, right? So a lot of it has to do with the service providers themselves connecting it. And I think we've all seen it where there was a time, if you were around doing the internet 15 years ago, like DoubleClick wasn't part of Google, and there were lots of overlap. I remember, this is how old I am, I remember when there was separate software to do your spell check from your word processor. You take the file, you'd run it through that software, and then it would tell you where the errors were, then you'd go into your word processor and make a change. Now when you type, it corrects it for you, right? So it's that integration that is so important. So a lot of times there will be improvements, but they're not connected. And until those improvements then are integrated, the benefit is not there. So to answer your question, I think when we start looking at the tools we use to do our business, whether that's communicating, which is why the Microsoft guy was talking about it, which hopefully they can solve some of that for us because they're in the right spot to do that, or your ad tech partners, whether it's Deep Intent or Google. I don't know who Google is, but he's mentioned them a few times. So, when you're doing what you do, I started my career doing third-party measurement. People would have campaigns, and then I would measure it off to the side, and then I'd give them the results, and the response was usually, that's great, but this campaign's over. What do I do with that, right? Now, as you start integrating that to the actual optimization, the benefits are there to solve for that time lag issue, and I think that's the piece. Because these images, the ones that I created and That's the best part of working with an agency when you do a deck. They've got people much better at that stuff, right? I made a few of those images, and it took me a while to get good at the AI that I was using. That's got to get better, and I was kind of flipping between windows. So we've got to get it so that you're not flipping. It's connected, it's easy.
And just to add to that, John, you said the right word. So integration is really where it all starts. So in our agency, we started an AI task force months and months ago, and it started to get really, hot. And so that AI task force is built out of different communities of practice. So media is in there, creative is in there, analytics is in there, strategy is in there, and we all talk together. We meet weekly, and we're like, okay, what AI tools are you using? What AI tools are part of your workflow, and what are you doing with it? And then we created guardrails. If we're going to use AI, what can we present to our clients, and how do we cite it? And what level of AI are we using to put the work out there? So we have a lot of rules. It cannot be AI that we are presenting. It needs to spark an idea, but that idea then needs to be pushed further by a human. It's a starting point. And so for us, it's really all about integration. When you even think about the way that AI is going to be part of the media platforms, media is now touching creative, and our creatives would never allow that back in the day. And now it's okay, what's the workflow now? If I will optimize this campaign quickly because I'm going to start creating creative, how do I rope in creative? So we work through all of that, and the task force really helps.
And one thing that I'll say, and I'm trying to word this in a way that doesn't sound that I don't mean it, because I absolutely do. We have a very talented legal attorney who's in charge of our privacy. And she and I genuinely mean that, and she picked up very quickly, as a company like ours, there are some risks with AI that we need to make sure that our kind of rank and file people are aware of and not doing certain things. So, it's very clear to everyone in our company, you can't go to ChatGPT and have it and just upload your client's data and run something, right? Yeah. But a lot of people, especially people who are just starting their career, who don't have the sensitivity of privacy that people who are very old like me, right? They're not aware that that's a thing, right? So that is one thing that as you start using it, you really need to set those boundaries, make it very clear what you can do and cannot do.
And ask the right prompts. Yeah, that's the most important thing. So we had prompt classes as well for our agency, because again, if you're using the AI, how do you make sure that you are asking the right questions so that we are asking it for everyone, right? Not just for one person. Right?
Yep, absolutely.
One last quick question.
Yeah.
It was specific around the audience identification technology. So we've used some of those and partnered with different people, and the percentage of audience that you can actually identify is fairly low, right? I guess my first question is what percentage, especially when you get to the HCP audiences and with much lower traffic than patient. So it's kind of two parts. What percentage of audiences are you seeing you're able to identify, a percentage of site visitors? And then as there's these competing forces of privacy regulation and even sort of the ethics around that, as well as this improved AI, do you see those percentages decreasing? Has it kind of plateaued? Can you speak to that?
Yeah, it's actually, we can both chat through it. Yeah, but no, we really like the tool because, again, with regards to third-party data going away, we try to build our first-party data as much as possible, and then we use these tools to feed our first-party data in, and then create the best lookalikes from them. So on the DTC side, it's a lot easier for consumers, and again, depending on the type of health condition, right? It could be a lot broader, a type 2 audience versus a small type 1. However, on the HCP side, that's exactly where the scale will be a lot different. So I'll turn it over to John, you can talk about how you do the HCP side.
Yeah, so it's an interesting thing because I kind of sat at a different spot for a lot of my career until I joined Deep Intent. And what you don't realize with ad tech companies, when you're pushing out the message, you actually have a much better coverage of exposure. So as it pertains to HCPs, when we're targeting as a DSP, usually we get a target list, we're matching 95% of that target list. And our reachability is just slightly less than that. It's usually because doctors either aren't online or just no longer active, right? We're able to find them. So we do really well, very specifically on the HCP side, when we're targeting. When we're measuring, which is a part of our business as well, if we're the ones targeting, then it's not, it's the same percentages. We're doing really well. When we are, best way, I think the way you described it would be like pixelating a site, there's a drop off there. But usually we're able to identify easily 70% or more just in that process. So, and that's not just HCP, but patients as well. It just depends on how they're coming through. Now, just to be very clear, Facebook doesn't allow any of us to measure, so we all have that limitation because that's always the question. But when we're using our tech, as an ad tech firm, we're in a different place, which helps our measurement beyond, say, partnering with other vendors who are like identity graph partners, which I won't name. Yeah.
So I just have a slight aside question around, and we talk about all the regulations and everything and I love that you have prompt training and all of that. Really, when I'm thinking about, I'm going back to the examples that you had, and I'd love to understand any of what you uncovered in any of your research around how companies are handling risk and using this technology to manage this, because we touched on this earlier today about putting content through our medical legal review process, and that's going to continue to be the bottleneck. And so how are other companies handling risk around the generation of content? So we think about, for me, an analog could be content moderation for our social media platforms for identifying risk. How is that something that you've uncovered? Or like, what is anything in your research in the space that we can start to bring in when we bring regulatory in sooner to help us actually change and drive the experience?
That's exactly what we face with our clients. That content going through MLR is the bottleneck. So I don't know what the fix for that is, but it's still something that we face. Like, we try to say, okay, this has passed before, this is exactly what we're saying, so review this, it should be good. But no, that's still there.
Yeah, no, that for me, I'm like, we can do all of this, and that's going to continue to be the bottleneck, and until we start to also, it's not just drive our aspects forward, but looking to see how we can help bring that part while maintaining, obviously, the keen eye, because we are a highly regulated industry, and we need to manage that accordingly, but we won't be able to actually unlock some of these things unless we address that issue.
So, and I think, remember the slide where attorneys will start using it, right?
Yeah.
So if you think about it, AI can be, so first off, I don't think it's any different, kind of like why we had Hollywood writers on strike, right? AI can do some pretty good stuff. And I'll just throw out there's some stuff written in Hollywood by humans that's not so great that AI could probably easily do better with cartoon hands and everything, right? But the reality of it is, some of the creative, that's kind of cool, right? We can use that to create creative that can go through MLR, just like everything else. But maybe there's 10 different versions of the creative, maybe it's 20 different. So it doesn't really change anything.
Their heads just exploded. They're like, no, too much, going through the pipeline.
Yeah, exactly. But then there's the other thing. If you create tools, AI tools that help identify MLR risks, then obviously the attorneys will use it, but better yet, those who are doing the creative can actually pre-score the risk and understand it, and then as a business decision, determine whether they still want to push it through MLR and have that discussion. So I think it can help the process overall.
It'll probably help speed it up.
Yeah.
Well, you can also create a lot of the content quick, have that pile of content, push it through MLR versus one at a time. So maybe there's ways to do that.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's give Raf and John a round of applause. Thank you very much. So that concludes our morning segment. We're going to take a 25-minute break. We'll reconvene at 11:15 sharp. Thank you again, Raf and John, and for all of your questions. Also, thank you to Karen and Robert earlier this morning. So coffee and refreshments next door. We'll jump back in here at 11:15 sharp for the next alignment of talks.
fancy. Look at you. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna leave this.
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to crack on. We've got 3 more sessions back to back through to lunch now. We've got a dual talk first, followed by 2 panel sessions. So still a lot to cover, some great conversations coming up before lunch. I'm going to keep my intro very brief here. I'd like to introduce Ryan Sipelkoff and Lauren Namer from Click Health. I know many of you are probably very familiar with Click, one of the leading agencies in healthcare, and obviously probably very familiar with a lot of your organizations over the years as well. We're moving on now for a dual presentation with Ryan and Lauren focused around conversational brands, obviously following on from the AI theme, without a doubt from previously. There's definitely, there should be a little bit of time at the end for Q&A, pending how long the talk is. So I appreciate all of your involvement and interaction so far today. Please join me in welcoming Lauren and Ryan as our next speakers this morning.
Amazing, thank you so much. Really excited to talk to you about this today. It's been really interesting to hear people talking so far. I think in the past, a lot of people talked about the tech and the AI side. We're still talking about the tech, but I'm loving that we're hearing stuff about the people and the process, and also the business, the underlying commercial models, which are super important. And we're gonna touch today on how does everyone's been striving for omni-channel. Frankly, very few people have achieved it. And in that, with the potential of AI, I think we have the potential to actually leapfrog it, but it's not an easy button, right? There's some accelerators from a regulatory process. Certainly generative AI is really exciting, but obviously it has to happen in a compliant environment, which means you have to be operationally and approval ready for that. But yeah, we're excited to talk to you. So what does the future look like, and what is the conversational brand, right? As we moved from kind of push tactics to omni-channel tactics, we were trying to simulate what is a more normal relationship with a brand, between a brand and its many customers. As we get to you being able to use AI, we can go much further, right? And when we say conversational brand, we mean just that, an actual relationship between you and the brand, so that it's not just, hey, this is what I want to tell you, or hey, I think this is what you need, but really being able to predict, respond, and adapt the entire experience so that it's more like a conversation that you're having between someone that you have a relationship with. And as marketers, that should be our goal.
Okay, so talking about personal relationship, we spoke a lot about some brands earlier, Starbucks, how they really are breaking out and thinking about everybody as an individual. But there are a lot of brands that have actually failed to do that. So instead of showing you some of the good right now, we want to show you some of the bad. But I'm curious, like, how many people in here have actually experienced a bad personalized email, or you bought something from a brand and all of a sudden you receive something that is totally inappropriate, not for you? Because I know I have. Come on, I know you all have. Okay, so with that said, Dove, right? Everybody's very familiar with Dove. They've been running their Real Beauty campaign for a very, very long time. It was very successful because they were able to talk to women in a very personalized way and think of every woman, no matter size, shape, color, in a way that resonated with them, made them feel very special. But they made a really big mistake at some point, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with this, but they took that campaign and they decided to make packaging based off of women's body types.
That's a big investment.
I don't know about you guys, but to me, that's a big no-no. And it had a huge backlash on Dove. And they were like, you guys did such a great, amazing job in the personalization with your advertising, but what is this? So it got pulled from the shelves. Another one is Burger King, right? Burger King was the first brand to fail on Google Home. The funny thing about this is that Google didn't even know that Burger King was doing this. So Burger King put out a 15-second spot. They had an actor ask Google Home, "Hey Google, what's in the Whopper?"
Burger King created the longest 15-second ad, but it took a wrong turn. The food chain released a 15-second TV ad, but this time was not enough to talk about what makes the Whopper burger so great. So when the actor in the ad said, "Okay Google, what is the Whopper burger?" it activated all Google Homes nearby and read out all the ingredients from Wikipedia. It was genius, but had some risks. You see, anyone on the internet can edit Wikipedia, and that's what the pranksters did. Now when Google Home read out the ingredients, it included stuff like cyanide and medium-sized child. Burger King did not consult Google on the campaign, so within a few hours of its release, the ad was banned by Google.
Right? They thought they were being smart. They've done some great work in the past. This, maybe not so good. And then lastly, Amazon. It's like a household name. I know I pretty much order from Amazon, maybe you do too, like several times a day, right? And we depend on it, right? It is your friend and it makes things very easy. But what happened is they got their automation wrong for a group of women who they were sending congratulations on your baby gift is on its way. But they were targeting women who weren't pregnant. They were targeting women who couldn't get pregnant, women who were going through, fertility programs. Big backlash. Big, big problem. That personalization, not so personal. Personable. So we will be showing some positive stuff, but it takes us, it takes us a long time to kind of get there, right? We're used to doing things in a certain way now, and now that we have AI, we can actually do things differently. Really personalize, take a look at our audiences, and make sure that we are not sending messages out to our patients or our physicians and giving them the wrong message like that.
One size doesn't fit all. It's all about context. When you're thinking about AI, and I think it's super exciting, I think it might be the most equalizing force in terms of opportunity of outcome that's ever happened in the world. But to be able to unleash that, you have to be able to understand what are you putting it to work on, and also checking its work so you avoid the aforementioned cartoon hands, which in healthcare, the repercussions can be much worse.
Feet is also a thing, by the way, if you didn't know. You get cartoon hands, you get cartoon feet.
That's why I'm wearing shoes. So for us, and let's talk about how we actually apply this to healthcare, right? We're gonna take you through a real case in a little bit, and it's gonna be, I think, pretty groundbreaking. We did 3 things that, to my knowledge, have never been done in healthcare before, based on analytics, utilizing AI, but not just based on that. It had to be based on a full understanding of not just the commercialization of healthcare, but things that Robert was talking about earlier. What is actually the business behind it, the operations behind it, supply chain behind it? How do we make sure that everything we're doing isn't just creating great experiences, which is totally important, but also moving the needle for the brand in a measurable way, predicting areas of friction and preventing them before they happen, and adding mutual value for all of the stakeholders across the healthcare continuum. So we really start with a full understanding, not just of a marketing end-to-end process, right? But what has to happen in order to turn a prescription into a filled prescription into ongoing healthcare, which is oftentimes a big loss. 20 to 30% of prescriptions go unfilled. So a huge economic problem as well as a patient and HCP problem.
Yeah. So, off of what Ryan was just saying, physicians want to be heard. There are things that they want that are personalized to them, that's going to help them with their patients, that's going to help their patients go in and fill their prescriptions, and we're not necessarily doing all that we can right now. Patients feel unheard, right? We talk about the personalization, the conversational brand. They want to be heard. They are individuals, and they want the time to be heard. They want the time to talk to their physician, And they also know what they want. So we need to talk to them in a different way. And then brands. There's a lot of missed opportunities with brands. If you are not marketing properly to your audience, you're not going to be successful. And I know everybody wants to be successful because then we'd all kind of be out of a job, right? So it's an industry problem. And yes, have we all been doing personalization in the past? We have. But again, now we have tools to make it better, make it quicker, making sure that we're really looking more broadly versus in a box, and making sure that the messages that we're putting out there for our audiences are the right ones that are going to resonate with them. So what does the future look like?
Well, let's dig in.
You know?
Well, we wanted to make it real, right? Too often it's all about big picture things. This is the example I'm going to take you through, and AI is going to leapfrog us past omni-channel, which, but again, you have to make sure your foundation is right. And let's look at what a conversational brand could look like and how it can change things for the patient, the payer, and the brand.
So before we get into the, no, that was awesome. Before we get into the pharma part of it, I know everybody here knows how important it is to really stay true to the core of your brand, right? Even when you're, talking to physicians, to patients, pharmacists, payers, that we're staying true to the brand. I know earlier there was a question, how do we make sure that everybody is talking to each other and staying, in that brand umbrella? Coca-Cola has done a really good job of that. They've been around for a really long time. And what they did is they created this campaign called Real Magic. And they wanted to take all of their consumers and draw them into their brand at a personalized level. And I'm not talking about the names on the cans, because I know we all remember that, but they wanted to be in the forefront of AI and use that to bring personalization to the brand. So what they did is they put out a contest, and they asked their customers, we want you guys to use Dolly, and we want you to create what Coke means to you, because we want to know your story. Whether you went to your grandmother's and you drank Coke when you were little because your parents wouldn't let you do it. But it was a huge success, and ultimately, it was a contest that ended up on billboards in Times Square, but I'm just going to play this for you quickly because I think it's kind of cool, and it's a brand that we all know really well.
My name is Hua, and I am the wild card. I changed from being a traditional creative director to being more of a creative collaborator and curator.
My name is Emma Sophia, and I'm a creative technologist working at the intersection of art and technology.
My name is Paul Parsons. I'm the creative director at Seedly. My role in the Create Real Magic project has been to produce creative images using DALL-E.
Real magic to me is exactly what it means. That magic is indeed real, but only if you open your heart to it. I'm proud of being involved in this project because it feels like we're exploring the limits of creativity by letting go of the control that we've traditionally had.
Real magic to me is the ability to connect with others and to create meaningful experiences that bring joy and inspiration.
Coca-Cola is such an iconic brand that working with them at all is a proud moment.
This project can help the creative community because once you get over the fear and start to play around with this AI, you'll then understand how amazing this tool can be.
But Coca-Cola also has a very long history of bringing people together. They have made a commitment to innovation through embracing technology, like right now where they have incorporated AI in their Create Real Magic campaign.
I think Coca-Cola is still relevant today because they've got a brand that is just so full of nostalgia, and yet at the same time, it's just constantly evolving.
The values of being authentic, of choosing to live on the brighter side of life, these are the values that really keep humanity going. That's truly magic.
Coca-Cola holds a very special place in my heart because growing up it was always present in my household.
I think the Create Real Magic project is just another great example of their sort of continuing innovation.
Right? Pretty cool from a personalization standpoint, bringing in new technology and getting people involved in the whole process. And we can all be doing that. It's going to take a little bit. We still need I don't want everybody to be scared, because I know we're looking at, everybody's being scared of AI, but you still need the really smart people behind the really smart AI to make some of this work. But I see a lot of opportunity in this when I think about what we can do out in the world.
What I like about that example too is you've defined what your core brand is, but how people experience that, you've really allowed them to tailor it to themselves. And I think if you kind of distill down to that, there's an opportunity to do that within healthcare.
Yeah. In fact, we have done it in healthcare, haven't we?
Yes.
So I don't know, maybe you guys have heard, we created something at Click called Highway to Heal. And we, through AI and a ton of research, we found out, and it's something that we knew, but we did a lot of digging and research into it, that surgeons perform better in the surgery rooms when they're listening to music. And so with all the research we did, what we found out is most surgeons love to listen to rock and roll. They work better, it keeps them going. I know I had surgery a few years ago. They wheeled me in there and they were playing Uncomfortably Numb from Pink Floyd. That made me a little uncomfortable. I'm more of a rock and roll person, but it was really successful, but it was personalized. We looked at the personalization of what that particular audience's needs were through the use of AI, and we actually used AC/DC songs. We used AI to rewrite them based off of things that we spoke to the surgeons about. So I'm gonna play this little video for you here. So this is life-saving radio.
One of the reasons why this is gaining more attention is that it's not just affecting members of the healthcare professional team, but the patients that are cared for by them.
Preventable surgical complications are the third leading cause of death worldwide. So how can we help surgical teams operate at peak performance? NextMed presents Life-Saving Radio, the world's first AI radio station clinically designed to optimize surgical performance. We started with a clinical study that showed hard rock music, namely AC/DC, improved surgical accuracy and efficiency. But not just any rock or AC/DC playlist works.
That's why we created AI Angus, the first AI DJ specifically trained to optimize surgical performance. Using the metrics of the music from the study, we analyzed millions of songs to find what was clinically suited for peak surgical performance. And since surgical teams with higher morale make fewer mistakes, we personalize the content based on team, surgery type, and length.
Good morning, Dr. Wright. AI Angus here with a surgery soundtrack that'll keep your team as sharp as a scalpel.
Life-Saving Radio launched at NextMed's Medical Innovators Congress with surgical demos, tour scrubs, and Highway to Heal, an album of 11 reimagined AC/DC songs, each telling a different surgical story. In just a few weeks, 6,000 surgeons from over 20 countries subscribed. 30,000 hours of performance-enhancing music streamed. Surgeons were 41% more efficient with 5% higher accuracy. We earned 1 billion impressions. And we're talking to the American College of Surgeons to train the next generation to operate at peak performance.
Doc's rocking on a highway to heal.
Playing air guitar and tapping his feet during a procedure?
Quiet, Schmiet. Let's play some tunes.
Scrub in and rock out to Life-Saving Radio. Up and roll.
All right, such a simple idea by taking a look and being able to personalize for a specific audience to make sure that we are giving them what they need. So, and I'm a huge AC/DC fan, so I really love this. So, conversational customer experience, right? Where we keep talking about personalization, and we all know it's so important that everybody's talking to each other. Physicians are talking to their patients and so forth and so on. And now with AI, we can do it in, I don't want to say a better way, but in many different ways. So everybody can have their own personal experiences. And with AI, there's so many different things that we can do, right? And I know everybody's playing with AI, so you've seen like all the digital humans and all the virtual stuff. And I'm really talking a little bit more creatively right now, but we can take things up a level for things that we've been doing in the past that now are more human. They're more natural. So if somebody wants to ask, a virtual agent a question, they can feel like they're having a really, human conversation. So for example, like virtual agents, right? Here's a virtual agent. You can actually speak to her. Actually not here because it wouldn't work here, but you could ask her anything you want if she's on your computer screen, and she will answer you. And she's kind of like the new chat box. And the brands, you can personalize it, do whatever you want. We can feed data into her as well, or him, or whatever that's going to look like. But again, it's that personalization and the humanization behind that. We can do things like, predictive diagnostics. Recently, we just we have a Click Labs. Click Labs worked on a machine and AI project. Well, it's bigger than a project, but they did research on type 2 diabetes. And over the last couple of years, they've been using technology with the phone to see if they can actually predict if somebody had type 2 diabetes, was being close to type 2 diabetes, knowing that diabetes is so large in the world, and there's a lot of people that don't get the care that they need because it's really hard to get to a physician sometimes or to go for the blood test. So they did this experiment. They were just in Mayo Clinic. They were on, I think it was Good Morning America. Basically, 6 to 10 seconds of voice will tell you if you have diabetes. So no more finger pricking. We know that is so painful. No more, well, I don't want to say no more, because we're going to get there. But they actually had 297 people in this study. And what they found out is about 86% of them had diabetes from talking from the 6 to 10 seconds. And they based it off of the muscles in your throat, how your vocal cords change when you have diabetes. I mean, it's pretty amazing, but it was all with machine learning, all with AI, and you can imagine, like, all the different, disease states that we have there. What are we going to be able to do with AI?
Voice biomarkers are amazing.
I mean, blows my mind. And then, there's stuff like sentimental analysis, right? Think about market research, and having people looking or reading something and very quickly being able to read through their facial expressions if it's working or not. And then what that allows us to do is pivot really quickly to make sure that we're actually doing the right thing for that audience. And then, digital human concierge, like we've all heard about like the white glove experience. I know everybody, it's a big thing for many, many years. This is a different way to do it because you're actually able to have that experience. She's actually in health and wellness, this one. But, being able to really talk to this digital human and get the help and the answers and advice personalized for your needs. And then, recommendation engines using AI, like where is our audience? Where are they buying things? Where are they researching? Where are they connecting with people? And really being able to, pull them in and look at them specifically like, we know that this is important to them, so this is the message they get. Or we know that this is important to them, and this is what you get. So again, it's really all about the conversational brand, the personalization, and making sure that we are doing whatever we can in order to make people feel like they are being heard. So how are we going to do this?
Let's make it real.
All right.
Great. So let's talk about a real life example that we had with a top 5 pharmaceutical company, and let's dig in. So we accomplished 3 things here that I haven't seen done much, which is, how do you identify wasted spend, whether that's the wrong segment, whether that's the wrong channel or the wrong content type? How do you do dynamic segmentation and truly transform the experience as it's happening? And how do you solve a $150 billion problem, which is that 20 to 30% of pharmaceutical prescriptions actually don't get filled? That's bottom of the funnel stuff that you've paid a lot, you've worked really hard to happen, and the patients want it. Patients deserve to get the first choice of their physicians. It starts with a foundation, and for us, the initial ask was, we needed to see an end-to-end vision of what does the customer experience look like. For this particular brand, they had multiple indications that were all calling on the same doctor. They were creating their own noise, and they were pissing off those doctors. The doctors were basic, and they had no ability, since they couldn't see within each experience, they certainly couldn't look across indications with separate teams. You get back to the people aspect of things, and it made things really complicated. So we started by bringing together different data sets. It's the old John Wanamaker adage, right? I know that half of my money is wasted. The problem is I don't know which half. We helped them to solve that. That was the first problem we set up to solve. And so by creating that single view of customer, suddenly things became really apparent. Like if 20% of a physician's office is off formulary, no matter how much money you spend, all of it is wasted. So stop. But pharmaceutical marketers aren't going to just give that money back, right? You don't want it to come out of next year's budget. So the question is, where do we redeploy that? And what becomes not just our next best experience, but our next best investment? Thinking about, are there segments that I'm not going after today that I could be? Are there segments that I'm not going after as hard as I should be? And stop wasting my money on these other ones. And then what channel and what piece of content is going to fuel my next best experience, and in what cadence? And so we started to really be able to take a look finally and see how many touch points were we having, what was driving that, and really get a full understanding of both our investments and the experiences that were happening for each of our customers. And we're able to reduce those when it made sense. The next thing to do was create a recommendation engine to say things like, hey, we've seen a negative correlation. If they've gone to this live event and then you send out a rep, it's actually hurts your chances of success, or it helps your chances of success. But getting those insights, and data can be really tricky, right? In pharma, we've got an abundance of data. The magic is seeing through that data to distill it into intelligence and then giving yourself the ability to act on that. And that's what we've done for this particular brand. Saving them money, shortening the cycles, improving their customer experience, but most importantly, driving real measurable results. The other thing we were thinking about, and it's funny, one of the analytics guys that works on this, he went through BUDS training twice, so he was, to get into the SEALs, and he goes, when you're in the military, they tell you never go in without 2 things. One is signals, and that's kind of what we have coming from omnichannel and from marketing, right? We've got great signals, but you also need ground intel, and we don't do a great job of incorporating that ground intel, which for us is our field force, back to center, incorporating that with those signals to really turn that into actionable intelligence. So what we did here for this particular brand was give the CAMs and field force an ability to, on-demand request, to be able to, first of all, see all those insights that they could use to have more meaningful experiences, to understand what was happening in their patch, but also be able to feed that back. They can now request a new segment, whether that's for analysis, whether that's to start a new campaign for that individual, or maybe saying, there's something really different about this subset of HCPs, and we need to start thinking about them and treating them differently. And you can't just let that go right to action, right? So we had that actually funnel back to the marketer so that she could make the ultimate call of, am I going to action on this feedback, or am I going to decline? And so we did do that as well. Mm-hmm. The next question, the big question, $150 billion a year of loss, right? You paid all the money, you've bought all the media placements, you've invested in all the content, and then at the end, friction, problems, et cetera. So we decided to take that on. And we did this because we brought together data sets that really hadn't been brought together before. For this particular client, they had made a CEO level mandate that we're going to get a single view of customer and it's going to drive all of our decisions. They invested 5 years and they did a really nice job of building the infrastructure, right? So they had centralized all their data, they had built their data lakes and all of their different tools, data visualization tools, but it wasn't tailored to the needs of the individual brand. There was a gap. You had all the raw capabilities, but that doesn't matter because that's not how pharmaceutical companies make their money. Pharmaceutical companies make your money at brand. So until you've taken this kind of engine and connected it to the unique key business problems and challenges that a brand faces and their ability to understand and act on that, it kind of doesn't matter and it's kind of wasted. So that's what we took on. And it really took it to bringing together, we were looking at McKesson types of data, different sets of data than a traditional commercial organization would. We bring our analytics team in from across, typically not just the commercial side of the business, and it opened our eyes to things that frankly I've never seen done before. And by empowering, so what we essentially did was identify signals that a prescription written was going to go unfilled, right? Maybe it's because it's a buy-in bill, right? And you're actually asking a doctor to go against their own best interest. I will literally make $100,000 more if I've bought all of these things and then distribute them individually. And then you're saying, well, what if you sell this instead? It's not an easy sell. They were looking very on a macro level at like, okay, Ryan's covered by United Healthcare, but he's actually on Click's version of United Healthcare. And so while United Healthcare covers this, it's on formulary, it's not for his particular version of that, and being able to understand that and then action on it. The good news is there was all these great resources. You have bridge programs, patient affordability programs, you've got CAMs, you've got all of these people ready to help, but they're all reactive. And there's a lot of friction and drop-off that happens between having the problem and activating those support structures. So what we did was we used AI to predict, is there going to be a problem? And then proactively mobilize those teams. Imagine the difference in experience between, hey, you just got brand X and I have this disease, my kid or myself is going to go on therapy, and now I have to figure it out. And next thing I know, I'm fighting with my insurance company to say, oh, that's not going to be covered. Then I call my doctor angry and say, why did you prescribe me this if it's not covered? Now his front or her front office staff, we're all cycling for weeks and weeks going through frustration. All of that was kind of circumnavigated. Instead, we said, hey, we have a signal that Ryan's about to have a problem, our patient. So we notified the CAM, and they acted as the quarterback to this support team who proactively can reach out and say, hey, you have a patient that's about to have a problem. Just wanted to let you know, on that particular version of United Healthcare, it's not usually covered. Here's what we're doing. We're going to get him on a bridge program right now. He's going to have $0 out of pocket. We're also mobilizing to make sure that we handle and get him coverage ongoing. So they're not going to have to go through the frustration. And you can tell your front office staff to relax too. We're going to take care of it. It's going to be paid for, and you're going to have access to the medication that your doctor preferred. This is a completely different type of healthcare experience across each of those stakeholders. And by doing it, the secret sauce was the context of understanding kind of the health economics and operations that were happening behind what we usually look at, and then using AI to accelerate all of this and be able to take in these massive data sets so we didn't have to be so macro. And we could get micro right down to that patient and their problem, to that HCP and the problems that we're going to have for them. And then by putting it in the CAM's hands, they're creating unique value to those HCPs. They're not just, knock, knock, do you need samples? Knock, knock, can I tell you the same story again? They're saying, I am adding value to your practice, to your patients, and making a difference. And that makes them a trusted partner to a physician's practice, which earns them access, earns them time, and exhibits value.
So let's not be scared of AI, because there's so much good, and hopefully you saw some of that, and you've been seeing it in some of the other presentations. It's going to take a lot of the guesswork out of some of the busy work that we're currently doing. Again, It's going to be able to do the personalization. I'm going to click this really fast because these builds are really slow. It's going to enhance customer satisfaction, those personal interactions. I don't want to say we're going to be able to do it more simply, but we're going to be able to look at it differently and make sure that we're meeting the needs of all of our different audiences. Oh, look, there's another one. Okay, and then goodbye to irrelevant promotions, right? Goodbye to wasting money, saying, okay, we're doing, this tactic, it's getting sent to this group, but we're not making any money. I'm clicking through this because this has got a lot of builds too. Not sending the wrong messages to people who shouldn't be receiving them. That's a big mistake in any brand's business, and with AI, and with the conversational brands, the consumer experience that we're trying to push with AI, we can, hopefully, we will always avoid this.
The last thing I want to leave you with too, every one of you is probably investing in AI. We've made enormous investments. We literally will not hire someone that is not AI open, and you probably aren't getting promoted if you're not AI open within our organization. One of the reasons I wanted to present together with Lauren is we come from different sides of the world, right? I'm more on the how do we enable capabilities within pharma. She's on the creative side. But if the two aren't working together, it kind of doesn't matter. It's really the people and the process that make everything work, not the technology. And as we were making our introductory investments into AI, we did a lot with generative content in a regulated environment. And one of the big lessons was don't invest in the tidal wave. And by that I mean the Adobes, the Salesforces, they are going to outpace us, you, all of us, and they're going to outspend you. So be ready to embrace that and take advantage of that. So while we did create a compliant AI solution, parts of it were wasted in a way, in the sense of the generative AI elements themselves, which Adobe has done an amazing job of with Firefly, which we're using those now instead of competing with them. But where we're looking at is, what about those intersections of the omnichannel ecosystem between Adobe and Viva, and how do we look at the compliant workflow? A question was asked earlier about regulatory, which is content is your fuel for personalization, and regulatory is your choke point. When you look at what Viva is doing and some others, they're taking what I would call a bottom-up approach, which is looking at your past decisions and making them easier to get into workflow. That will accelerate things a little bit. We're taking a little bit of a different approach where we're combining a bottom-up, which is this is already approved, here's the citations, with a top-down, which is teaching the models to actually, why did you make those decisions? That's really different. We have the luxury of, because we are the decoded company since 1990, we've actually been acquiring a ton of data. We've actually been running a lot of your regulatory review processes. We've encoded all of that into a large learning model, which now says we can actually learn, is this approvable? Why is it approvable? So you think about that from a Lauren's side of the world, where she's creating an asset, and it's in real time being able to say, hey, that's not going to get approved. Now you've got cycles and cycles and cycles that are happening, costing you money, slowing your speed to market. What if in real time you were able to virtually collaborate with perspectives across your organization? We're doing that, because sometimes you're not adhering to tech guidelines. Sometimes that is very unlikely to be approvable, but you could change it this way. Then once it gets to the MLR process, which is a process we can also optimize, the MLR person is not going to trust it just automated, and we wouldn't imagine taking humans out of the loop, but we will augment them by saying, hey, this has gone through those cycles on Lauren's side, on the creative side. This is why we think it's very approvable. This is the part you should be most concerned with. Now it's making it easier for them to filter out, where should I focus, where should I not focus? And this is the why. We said this was highly approvable because you made this decision, this decision, this decision, this decision, and this is the logic behind that. That's really a very different approach, and I really, truly believe it will create massive acceleration that is necessary. When you start to use generative AI, you guys are not going to use open AI, you guys are going to use enterprise AI, looking at your own assets, how do I recombine them, how do I think differently, how do I test and learn and automate tagging so I can maximize my learning. But From an investment perspective, don't invest in the tidal wave. Be ready for what makes your company, our industry, and your brands different, and what are those unique special needs that you'll have, so that when massive disruption happens and Adobe rolls out the next thing, or ChatGPT 5 comes out, or whatever the next big thing is, be ready to use that. Don't try to fight that. So get your surfboard ready to ride that tidal wave, and don't try to compete within that space.
Oh, look, there's a build. Just to say,
and a build.
Just to say, embrace it. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Ryan and Lauren. So, we've got time for one quick question. We've got 2 more panels before lunch, but does anybody want to chime in on that? Obviously, Lauren and Ryan are available throughout lunch and this afternoon anyway, but any quick comments, final questions before we move on? No? All right. Thanks again, Ryan and Lauren. Appreciate it. Thank you. The first of 2 panel sessions we've got now between now and lunch. We're running just a little bit behind schedule, but that's not a problem. Either way, we'll be in lunch from 1 p.m. to 2. I'm just going to actually just make a slight rearrangement of the seating here for our next panel. Just bear with me one second. Right, and I will keep my intro very brief. I'm actually going to just introduce the next panel session's moderator. First of all, we've got following similar type of theme from what we've been delving into this morning, generative AI. Surprise, surprise. How technology, creativity, and data will define pharma CX marketing in the future. And we've got an excellent panel coming up. I'm just going to leave my intro to Sarah, Sarah Boone, who's the associate partner at Decimal Health. And some of you might be familiar with Kamal from Decimal Health. He's done our events a few times in the past, so we're delighted to have Sarah join us, alongside Brittany Brooks, Oz Demir, Tim Natal, and Bob Lemke. So I'm going to get off stage and we can jump right into this. Sarah's got the panel prepped already. And please join me in welcoming our panel members for the next session.
So much. Thank you so much, Simon. Just as he mentioned, I'm super excited for this panel with this great bunch of panelists you'll see. In case you would have any questions during the panel, feel free to raise your hand. Simon is going to walk around, I guess, with a microphone, so don't hesitate to interrupt there. So very pleased to announce this session on generative AI. I know we've had a lot of good sessions up front. Thank you so much for the previous presenters, because those give a lot of context and food for our discussion that we will be having. So before we dive in, I'd like to have a quick round of introductions because we have extremely knowledgeable people around here on the stage. So, and let me do, very empowered women first. So Brittany, happy to hear your introduction.
Hi, everyone. Brittany Brooks. I'm the Director of Customer Experience, Planning and Optimization in the dermatology space at Novartis. And just a quick disclosure, as we all need to do, the views that I will be sharing today are mine alone. They do not reflect that of the policy or opinions of my employer.
That's so Novartis. I like it. It's going to be so Merck, too, in a minute.
All right, Tim.
So Tim Natal, I'm an Associate Director for U.S. Oncology Marketing Analytics at Merck. And same goes for me. My opinions are my own and not of Merck's.
Perfect. Well.
So my name is Bob Lemke. I'm with Mobile Locker. So what we do at Mobile Locker is we help pharma reps, field marketing, MSLs engage more efficiently and effectively with HCP. So we're all about the rep, we're all about the field. My views are mine and also the company, since I basically am part owner of the company. So, and also this may blow your mind, I'm actually not really here, I'm AI generated, as you can tell. Is anyone getting this joke? 4 fingers.
Beautiful, beautiful. Oz.
All right, hello everybody. I'm Oz. I'm the head of digital marketing at Genentech. I have no disclaimers, so it's all good.
Beautiful. Love Genentech. Thank you so much for joining me on this panel. I'd like to start a little bit with, in the previous conversations, presentations, panels, we've seen the plethora of possibilities with generative AI, right? And so we may see it a little bit as a buzzword, I think, nowadays, but I think it becomes more and more clear during these sessions that there's more to it. That being said, we're talking about campaign optimization, patient engagement, HCP engagement, and also when I was talking during the break with several people, there are different contexts, right? I've heard people working in HS, hidradenitis suppurativa, oncology, respiratory. So it's such a big world to look at what the possibilities are. So I'd like to start a little bit, high level, to talk about what are the key objectives that ultimately where we want to leverage generative AI as a useful tool. So I wonder if you could share some of the main objectives you currently have in your organization and what kind of examples you could also share that are currently in view already. So I don't know, Oz, if you'd like to get started.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, I'm going to focus on the commercial side of the business. There's a lot of implications in the clinical space as well, but I'm focused on the commercial piece of the business. The ultimate goal is to create an incredible personalized experience for the customers, whether it's the HCP or patient or payer or caregiver. There are, I think, multiple components to this, right? One is, how do I do segmentation? And not the segmentation that is like every year you do market research and you update it every year, right? How do you use AI to do micro-segmentation and dynamic segmentation almost close to real time? The second one is, how do I generate the content? Because now you have micro-segmentation and segmentation that changes all the time. Great, our LMR process does not really enable us to produce thousands of pieces of content. How can I use Gen AI to create all this content for me and then take it through an overhauled LMR process, which is not Gen AI created. You have to actually work at it on your own. So content generation. The third part is content delivery. How do I ensure Gen AI, or actually any type of AI, finds those people that need that information at that time? How does it quickly identify, you know what, content A is great here for this person with this channel, and then content B is here for this person for this channel. So those three, I think, are going to make up I segmented them, I generated the content required, and then I found those people out and gave them that right content. Those three are going to make the personalized engagement a reality.
Thanks for sharing that, Oz. And I think it's going to trigger a couple of thoughts right away. So go ahead. Happy to hear your thoughts.
So I just want to build on that, though. There's one other piece. There's a lot of back end that we use AI for. But for me, when I think about generative AI, I am so excited by the idea of, when we talk about personalized, for me, it's humanized. And that's where we go from, like, why do we still rely on our reps? Well, you don't get more personalized than a face-to-face conversation and being able to read the context, read the room, and then adjust and pivot. With this type of technology, we now, and we've seen some of the examples today, but that is the element that we go further in the non-personal space, from going with the 4 C's of the right customer, the right cadence, the right content, the right time, right? All of those things, to just being like, let's have a conversation. So for me, that's what that is. And where, with the MLR process, I'm like, what does this mean? It's new ways to engage, not just accelerating how and improving what we do today, but how we actually engage in these spaces and what that means. And that's like a massive company-wide, or all companies, industries are trying to figure that out. But that's, for me, what's most exciting in the opportunity.
Yeah, and I think I'll just add to that, because I agree with what both of you just said. But to me, it's also, right, like, we're constantly challenged to find how to take work out of the system, right? How do we be able to focus on more things and reduce time spent on, whether that's creating content or patient journeys, whatever it is, right? I think we can find efficiencies in our day-to-day with generative AI that I'm excited about too. And I think as we adopt it and our companies learn to adopt it, right, it will help us focus on more things that we want to accomplish. So I think that's a big part of it.
So I have to add this. So for us, what we do in our company is we provide really, really deep insights around how HCPs are engaging with content, right? And that goes back to both the sender, the rep, and the company. And for what we see our clients asking for is just data. Like, we want the data around the content attribution, the content interaction, and then they take our data and they feed their AI engines with a bunch of other data sources, right? So for like this AI thing is so big, but it's foundational around the data that you have and where that data is coming from, how it's used, and how it becomes actionable, right?
That's an interesting point. And actually, I'd like to zoom in a little bit more on the different or transformative way of engaging with patients with HCPs. Brittany, would you mind elaborating a little bit on a specific example that you have, maybe within the therapeutic area you have? I can imagine that different diseases come with different patient challenges, different HCP challenges. How do you relate the opportunities that generative AI can bring to the specific context and the challenges that you see within your context?
Yep, that's a great question. So I've got three even like companies that come to mind to partner with. And so one, I don't know if anyone's familiar with this one company called Storyfile. This is actually not generative AI, but their whole purpose in being is around creating conversations and preserving. It started with actually the Holocaust Museum and preserving stories. And so with this, if they have, based off of the video technology and everything, the way that they recorded them, people were able to have these conversations directly with people. Now, they're pre-recorded, so even though I'm talking, if the person doesn't have a response, it wasn't recorded, they're like, head still bobbing, and they're like, sorry, I don't have a response for that. And so that is out there and to humanize, and would love to see with ChatGPT and and DALL-E and the video avatars, like how we can actually move into that direction. That would be really helpful in the patient space. We think about appointment prepping. We think about coaching, mentoring, talking to other people. Like, if I'm in a rare disease, I can't find my community. I'm trying to understand, or I need someone maybe not directly in there, but to help usher me through this process. How can I talk to a human in that way, or someone that's human-like? And so that's an element in that space. I also think that that same technology can be really helpful when we think about medical education, because again, it's all in how you engage with somebody, and that's far more better education, better understanding, and better retention when it's a dialogue versus when it's just simply watching a video. And then lastly, some of the efficiencies, and I think this is a change in terms of our trust in, it's not trust just in the data, but it's trust in the systems. There's a company I'm sure people are familiar with called Neuristics, and it's one of their offerings, I think it's really fantastic, is AI-generated market research and reviews. And so if you want to do your story builds on this, instead of spending for a fraction of the cost, you can go, but you have to have trust in what's been fed into that. And we ran some studies on it, and we're like, yeah, actually this works, but we still have the money for it, so we'll go forward with the traditional because our customers know better. And so I think that that's going to be a change management hurdle with any efficiency adoption. Is the trust. So those are my points in terms of patient, HCP, and then also just internal from an efficiency play.
It's an interesting element that you mentioned in terms of trust. I was talking to a colleague just yesterday, just as another example. It happens that Tesla 2 or 3 weeks ago enabled the auto drive, the autopilot, full-fledged. And his reaction was, oh my God, my initial reaction was, what is this? This is daunting, this is frightening. But you kind of easily adjust your standards to it. And like now, if the car doesn't automatically park because it doesn't recognize the line, it's like, what the hell? Why are you not parking, car? Do it. Yeah, I'm relying on you. So in terms of trust, I think it's a barrier to overcome. But the convenience that AI brings is most likely gonna support that, in my opinion. But happy to hear your thoughts.
One quick thing of that for me, I feel like everyone should put the lawyer article where the lawyer built his case. I don't know how many people have heard about that, but the lawyer that built his case and everything came back from, Law and Order, and and the judge is like, I don't know any of these cases. Well, they're all fake because so it's all about, again, the data that's going in it and why we should use those systems.
It's interesting because when I think of this technology and the kind of the future of AI, one of the things that I think about is this idea of, can't you just make stuff up? Like, can't you just make stuff up and say, well, that's AI generated? Like, I could just make up statistics. I could just make stuff up and say, well, what do you mean? I'm not accountable for that. I got that from the AI engine. And so that it does feel like there's a little bit of a chasm yet between something that's particularly in pharma or healthcare, right? Like, lives are at stake here. This isn't like, we're not writing, I don't know, an intro email to a customer here. There's lives at stake here. So I think pharma is going to have to be super careful with that trust factor around this technology.
I mean, I would say we are responsible for whatever we put into AI and get as an output, right? It's like a Google search. You do a Google search, and then if you present that to somebody without fact-checking that, and you cannot blame Google for that. I think it's on us. And the same way, I think one thing that I'm really excited and also a little cautious about is I hear many times, and I'm sure you guys do too, patients saying, I don't relate to this ad because I don't see myself in it. Or they don't talk like me. They don't act like me. They don't look like me. I see a lot of opportunities in Gen AI created videos or images to really be able to appeal to those people, right? For example, minorities, underserved communities, they have different challenges and issues. Some of them don't trust the healthcare system. Good, can we change our language? Not to manipulate, but it's to make sure they get the right diagnosis at the right time. But then there's the other side. We are talking about this at our company, like, can we make this happen so that we create these different types of content and people relate to them and say, you know what, yes, I should go get checked. I should see if my spot is a benign one or not, which are noble causes. But then somebody told me, which was my blind spot, if you do that, what happens to the people that we pay and we employ, right? So you're saying, for example, underserved communities. Now, we're not going to be paying them because Gen AI is going to create their image. But there are ways to go around them. There are things like royalties. And what you can do is you can still employ them. And then if you want to change your word, you don't have to find them again. You don't have to go for a TV commercial. We still do it in pharma, right? You don't have to go to New Zealand and have your production team there. You can change the setting, the background. You can change the words. And to me, that's extremely exciting, and it makes the content so relatable. But there's a lot we have to solve for.
I was going to want to just build on that. I mean, in terms of a global organization and localizing content and being able to reach, and it's trusting the translations. Certainly, that's a huge element, but that's going to be able to reach all the communities. Within the U.S., we have such diverse communities, languages, things like that. And with healthcare literacy and accessibility and understanding, I think that's a massive opportunity at a low cost of entry.
Yeah, absolutely, especially sometimes when we have content that drives to the destination that doesn't meet the content, right? So, because it takes a lot of time to get the destination set up too. So if you can do that more quickly and more seamlessly, right back to efficiency, back to a better story for our customers, experience for our customers.
And one more thing on this trust thing, and you guys, we talked about this in our call, is this idea that where we are in this journey, right? So this trust thing is definitely there. Do we trust the output? Do we trust it? But so what's really important to recognize is where we are in this AI journey, right? I read something the other day. It said if AI was like a baseball game, a 9-inning baseball game, we'd barely be in batting practice still. That's kind of where we are in terms of today versus where this is going. There's a huge road out ahead of us that will hopefully, right, resolve some of these trust issues and resolve some of these things that we're talking about.
Do you mind if I add one more thing?
Of course.
I think we have a responsibility to understand different types of AI. For example, Gen AI, which is different than other types of AI, literally creates the next best word, right, based on the data that it has. And it sounds so confident, right? So again, it's our job to make sure that whatever input is out there, we don't treat it as like the ultimate, okay, I'll just take this, right? This is why when marketers or even Salesforce people, they ask me, oh, my job is going to be replaced by AI. No, we still have a job. Actually, what I'm excited about is that our job is going to be more exciting because there's a lot of stuff that we hate doing that AI can do for us.
I saw a great line the other day. It said, your job will only be replaced by AI if you're not any good at it. Like that's, which I thought was pretty.
Awesome. Yeah, it's actually really interesting because you touch upon a lot of, reaching the right people with the right content at the right time, efficiency gains. I was wondering if we could just discuss a little bit about, one step further, what is the potential of truly transforming engagements with patients with HCPs, right? A holistic experience. And I think before we were, there was a presentation that mentioned bi-directional conversation. Like, what opportunities do you see to really transform that experience as a whole? And where do you bump into barriers as pharma? And where do you maybe need to rely on other companies to be complementary in what you do? I don't know also if this right away rings a bell.
It does. These are conversations we have all the time. And please don't think, oh, AI is not there yet. We're going to get there in a few years. No, companies are doing things with it, right? Right now, we are, like a lot of companies, are doing the next best action. It's powered by AI. And it actually, we built a few business cases of, there was a lot of data. There is a rare disease. It's really hard to get to the physicians because they sometimes see a condition like once a year or twice a year. So if you message them all the time, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't stick. You have to find the exact right time when it's, oh, you know what? There may be a potential patient coming to this physician. And AI actually predicted this a few months ago and sent a notification to a rep and said, based on the data, it's 87% likely that there's going to be a patient going to this HCP in the next couple of days. So, and our field force has been skeptical for some time, but this person was like, I'll try it, it's okay, I'll just go in. He went in, and the physician said, you know what, this morning, a patient came to me with this. And now, we're running some tests, but when he comes back, it's good that I have this information. We got that HCP to prescribe that product that he never prescribed before. So where we could go, right now, this is one channel. It's just, notification to the rep, get it done, blah, blah. But it should be all connected with every single channel. Can you imagine if that is like complemented by your banners, your videos, your emails, and everything is such an experience that any communication you have, you as an HCP think, I'm sure this is relevant to me. Imagine that level of trust where you say, oh my God, I'm getting 200 emails and they're all irrelevant. I'm not going to open them anymore. Versus, most of the stuff I'm getting is really relevant and it helps me. So now I'm going to actually interact with this company.
Also, there's a trust barrier to accomplish. I don't know, anyone else who'd like to
Yeah, I think what you just described, right, is what, call omni-channel, right? But that's what this is allowing us to do, right, is a lot of these components are coming together right now, but it's available now. And how do we do that responsibly within our companies and with our industry, right? Privacy is still important, right? Each of our companies has their own rules, but we're trying to follow the same guidelines. Like, we have to be careful there. So, earlier on, right, we saw that statistic up on a slide that showed how quickly AI was adopted, or ChatGPT, excuse me, and then you just mentioned the baseball game. Like, the acceleration in the last 12 months of just understanding, even having this conversation, right, is exploded. Like, in the next 6 months, like, it could double, right, or triple, or quadruple. I don't know what the number is, but like, that's where I think we have to be open and understand and test and learn as this kind of grows, because those customer experiences that we're trying to create are important, right, to people getting on clinically appropriate therapy.
So you just said something that triggered for me. Sorry to jump in there.
No worries. Go ahead.
And it was, I don't remember what presentation it was, but the gentleman was saying that we're hiring people that are AI open. Yeah, AI open. And that's actually one of the things I think as well, outside of the opportunity that this provides us for engaging experiences, it's thinking about the talent that we want to attract and bring in to actually be able to do our jobs and better serve those communities. we have to think about how we want to apply this and be at the forefront to attract that talent that will help us continue to evolve. Otherwise, we're going to lose out to the Unilevers, the P&Gs, and they're not going to come to Pharma and help us do our jobs better.
So I heard that AI open too, and it kind of triggered me too. I'm thinking, is that like a pronoun? Like, what is that?
Yeah.
But, so the thing that Tim talked about in terms of the acceleration of the adoption, imagine how fast that will go once we cross that trust barrier.
Yeah.
Because I think probably one of the things that slows it down is probably that trust barrier, right? Can we put it out there? Do we trust it? Are we comfortable with it? But once we overcome that, imagine the speed of the acceleration, right? It will be crazy, I think.
Yeah, I totally agree, because from a technology standpoint, we're there, right? There's something called Moore's Law. I don't know if you're familiar with that, right? Every 2 years, the number of transistors on the chip double. From a technology standpoint, we're way there already. It took 30 years for prior evolutions, to get to internet that were, that's super basic now. But the AI evolution, as shown before, is going so quick that it's more from an adoption standpoint that we're waiting for, the flip. And actually, maybe this year might be.
But that comes with every transformation, right? So that trust, think of how many older people didn't go to the bank machine, right? They kept going to the bank because I'm not going to go to a bank machine. That's crazy. What if I make a mistake? But think of that and that transformation. And now it's crazy to think that somebody wouldn't use a bank machine, right? So any kind of transformation that occurs, there's that chasm of trust. But once you cross it and get there, then again, I think that's when we see the acceleration really take off.
I don't really see, in most transformations, I don't really see any issues with technology catching up. Technology is ready. Why are we not doing CRM that well? Is CRM not ready, in technology? It has been ready for such a long time. And I think what happens is, even with AI, I'm excited about it, but when somebody says to me, I want to do AI, I'm like, no. What's your problem? What is the pain point you're trying to solve? You cannot come to me and say, I want to do AI. This was the same 5 years ago. I want to be on social. No. What's your pain point? What are you trying to do? And if we do it that way, then the transformation is going to be easier, because now we'll be able to say, I see your problem. I understand your business challenge or opportunity. AI can help you. Or you know what? Maybe you don't need AI, because that's not your problem.
I'm so glad you raised that, also, because that's exactly, I think, the way we need to look at it, right? It's not AI for the purpose of AI. Whatever, then it's a buzz term. And the previous conversation triggered a thought with me about, different challenges, right? You mentioned rare disease earlier. There are so many, we work with clients that really have challenges finding that right patient, because in a rare disease community, it's so difficult for those people to get diagnosed. And just as an example, we've had multiple instances where we see that specialists need to put their patients on prednisone, for instance, again, even though the patient know he or she failed on it before, but just because otherwise a more expensive treatment would not get through prior authorization, which is, from a clinical care standpoint, a little bit ridiculous, right? But just because you don't have access to that information, it prevents the best possible care that you can access now. And there are there are several AI-driven companies that are also working on those challenges together with health systems, from an interoperability standpoint, but also from a patient engagement standpoint, be able to retrieve all the prior information to move that forward, to accelerate that diagnosis, which is a huge potential for improving care. So I wanted to bounce that a little bit back to you guys on knowing that there are also evolutions ongoing in that different area. Where do you see the role of pharma playing in there to improve the care journey all throughout, right? Pre-diagnosis to post-diagnosis. Happy to hear your thoughts. I don't know, Tim, if you have some initial thoughts to share?
Yeah, I think this just speaks to the complexities, right, that we work within, right? We talk about omnichannel, but we know how hard it is to get a patient onto a therapy, right? It's not, we were seeing pictures of Coke. You can see an ad of Coke and go down the street and get it. We can't do that, right? And so when you find different points, right, in that journey that you can connect, right? We have a lot of the data. We have a lot of the technology that's allowing us to bring all that together. And now when we apply some of these machine learning capabilities or AI capabilities on top of that, I think that's when we're going to find moments that allow us to cut through more of it, right? But it's got to be adoption across all of the points, right? It's got to be adoption across the healthcare systems, right? Or the the companies that pay for, for you to get on, the discount on your drug. Like, there's so many parts of it that have to connect, right? And we were talking about DE&I earlier, right, too, like finding those right moments for people who are underserved, right? And getting them the help that they need. And whether that's a ride to the doctor, right? Like, those, I think, are the places that we can continue to evolve beyond like our normal everyday, right, things that we think of. Like, we have to find those individuals too that need the help.
Totally agree. Go ahead.
Yeah, I can add one thing. I think this is the biggest challenge we face, which is, yes, we have a lot of data. Like, our friends in Europe, they say, the US has so much data, it's incredible. Yeah, but they're all disconnected. They're all in different places. It's really hard to connect them. It's really hard to gather insights when you have like 250 data sources that don't talk to each other, right? I had an experience in my own country a few years ago where I had to get a test somewhere, and then I had to go to another physician somewhere else. And the physician, different systems, different healthcare, like hospitals, he saw all of my test results within like 15 minutes. And he said, oh, great, I see that you got your test. These are the results. This is what I'm doing. And then I got to get like another like MRI type of thing. They could see every single thing. And I'm like, how is this possible? I haven't been to that country for a long time. They said, we have one system, one EHR, everything is in one database. We see every single thing, and you see every single thing. And then I had the experience of my wife where, she was getting treatment at Mount Sinai. Her doctor moved to a private office, and they said, oh, we're going to print everything out for you so that you have all the data you need and you can bring it back to them. I'm like, oh my God, this is 2023. It was 2022. And it's incredible, right? When you have to bring your printouts to a new practice and say, this is my like past medication, past test results.
Or when they say to fax something.
Like,
that drives me nuts.
Like, where do I go to find a fax machine?
Like, I don't know how to do that anymore.
Beautiful note. Yeah, I understood that in the US, healthcare is the major customer segment for faxes. So that's an interesting point. As you may hear, I'm not a US-based citizen, so apologies if I laugh at that. Before we wrap up, because I think we're out of time, are there any bold statements that you'd like to make on where we see AI go and how we think it's fundamentally going to impact the industry?
I love bold statements. So here's the one thing I will say, and I'm a huge fan of AI. Like, I love everything about it. But it's the one thing I will say, and I'm going to talk about this a little tomorrow, is we have to be a little bit careful about the needs of the business today versus the needs of the business when AI is like ready. And I'm not saying AI isn't, there are certain applications of AI that are ready. We saw one earlier, right? That was amazing. But there are reps out there in the field who like have to make their number like this month and this quarter. And so with all of these investments in AI and in the future and all these things, we have to be a little bit careful about taking care of the present, I think, maybe. That's my bold statement.
So my big bold statement would be all pharma companies are like, we are patient-centric. And then if you look at our organization internally, we service the field. Like it is all about, I mean, the medicine is about the patient and everything, but how we go up and how we show up is about getting that script, getting a script written. For me, I think that with this, we're actually able to pull through that vision and that statement, a mission statement for all companies. We actually are able to do something more meaningful in that patient space beyond just, here's our brand marketing, and really do something beneficial, more beneficial, sorry, I want to caveat that, more beneficial for the patient. So.
It's about people living with a certain condition and meeting them where they are at, and not about.
Not to minimize the today, but that's the future and the ultras to me is I think that we're able to pull that through more fully.
All right. Thank you so much for this engaging panel. I want to be mindful of the time and make sure we have enough time for the next panel. But truly, sincerely, thank you. This was super engaging and exciting, and I hope we got the excitement also a little bit across to everyone here in this room. I don't know if we have a minute for questions, Simon. If not, then we need to move on.
Yeah, we're a little bit tight, so I do apologise there. But first of all, let's just give them all a round of applause for a wonderful discussion there. Obviously, I want to thank Tim, Brittany, Bob, Ozgun, and Sarah for conducting a wonderfully orchestrated discussion. You have questions and discussions, let's collar them over lunch. This is a big area. There's a lot to talk about here. So, folks, if I could collect all of your mics, we've got another panel right now. In fact, my esteemed colleague here. Thank you all. Thanks, yeah. Right. So we're going to move on to our next session, our penultimate session. I should say our final session before lunch. I'd like to introduce our additional panel members here. We have Mark Bard, who's from the Digital Health Coalition, I should say. Many of you know Mark from the past anyway. Mark's going to be conducting this discussion. Alongside Mark, we have Jay De La Cruz from Underscore Marketing. We have Danny Flamberg from Live World, and also over here, Joyce Ercolino from Harmony Biosciences and Claudia Knizik from Amgen. So welcome, please welcome all of our panel members up to the stage, and we will crack on with our next session.
Yeah, I'm not sure is there anything I can do to help? Can you speak to your slides from sitting? Yeah. Awesome. All right. We're going to be very efficient in this session, make up a little bit of time, but also try and give you the same level of insight. Does that work for everyone's seating? Great. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to play a little bit of an MC moderator, and I'll be asking questions to everyone up here. We're going to look at CX through the lens of social, and I think this is extremely relevant. All of you that think about social, social as it relates to customer service and CX has certainly been top of mind for many years. So we're going to look through that lens, but also ask some of those big strategic questions and then get into kind of what's working today, but also some of the big obvious challenges, like when we have to go and present a social working, we still present audience count numbers, right? We don't necessarily dig as deep as we may like to. When we thought about this session, we went back and forth. We did a little bit of a study working with Danny at Live World, where we went out and talked to 10 different companies in pharma. And we were going to present that up front and then jump into the panel. We said, well, let's do it as like present some insight and then get the panel to react. So we're going to do that. But then to start it off with, Jay at Underscore is going to kick us off. And I said, Jay, can you give us just kind of a brief opening framework for how we think about this strategically? We tend to get in the weeds very quickly when we think of social, what's your meta strategy, what's your Insta, threads, whatever. So we're going to kick it off with Jay talking about how do we think about this holistically.
Thanks, Mark. Hi, everybody. I brought a prop with me, so to be very dramatic. My name is Jay De La Cruz. I work at Underscore, SVP of Media there. I am addicted to TikTok. I'm the first one. When it first came on, I got to do the videos. I got to do all that. And anytime something new comes in, like Threads, now I'm checking that out. But it sort of goes with how a lot of our clients, they want to do social. Oh, we got to be in social. We have to be in social. Okay, let's take a step back. Instead of jumping right into TikTok and doing your videos and massively failing, what exactly are your intentions? So it's pretty obvious to everyone here in the room when you're doing a campaign, but I just want to call this out here is, let's establish clear objectives for social. You've got your business goals, you've got your overall marketing strategies, your strategic imperatives, and then let's get down to the channels. What is the role of social? So the question that I ask is, what do you want to do with social? Do you want to get in front of your audience? Or do you want to converse with them and engage with them? So first, understanding what role that is, because that determines of how much you put into paid versus organic, Are you looking to generate leads and help build your CRM, your database, and build a community? And then ultimately, is that social is supposed to build awareness, or you're driving education, or are you generating, you want them to take an action? Go to your site to fill out a form, or stay within the platform. A lot of these questions help us to first establish that foundation before we get into, well, what's the metrics and the performance? What's your objectives? Because once we get into that and establish those objectives, there are metrics that we can look at. So how do we look at them? There are, at the top left, are the metrics that we monitor. Us as a media company, we will always monitor these metrics. So understanding your audience, the reach of your audience, how organically are we growing that audience? Is there what that growth rate is month to month? How does that compare to your competitors? And then demographics. We like geography because if there's a geography story that there's a lot of engagement there, well, let's tie that in to what the HCPs that are in that area, and can we connect those two audiences and messages together? And then there's engagement. If you're posting, what are those likes, shares, comments, engagement rates, and video views? And then ultimately that conversion. Is the role of social to keep them within that platform and engage, or are you getting them to go to your site to get that engagement as well? All these data points we look at, but ultimately it's about what that data is. How does it all tie in together? And what we like to say is, what does the data, what story does the data tell you? Is it giving us a qualified audience engagement? If it's not, then do we need to revamp our targeting and refine it? It's constantly refining our target audience. What are the types of insights? And how do we attribute the activity or potentially RX lift to social? How can we build that up? Do we have the right technology in place, the pixels in place? And then we talked about targeting, and how does this affect the overall digital ecosystem? Yes, we can work within the social and see how that performs, but how does that tie in to your overall mix? And then ultimately, that helps drive the story of what your business goals are, is the brand awareness. Different types of metrics can help drive that brand awareness. The reach is there. Is it growth? How does it compare to competitors? And what the engagements are like. Are we getting enough lead gens, qualified lead gens? And then that difference between traffic of web versus platform. So a lot of these metrics we can look at, but it's a matter of what's the story that we want to tell, and how do we take those actionable insights. And how we do that is collaboration. It's so easy to bring this up, but I think it's a very key of, do we have all the key stakeholders in place? Not just from a media company, not just from a creative agency, but from the client's perspective as well, from a pharma company. Who are the players there? Not just our marketing folks, but the data folks as well. And how does it all tie in together? The one thing with the data that we have from a media perspective is, what we like to do is, how can we support the sales field? If we have somebody engaged on Doximity, well, what does that mean? Are they engaging with specific content that we can inform our sales team to help them, help improve their conversations with their doctors? And what are the different roles and responsibilities? And what's that infrastructure and that data ecosystem? And how does it all tie in together? Where does social fit amongst all the different channels, including marketing as well as media? And then I put here agreement on the right formulas. It's really about the ROI. We're here to talk about ROI. Well, what is that formula for a brand awareness? What is that ROI? Yes, it could be tied into an RX, but ultimately, what's the value of somebody going to a site and watching a video? What's the value of someone who's downloading some doctor discussion guide and applying that to then tie into your social to see if that ROI is delivered?
Excellent. So we just heard from Jay, and I'm going to go back in my quest for efficiency. I didn't properly introduce everyone. So we heard from Jay at Underscore. We've got Danny at Live World. We've got Joyce at Harmony. I'm trying to go in order here. And Claudia with Amgen as of about a week ago, previously, was recently rolled into the Amgen family. And I'm Mark with DHC. So I am going to try and go rapid fire through about 5 different topics here. We're going to end on ROI specifically, but we want to build the case strategically in terms of why are we talking about this. So audience and marketing mix, as I mentioned when I talked with Danny about this several months ago, we had this conversation about, we're not pushback, but more we're getting kind of the questions, the tough questions on how do we think in framing strategically of social. And when you look at it, so we went out and talked to 10 different pharma companies as a part of this process. And one of the first areas we looked at was, who are you targeting? This is a really kind of interesting one strategically because it does cascade down into ROI. When we said, do you target physician, consumer, or equal, okay? Almost half the audience said they consider HCP as their quote-unquote primary, and we'll get into this because there's some big differences. You can scale consumer in ways you can't necessarily scale HCP in terms of spend, right? So you may be a company saying, I'm spending a ton on consumer, but we still think the HCP engagement is primary. The other half looking at the audiences equally, and a very small number targeting DTC as an exclusive. So I'm going to start off with, and I'm going to pick on Joyce to begin with. When you think primary audience, and obviously this changes by the type of the company and the type of the products, but as a company, do you think of them equally, or how do we think about the true audience in social today when we think about that strategy at the very high level?
Thanks, Mark. I work for Harmony Biosciences. We're a rare disease company in the sleep neuro space. So I have a rare disease lens, so my lens is very focused. But the way we really look at things, you know, social to us is just part of our overall content strategy, right? It's just another channel, so, or channels, but it's not social amongst or just to itself, right? It's where's our audience and meeting them where they're at. It depends if we're doing disease ed versus if we're doing branded, and we're in social for both, but I think looking at you know, the content and your objectives, to Jay's point, we know that we have physicians that will engage with our disease ed, and they're engaging with the content because they're referring our disease ed properties and some of the award-winning work that like we've done in our disease ed to their patients because it's a valuable resource. Now, they're not doing that for brand, but we're equally really targeting consumers and HCPs, and sometimes the HCPs are consuming the consumer content because they want to refer it, and then they're also engaging with HCP social media where, you know, we have Doximity or Soma or things that we're doing. It's more important, I think, to our consumer marketing team. It's a bigger part of their marketing mix, social, than it is on the HCP side, but it's really on a channel by channel, case by case basis, and then it's different for branded and unbranded. So it really kind of, you know, it depends. It all has to be tied back to the strategic objectives.
Excellent. Claudia, you're in a similar position with kind of very targeted products. How do you think about that balance between the two?
So I work on the consumer team for Tepezza, and we have both disease education and branded Facebook pages, and we do both for paid social as well. We don't really have a lot of physician, you know, advertising on Facebook and stuff for the HCP side, but in terms of our consumers, they're very much on the social channels, and so it's a huge part of our mix. I mean, we get a very, like 35% of our traffic to the website, or T1 Actions is from social.
Wow.
So it's a key portion of our, you know, of our advertising and engaging with consumers.
Excellent. Danny, you have a nice front seat to looking at the industry across a lot of different clients. What are you seeing in terms of that balance? Obviously, HCP became very interesting during the pandemic when access was cut off in terms of social. What do you see today? How do you see that balance?
We're seeing an equal emphasis depending upon what brands we're working on. But we found an incredibly ascendant use of HCP. I don't know whether you've been following the studies, but DHC did one, Sermo did one. There's a bunch of other studies that indicate that 80% of HCPs responding to these questionnaires indicate that they use social media for professional purposes. And in our latest study, half of those people indicated that they use social media, half of the HCPs use social media during the workday. So in sense, social media is emerging as kind of a clinical, day-to-day tool for physicians. And then you also have the question of DTC. Can we drive traffic to the HCPs? And we've all seen the research data which indicates that for the most part, HCPs are affable. If a patient asks for a particular drug or asks for a particular therapy, a huge percentage of their doctors is willing to try it and give it to them. So we're seeing a kind of a dual thrust in the social arena.
Excellent. Jay, I'm going to switch to the next question and let you kick that one off. So when we went out and talked to Pharma, we had them kind of force rank, and just to highly summarize it, ROI was the biggest one, right? How do we define it? How do we think about it? Too many platforms to keep up with, and thinking about creating enough content for the platforms. These were kind of the big three. Much lower was things around brand safety. Obviously, brand safety is important, and one could argue, hey, we've got really good tools to address some of these further down the list, and we're struggling with ones on the top. So talk to me a little bit about what do you see kind of top of mind that we absolutely have to address in 2023?
So I focus a lot on media strategy and media planning, and what I always, on the DTC side, it's all about the targeting. We do a lot of work in rare disease, and it's how close can I get to that audience. I always do like a charades with partners. Here's my patient, who can get me as close as possible, right? So I think targeting, and the key thing about targeting is it's once you set a plan, it's constantly refining it throughout the campaign. If anybody has a campaign that still sets it and forgets it, then you're in the wrong business, because you're constantly learning, data constantly learns, and how do you refine and adjust that? So on the DTC side, I think, especially for rare disease, it's that targeting is what I'm focusing on. From an HCP side, platforms outside of the consumer platforms like your Doximities, your Sermos, it's the content I think I would focus. I wouldn't focus more on like the cost per engagement is going to be high compared to everything else. The cost per HCP could be a little bit higher. I would focus more on, once you have that engagement, it's who's engaging. We get a lot of these physician level data. It's understanding if Dr. Jones is engaging, well, he's closer down the funnel, then what's that next step that we want to serve them, or get that information to the sales team and say, hey, they've engaged with this content on Doximity, this could help you in your conversations. So a lot of it is getting that data over to everybody. I talk about infrastructure, and I think Oz talked about it earlier, that what's that ecosystem, and how do we get all that data to them on an HCP side? And that's what we're always challenged to make sure that we get that in front of you.
Excellent. Joy, so you're seeking more budget to go back and kind of double or triple down on some of the social initiatives. Mm-hmm. What are some of those typical pushbacks still in 23?
I don't think we have as many pushbacks for social as we used to have. I think it's still just understanding a bit of the ROI, right? Or the time to value. I liked when that was said earlier today. I think understanding around HCP, can it be tied directly to script lift? And I think the answer is no, it can't. But if you're really thinking about omnichannel, it's putting all of your media together, because you have to strategically have the right content, again, in the right place, and then what's the role of social at that point in time? We're looking at doing HCP segmentation, so we can't have the same creative for someone who's writing our product versus not writing our product, right? One size doesn't fit all. So if you can get someone, through setting up lead gen, if you want to call it that, to now have awareness of your product, and then take a conversion, which is your ROI, to go to your website because you've got that tracked and so on, and now they've downloaded a valuable piece of content which can show intent, which maybe it's your prescription form, maybe it's not, right? But even a patient video, there's ROI there because you're getting that engagement and you're moving them down the funnel of consuming the right content, which is going to help them consider your product. So it's not so much about the channel as just part of the whole, story of taking the provider or the patient through what you need to do with them, which is either awareness or engagement, to get them closer to that next decision, right?
Great.
About treatment.
Nice, and you've set us up very well we're going to close it out with some deep dive into ROI. Claudia, you mentioned about a third of audience coming, obviously some very impressive numbers. What holds you back from doing more, potentially?
Budget.
Okay.
time. No, actually, I shouldn't say, because we found that there is a point of diminishing return with budgets. We were given a large budget a couple months ago, and there's a point where it just is too much. But I think creative is really important, having to turn it out, and you have to turn it out quickly. I was at Meta's offices a few weeks ago, and they're saying every 3 months we should be, putting through new creative. And to do that, you need to have a team that's willing to create it, and we don't necessarily have that. And so I've been working with Shuttle Rock, which is a smaller agency that will take your existing creative and animate it, as well as working with like a small agency that's a little less expensive to get, creative completely refreshed all the time. But it's just, it's time, and then it's the audience targeting. Like you saying, set it and forget it. Like I had to drill that into my media agency. I cannot even tell you. They're like, campaign budget optimization. I'm like, no, like you have to allow your different audiences to have a chance to, to perform and to use budget. Because if you always let the system optimize, it's always going to go to look like. Always, because that's a larger audience. And retargeting and re-engagement, which is for us very often the better performing group, because we're trying to pull people through all the different ads, almost like I think of it as like the CRM, like it's messaging. I mean, Tepezza is a biologic. Thyroid eye disease is often misdiagnosed. Patients go to 5 to 6 doctors before they get diagnosed. So we're constantly trying to educate them and make sure that when they go on treatment, they've made the right decision, they're with the right doctor, and they feel good about their decision. So we're using social to help them do that,
I totally agree. And the retargeting, it takes time. Like you really have to test and learn. There is no set it and forget it. You have to have 3 months of your campaign to just see how it's doing. And we often have to tweak and tweak. And is it the lookalike or is it the retargeting? And it's different for HCP versus consumer. And, you also have to think about when you have advanced, practitioners, right? Speaking to them, if they're writing scripts, like that's different sometimes than speaking to the MDs directly, because some of them are writing under an MD, some of them aren't. So getting that targeting, it takes time to get it right. So you just have to plan all that into the budget because it does take time.
So if I can characterize the stumbling blocks, the first is coverage, targeting. Are we getting to the right people? Can we identify the audience we need to reach, and can we find the platform that's going to deliver them? Second would be cost, which has been mentioned, and oftentimes social is compared with programmatic or search in budget fights. Third would be compliance. Can we get the message through MLR? Is it compliant with all the rules and regulations? And lastly, to your point, Claudia, creative. Can we form the right message? Can we produce it in the right kind of time? Do we have the right modality to engage and inspire the audience? So those are the 4 stumbling blocks I think we're all seeing across the practices and that we've got to confront in terms of selling social to the executive level of our companies.
Excellent. So let's go rapid fire through just some insights on social platforms, and then we're going to close it out with the ROI deep dive. So real quick, obviously physicians are a little bit different in that we have gated, ungated communities. This is some data from Sermo. Ease of use is with the ungated platforms. When they want really highly credible information, they may be going to HCP-specific content. When we reached out to Pharma, again, and asked kind of from an ROI perspective, on the HCP side, who do you think is doing better? We got a nice mix. It's not one company really standing out from another. They have different values. On the consumer side, no surprise here. We've got kind of some new emergents like TikTok. Maybe you're still trying to figure out some of the newer ones that have gone through issues recently. I'm going to start with Jay real quickly, and I'm not going to cover all these, but let's think ROI very quickly. Your brief comments on how do you answer the question? Because it always seems like, well, this platform does really well from an ROI with this audience, and I can't just paint the whole platform with one brush. How do you answer that question of, because that's a very direct ROI outcome, is you got to pick the right platform for what you're trying to do. How do you answer that question?
I mean, it's testing everything. Like I get a lot of media partners, as you guys do, and it's the first thing they say. Here's the ROI is 10 to 1, 6 to 1, 5 to 1. That's great. But that doesn't mean anything to me based on the audience that we have to work with. So a lot of it is we test it out. So I'm more of a, I guess, control freak in that I want to see the data myself. I want to be able to make that formula and that assessment myself to see if that 10 to 1 is actuals. So a lot of it is we try to, it's about on the platform, is our audience there? What are they doing? And then we can at least, let's test it out. As Joyce said, it takes 3 months. Ideally, you want to see how it performs. And then from there, then we can either continue on with it or find another opportunity. We don't want to set and forget it. So as I talk about refining targeting, refining the campaign as well, moving from one channel to another, and it's all about where the audience is, and see if we can, depending if we have the budget, if we can, find where those audiences are and test that in order to see if that ROI is indeed the right one.
Claudia, obviously you're focused on consumer. How do you answer that question kind of in 23? Where do you get the biggest bang for your buck?
Well, for us, I mean, we do Facebook. We haven't done any of the other, besides Facebook and Instagram, we haven't touched TikTok. I'm afraid of Reddit, I'll be honest. They keep trying to push Reddit on us, and I'm like, I won't even go and search Tepeza on there. I'm afraid of the AEs I might see. So part of it's like monitoring. We need to have a team that's going to monitor like the comments, the responses, whether they're positive or negative. And so to have that's right now, that's our internal brand comms teams who does that. So if we don't have that, is it scalable? Are our patients there? I mean, majority of women, women in their 40s, 50s, 60s. Are they really on some of these? We're not sure. There are some younger, but it's just, do we have the budget and the time to create what needs to be done for that platform?
Yeah, that's a great point. Like when the organic to posting, it comes down to, do you have the infrastructure to support that? Because especially, I used to work years ago on JCPenney's. And so there was a team built in to monitor on Oscar night when there was comments going on. Imagine with Pharma, it's even more so that you have to constantly stay on top of it. So that in itself is a stumbling.
And report any AE you see. And that takes time to fill out that form and submit it over and ensure it's done within 24 hours and compliantly.
So let's jump in it. Close your eyes for a second. I'm going to skip forward to the ROI. Okay? There we go. Boom. We're going to close out with some ROI insights. I'm just trying to keep us on track, and I know we've kind of brought some of these up, and this was the meat of it anyway in the previous discussion. So let's jump into the ROI and metrics. Danny alluded to this a little bit. There was actually a study that you did looking at kind of 2/3 of physicians saying it changed perception in some way, about half saying it's changing an RX decision in some way. So we're looking at this in the grand scheme of things from ROI. It also has a significant CX impact in terms of how they want to get feedback. When we talk to Pharma high level, virtually every company defined it as a net positive. It wasn't like we found companies that said, oh, this doesn't work, right? It has value. You got to figure out where it applies. 80% had some set of quantitative goals, and this is really where we're going to get into the kind of the weeds here a little bit. 70% believing that social in some ways was performing than some of their other media channels. So there was clearly some wins here, right? You said you may find diminishing returns, but we're getting significant value in some areas. Where are they spending their time? And this is where it was a big disconnect, right? In a lot of the top 20 pharma companies, it still is a reach, impressions, engagement, audience growth game, right? And the reason being, when I got to go to senior management, they need something they understand, right? When you start to get down, you get into the more fancy acronyms here, right? The stuff that only the media folks may understand, all the way down to the conversion metrics, the share of voice. But we're still, for the most part, what we heard a lot in top 10 was, we're presenting this top here, and we want to get to the bottom, and we're getting there, but it takes time. Part of it's education, part of it's better data. So let's jump into it. I'm going to start with Danny. Let's talk about why are we limited to this kind of top here of the simplistic metrics, and what does it take to get us further down that curve into some of these advanced attribution models or deeper insights?
Well, it starts with what Jay started with, which is a clear understanding of the objectives. What do you want to do, and how do we measure the performance against the objective? The other is, and I think somebody mentioned it in a previous panel, the data sets don't connect with each other naturally. So easy comparisons are difficult, easy calculations are difficult. And third, there is a bias against social because people don't believe that it's effective at lead generation. But you can't take the old-fashioned formula and say, okay, we got X number of impressions, or we got X number of downloads, we spent Y amount of money, we divide X by Y, and we have a number that we can present. That doesn't adequately tell you what's going on. So again, it's about finitely managing your expectations and your goals against the results that you can find.
Excellent. Claudia, how do we get to some of those more advanced, or are we answering the questions with what we're looking at today for the most part?
Well, I connect my agencies together, right? So I have Epsilon, who's managing our, the website and all the analytics there, meeting with Wavemaker, who does our social media, and ensure that they're talking together and, conversing over and pulling together the data so we know what's happening on the meta side and then what's happening actually on the engagement once people are on the website. And so that's how we, that's basically what we're doing there. And
So, Joyce, some deep dive. How do we get, are we in a position that we do have the insights we need to kind of justify the value, or how do you see some of that path getting deeper over time?
Well, we look at our media, and social's part of media in totality, and we're looking at, how is it driving against our strategic objectives? And we look at what portion of engagement we're getting coming from social, versus other media. So we see really clearly that social moves the needle. We see that search really moves the needle. And we know that when we dial up and dial down our spend, there's a direct correlation. We'll do that around conferences. I mean, it's actually really pretty simple to really just tweak things and see how things move. And we look at it all the time. But, you have to look at it. You have to look at it in totality, and then you have to also look at it again for branded and unbranded. We also see that, on the branded side, we have a different experience and different engagement with, Facebook versus Instagram. So each channel also has a purpose and a role.
Yeah.
They're different. So you have to keep kind of all of these things in mind. And like we've been really successful in social, and we're using a lot of social, and it does work. But it's really around engagement. It doesn't matter if you have, 10,000 followers, if they're not doing or taking the desired action, whether it's your HCP or, your consumer or DTC audience, if you need them to be doing something and converting, whatever that conversion is, that's what you're looking for. You want engaged users, right?
Yes,
So
yeah.
that's the ROI. A smaller amount of highly qualified, targeted, and engaged users are more valuable than, I have 1 million followers. Great. If someone just, they subscribe to you once and they don't engage with your brand, then social's not working for you because you might not have the right strategy, creative, whatever, because it takes all of this to make it work in unison.
Yeah, and you're making an excellent point. It's how this fits relative to every other channel we're using.
Right.
It's the bigger picture. So Jay, close us out. You opened us up. Close it out with how do we get there from here?
I drive my team nuts whenever I say, let's map it out. I'm old school, like the whole post on a board, let's map it out, everything. That's everything from not just our media, that's just a component, but even from a communication strategy, content strategy, marketing strategy, where does everything fit? And then where's the audience fit in each of those steps? And then from there, we get to the specific channels of social. As an example, what does that do? How does that different map? So then at least we have that ecosystem. That's another word that I drive my team crazy about. And we understand, okay, this is where we want to track everything. And at least if we have that game plan, then we can start feeding out and getting all the data sets together and how do we compile it all together. Because that's the biggest thing, as someone said on the last panel that we have, and Danny said earlier, there's all this data. How do you connect it all together? Well, I think it's, what data is available? Who has it? And how do we access it out? So I think if we just start it out, just map it out, and then we can see where we're at each time.
Yeah, begin with the end in mind. So thank you very much to the panel. I'll put it on the slide, and I'll personally thank you as well. Joyce, Claudia, Danny, and Jay. And I think I'm going to turn it over. Well, I'll do the clap here as well. And I will turn it over to Simon if you want to do it virtually from there.
No, thank you very much. That's again, just a real quick round of applause. Obviously, that was wonderfully conducted from Mark, Joyce, Claudia, Danny, and Jay. Obviously, thank you all for your, obviously that concludes our mid-morning segment. Again, we've had 2 panels and a dual presentation from Ryan and Lauren at Click earlier. So we've had some really good talks this morning. It is lunchtime, so we've got just under an hour or so. I'm going to open these 2 doors just behind me here. Go in, there's a buffet lunch, grab what you need to grab, continue the conversations. We'll reconvene back in here at 2 p.m. for our afternoon session. And as mentioned, if you missed any sessions, we are recording and we'll make them available on demand after, but we'll be reconvening at 2 p.m. Thank you again, everyone, for your participation.
Thank you.
listening to Radio X, the birthplace of modern rock
and fundamental social upheaval.
This is Sage on Radio X. Do you love it? Just say it. Say it. Sage. How did it make you feel? Sage, bringing the future of rock and roll. And trust me, I know where it's headed. God, I have to work so hard. I have to press the...
It starts with one thing. I don't know why. It doesn't even matter how hard you try. Keep that in mind. I designed this rhyme to explain in due time. All I know, time is a valuable thing. Watch it fly by as the pendulum swings. Watch it count down to the end of the day. The clock takes life away. It's so unreal. Didn't look out below. Watch the time go right out the window. Trying to hold on to didn't even know I wasted it all just to watch you go. I kept everything inside, and even though I tried.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I know we slightly overran the lunch to give you a little bit of extra time because I know we finished late just before lunch, but we'll pick back up at a quick pace this afternoon. I'm going to jump right into our next session. Doesn't need much of an introduction, or I should say reintroduction. I'd like to welcome Ozgun Demir, who's the head of digital marketing at Genentech up here. Oz is an esteemed, seasoned veteran in the healthcare digital marketing space. Obviously, most recent, his current role leading digital marketing over in Genentech. Personal note, he's a bit of a champ because he did a red eye to get here today after presenting to 500 senior marketing leadership folks within his organization yesterday. So really appreciate that, Oz. Owe you a beer. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Oz as our next speaker. He's obviously going to be speaking on focusing around breaking down silos and creating innovation within omnichannel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, how's everybody doing? Good. Wow, okay, after lunch, everybody's like, we're pumped. This is great. I love that. This is the toughest session, and as you can see, I put my real picture up there. That's just a costume. So this actually was part of the presentation that we did to 500 junior and senior marketers yesterday. We kicked off Digital Academy, which I'll talk a little bit more about, but we wanted to make it fun, so everybody had AI-generated pictures. Our chief commercial officer had like a bodybuilder body, which was really fun too. So yeah, I'm head of digital marketing at Genentech. I've been there only 11 months, almost a year now. But I've been in pharma for a long time. I've been at Pfizer, Bayer, and Novartis, doing similar things, but I'm sure you guys remember it wasn't called omnichannel. It was e-marketing, interactive marketing, sometimes i-marketing for some reason. I think it's like the iPhone i-marketing thing. But I went through this evolution. And then in one of the conferences, I heard quantum channel marketing. Like, guys, you're going like too far. Like, omnichannel is okay. All right, so we're going to talk about silos in omnichannel and how to hopefully dismantle them. One thing that I've seen at Genentech and other companies is there is a huge knowledge silo, meaning all across the organization, different departments, different teams, different levels of seniority, there's a lack of knowledge in terms of when you say omnichannel, for example, what does that mean? I asked about 50 people, can you describe omnichannel to me? Because everybody keeps talking about it. I probably got 50 different answers to it, right? And 45 of them were wrong, 5 of them were pretty close. Even though there's no one single definition that we all align on, like there are some concepts to it, right? There's the personalization, there's the connectedness of that. And some teams are saying, we're doing omnichannel, and of course they're not. So what we did is we started a digital academy. Last month, we actually launched it before to all the senior leaders, including our CEO. And we're like, guys, sit down. I know you guys are very senior and big egos. This is not how I told them, of course. But you need to know the foundations. Like when you ask your teams to do something, you need to know what you're asking. And you need to know to ask the right questions. So when your team comes to you and says, I did this campaign. It was great. We got 1 billion impressions. I want my senior leaders to be able to say, sure, but 1 billion impressions doesn't mean anything. What does it mean to really measure the right thing? So we went through that, and yesterday, 500 marketers, LMR people, so regulatory, legal, operations, analytics and intelligence, all of our centers of excellence. The goal is this. Go through the same journey, the learning journey, think about the same things, as an organization. So there is no silo in understanding. So that was the first step. What we talked about was this. We all keep talking about the omnichannel journey. What does it really mean? Like, what is one example, right? And we go through one of these examples where, think about an HCP. We have a patient version as well, but I didn't want to bore you with all the details. But think about an HCP. We talked about precision segmentation today, and I told you a little bit about my frustration with, let's create 4 personas and let's plan for them for the next 2 years. And in 2 years, let's create new personas, which does not work anymore, right?
And these personas that we set in stone, we say, we did market research. We asked 10 people, and they said this. So, these must be true. How do we actually dynamically change them and create micro segments that are more fluid? It's not like you're person A today, and then in the next 2 years, you're the same person. If I buy something, yesterday there was this example of, I saw all the Barbie ads, and I'm not a Barbie person, but I convinced my wife to go to the Barbie movie because there was so much advertisement. So advertisement well spent. I went to the movie, I watched it, and then I came back, and I'm still seeing the same ads. These are ads that you spend money for that doesn't matter. So I'm not in that segment anymore, right? I moved to the segment of, I watched the movie, I'm not interested anymore. How do we do that for our patients? How do we do that for our physicians? I don't want to give you the message of, hey, you need to get tested, and then you get tested, and then I still give you the, you need to get tested message. Maybe you're on product, and you're still getting the, you need to get tested message. So how do we keep changing those all the time? 2, okay, this is really funny. I ask some brands and I say, do you have segments? And they say, yeah, we have great segments. They're amazing. We have 5 of them. These are blah, blah. I'm like, wow, that's great. Can I see the content for them? And they say, oh, we have one type of content. We send the same content to everybody. I'm like, why did you segment them? For our field. Oh, gotcha. So you segment them for your field, and you want your field to talk to them differently, but not your digital channels. And people are like, oh, I didn't think about this. I'm like, okay, you should. 3, great. You have a great ad. We talked about, for example, underserved populations or different languages in the panel this morning. For example, you have a Spanish ad. Great. You target Spanish or Spanish-speaking people. Awesome. And then you drive them to an asset, and it's in English. Okay, that's disconnected. That's not a personalized experience. And they say, well, it was expensive to do. So, okay, what did you do? Why did you do the first part? So you're basically telling them, learn more, you don't prefer English, you need to learn more, but then you're like, yeah, psych, you're not gonna learn more. So how do you connect those experiences? And then we talked about offline and online, right? I think this is where we struggle the most as an industry. We either have the offline, we're giving you great suggestions, or online, we're connecting all the pieces, but we don't do a great job of connecting both. There are a lot of cases, I remember in my previous company, we analyzed the path to prescription. Some people in the room will be familiar with that from Novartis, but where you say, what is the best path? If I do X, Y, and Z, what is X, Y, and Z? What is the frequency? What are the channels? It's almost always, there's an online priming, there is the relationship, which is the offline piece, and then there's an online follow-up. And that always gives you the best chance to get a prescription. So we talked about that a lot. And then that follow-up that I talked about. In the end, how do you measure everything? One of my pet peeves is, oh, we don't have to measure, we're agile. Okay. Or we're just experimenting, we don't have to measure. And I'm like, no, it's the opposite. If you're agile, or if you experiment, now you have to measure even more, because you spent less time and you're making an assumption, which is great, I love that. But what was your goal before you experimented or before you piloted something is something crucial. So these are everything that we actually went through with senior leaders. And you would think these people know this, or they would say, I know this. When they go through this, they're like, oh, I don't know this. And now I do, which is great. So we defined in our organization 3 things that are pillars of personalization. We talked about these, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on them. But I'm sure you guys can imagine the silos that are happening. For example, with data. We have multiple data teams, and they're all responsible for different things. There's the data quality team. There's the team that actually looks at contracting and see where we can buy the data from. There's the team that makes or enables it for marketing or sales. There's the other enablers. So it's a marketer wants something, they have to go to 3 or 4 different people to get the data, and there are gatekeepers. So breaking the silos basically is, can I just give this data readily available to whoever needs it? I don't need anybody to say, you don't need this data, let me cut it because I don't want to show this to you because it's kind of a failure or it doesn't look good. No.
how can I have my marketer, or again, Salesforce, medical, whatever department you're in, have access to data? Again, powered by learning. So this digital academy that I talked to you about, it has 7 modules. One of them is about how do you understand data? How do you really deep dive into it? Not PowerPoint decks, but raw data that you look at and you say, I should look here more. I should go deeper here. I see some anomaly here. How can I interpret that? So make everybody marketing scientists, right? I know there's a lot of art in marketing, but as we get to know more and have more access to data, I think the scientific part is getting like more and more important. Content. How many of you have gone through the process of, let me create the CVA, let me create a PDF, the agency give me all the messages. Great, we have all the content we need and we spent all of our budget. Now let's see what kind of channels we're on. Oh, we're on social. This content sucks for social. So let's try to go back to the agency, give them a little bit of more money, or let's try to like really push them so that they can adjust it a little bit so that it's okay for social. We want to change that a little bit where you start with, great, this is my message. These are the channels that my audience is in, and this is how I'm engaging with them. And now I'm creating the content based on the channels that I'm using. Now you don't have to go back and forth. And we're, by the way, measuring who is going back and forth to just make sure that we don't enable that behavior. 3, we talked about this. It's not multi-channel, it's omni-channel. And a lot of people, I know marketers have these slide decks of, we did omni-channel, and then they show us all the multi-channel things that they did that they're disconnected. There are a lot of silos here as well. I usually don't like it when somebody's job is just, I'm social media, I am banner ads, I am search, and that's all they do, and they don't step outside of that. Now what happens is, actually we had a similar discussion, even within a brand where you're the HCP marketer and you bid on keywords for HCPs, your patient marketer does it for patients, and you compete with each other. Like, this is ridiculous, and it's at the like smallest level. So how do you look at it overall? I'll talk about a little bit in terms of some ideas that I have that are not easy to implement, but I think if we do them, it's going to unlock a lot of things. So what we are trying to do is go from the siloed and separated to seamless and customer-centric. What are some of the problems? One, I think for pharma, this is a huge problem. We see Salesforce at the center of everything. So anytime we say, oh, we need to go to market, or we have valuable teams, we are here to complement Salesforce. I'm sure you guys remember when we started this, let's say, digital revolution in pharma, and we said, you know what, digital is really important, but we need to make sure the reps feel safe. And our message always was, we're here to complement you. Like, you're always at the center, we're here for you. That's not the case anymore. And I'm seeing discussions in different conferences as well where we say, it's an important channel, our field force is a very important channel, and I really believe it. And I think even 30 years from now, they will exist because human relationship is not going to go away. Even with all the talk about AI, that's at the core of like human beings. But I think we'll start deploying them the way we deploy other channels. Like we will say, John, tomorrow your goal is to reach this customer. It's almost like deploying a banner ad or deploying a social media program, right? It's going to be powered by data. Genentech has a lot of small indication launches in the next couple of years, and we're thinking about, we cannot deploy traditional sales forces anymore. Like, we cannot say 20 small indications, let's create 20 teams of 70 people. That doesn't work anymore. So how do we deploy them fast is going to get us to the customer-centric and data-driven organization that we want to be. So I'm always like asking people in my organization, where do you think we are? Which is great. Nobody says we are at the holistic omni-channel one. Nobody says we're at the relationship selling one either. So we're somewhere in the middle. I think a lot of companies are, some more to the right, some more to the left. And some companies are saying, you know what, nobody figured it out, so I'll wait a couple of years for people to figure it out. That's the wrong thing to do. And same with AI, right? Like, you shouldn't say, AI is not there yet, the technology is not there yet, so I'm going to stop, because in 6 months, it is going to be. I'll let you read this for a minute, and then I'll start talking about it. So
the problem of data or interpreting data, the problem that we have is this, and I see this with a lot of companies too. People don't want to say, I did this thing for the last 5 years, and it was wrong, right? Because it's almost like a ding on their ego. It's like, oh, I did the wrong thing for the last 5 years. And what happens is we start talking about, I feel like, or I think, and I always say, feelings are not facts. So when you say, I feel like, can we change that conversation to, the data shows me X, Y, and Z, which means we need to shift it to something else. The reason I'm saying this is this. When you want to make a change in your organization, and you say, you know what, let's abandon this program and let's do this, people feel, oh my God, I have a team of 30 and they've been doing this thing, and now how do I convince others that I did the right thing? My message to people has been this. It's okay to do something and it fails. You look at the number, it doesn't show you what you wanted to see. That's okay. What's not okay is you do something, you see that it fails, you keep doing it. That's horrible. The reason why I'm saying this is in terms of the silos context. If you have outcomes at the top level that you align to within multiple departments, then the silos actually disappear. One thing that I noticed was our technology department has goals or roadmaps. Our operations department has roadmaps. Marketing has roadmaps. And I said, can I look at these like in totality? I looked at them, they did not match. So whatever the technology team was doing, the roadmap that they had, they did not meet the needs of marketing because we don't have the same outcomes. We were talking about this with one of my colleagues in this room, and he was saying, you know, like the centralized functions are actually running against my brand needs. It doesn't have to be like that. If you co-create your outcomes based on metrics of success, I think the silos are going to disappear. What we did at Genentech is we created value streams, right? We created what's the business challenge? I don't want us to start with solutions like AI. I don't want us to be like, let's do AI. No. Can we start with value streams of, I want to do a personalized engagement. I want to create better content. I want to analyze metrics in more frequently and have access to data. Great. These value streams had owners, senior level owners. And then the capabilities that we have are either matched to those value streams, or we said, this capability has no value stream attached. And some people said, okay, can I like create another value stream? No, you cannot. You can basically eliminate this program because it doesn't fit our outcomes. It doesn't fit the goals that we all align to. And anytime somebody says, I have a project, let's talk about AI again. I have an AI project. Now what we do is this. We say, we have an improved decision-making process where we say, let's look at it. Does it match any of the value streams? Does it bring value to any of our problems? Doesn't. Okay, then we don't need it. There are cases, 5%, where there is such an incredible opportunity that is not in any of the value streams, but there's a steering committee that says, oh, this is probably really, really important for us to think about because it's going to generate a lot of value for us, for patients, for HCPs. So like, don't ignore the 5% that could give you a benefit. But don't start with the solutioning. Start with the outcomes. OK, one thing that bothers me a lot is we hire people for our department. We don't look at other departments. So we say, oh, I need an omnichannel manager, and I hired here. OK, great. Job description looks beautiful. And then I see, oh, wait a minute, there's another person here that also does omnichannel. Let me look at their job description. There's like a 60% overlap. I see a data analytics person here, another one here. There's a 90% overlap. So my proposal, we haven't gone to this level yet, but hopefully next year, was before you open a job description, consider it not within your team, but within the full enterprise. Is there anybody else that is doing this? Are there going to be overlaps with any other job descriptions? And this requires a good database management and really good HR team that's going to basically tell you, hey, actually, you know what? Let me flag this to you. And you don't want the SVPs or EVPs to be able to override those. Because the minute you get overridden and you have 5 omnichannel managers in 5 different centers of excellence,
it's going to be siloed again. All right, so we are pitching another idea, which is the diagnosis of one of the problems was this. We have therapeutic areas. They have a lot of power. They have a lot of people. They have a lot of money. And they say, I don't need you. I don't need my chief marketing officer. I don't need my one marketing organization. I have $70 million. I can do whatever I want with it. I'm going to engage an agency. I'm going to build my own capability. I'm going to spend my money here. Like, who cares? What can you tell me about it, right? So one idea is this. And if any of you do this before me, please let me know and tell me your learnings. You're going to have your basic budget for your ISI updates, label updates, whatever it is that you have to do. Everything else, you come to the centralized function and make a business case for it. This way, you're also forced to tell me, these are the success metrics that I'm aiming for. If you don't have a good business case, if you don't have good success metrics, you don't get the money. It's easy as that. So this also, again, is trying to break the silos of, I have my money, I can do whatever I want. So that your like 3 different therapeutic areas actually develop the same thing at the same time with different vendors, sometimes with the same vendors. The vendor doesn't even tell you, I'm already doing this for one of your brands. They say, I'm actually going to get $5 more million from this brand. This is the last thing I'm going to touch on. Innovation. A lot of people think innovation comes when you like listen to music or you don't do anything else or you're completely disconnected from your problem. It's not true. A lot of innovation comes from people that have been really integrated into the problem and they think about it all the time. They sleep with it. They go to work thinking about it all the time. Of course, during your focus times, but these are not people that are completely disconnected from what they're trying to solve. We're trying to bring a method, a structure to innovation and make sure if a brand innovates here or experiments here and let's say it did not really yield the results that they were expecting, that's great. They should publish it with everybody else so that other people don't fail at it. I've seen projects where 3 brands separately and independently failed at the same project because they did the same mistake, because they did not share. These are the silos. Same way, scaling, right? You do something, it succeeds, another brand finds out in a year that they did something that succeeded. So the scaling is so slow. And I think this structured innovation, it doesn't mean we're going to curtail you, you cannot think on your own, you cannot come up with ideas. You can, but if that could be centralized in a way where I could see there are 45 experiments running, 32 of them are in progress, 10 of them are in incubation. These remaining ones have actually gone through like everything. Half of them failed, half of them succeeded. These are the ones that I can take. That's going to unlock the organization. We are already seeing multiple projects where few brands said, oh my God, I did not know this. I'm glad you brought it to my attention. I'm glad there's this repository of experiments. Now I can do the same and I can scale. Do we have any time for questions or?
A couple of minutes.
1 or 2? Okay.
Yep. All right. Let's give Oz a quick round of applause for a great talk. It's a hard one after lunch. Okay. Lisa.
Thank you so much. So you talked a lot about experiments and failing fast and kind of being, transparent about when something is not working and then, stopping with that initiative, moving on. So I think many of us here work in kind of large matrixed organizations. So do you have any advice for us trying to instill a bit of that cultural resiliency into an organization, or just tips or tricks on how we can do better with that specific aspect?
Yeah, it's a huge mindset shift. It's a great question. There are 2 things that we're doing, and I'll tell you the results hopefully in a year. 1, senior leaders to go out there and say, I did this, did not work. Because if your marketing managers don't see your leaders say the same thing, they're going to be afraid. And they are. They don't want to say, I did this and it did not work. We recently, yesterday actually, we had our executive vice president say, when I was in my previous role, I did this, it failed miserably. And that lands. Second one, we're doing this in about 2 months. We're going to celebrate people who came forward with I did this, this is what I learned. It's not even failure. I don't even want to call it like failing fast. It's learning fast, right? But if you can go out there and say, these 5 people are recognized because of this, and next year I want to take it further. I actually want to make sure it's part of the competencies, right? Because we evaluate people based on those competencies. It's based on your, or part of your performance reviews, maybe sometimes part of your promotions. That's going to take us a little bit of more time because HR, legal, there's a lot involved. But I think senior leadership showing the way and then recognition, I think those can drive that mindset shift.
I loved it. I couldn't keep up with my notes here. But my first question is really kind of around the tech stack, like technology that makes this happen. And can you speak to a more, like a minimum viable tech stack that's affordable for like organizations that are trying to like really just first start to get into this and start customizing and capturing data and automating that a little more? Is there some affordable, accessible, minimal tech stack that you'd recommend?
Yeah. So I'm not going to talk about products. The only recommendation I'll have for you, and by the way, disclaimer, I always worked at big companies that had a lot of too many resources, which is another problem, by the way. What I would try to do is this. Identify the biggest problem you have, the biggest pain point or opportunity you have, and then hopefully work with 1 or 2 technologies that can complement each other. The biggest problem I see is you have 7 different technologies and you want to integrate them. The biggest cost I've seen is the data feeds and the integrations that are taking so much time and value and life out of people. In terms of technologies and tools, maybe we can connect offline.
Okay, one more quick question, Corbina. Sorry, wrong side of the room.
Oh, this is going to be a tough question.
Not at all. Great presentation, Oz. One question I wanted to dig more into was regarding what you just mentioned about the data and how that takes the life out of people. I think that's where a lot of these projects fail, is trying to define specific KPIs or getting lost in qual and quan. I think earlier this morning, Karen did a good job of kind of talking through how we differentiate the two, but at the end of the day, you still have to link them back together. How do you avoid the projects getting killed or life getting sucked out of it because of the data, because of the integration and ingestion, and clean that up? Because that's the bulk of a lot of these omni-channel approaches, is they require some level of ingestion, insight drives, to be able to automate all of that. So how do you avoid falling for that trap?
Is the question more about like what is the right measure, or the lack of data that like makes it really hard to, or is it both?
From a planning perspective, when that conversation comes up, how do you avoid letting the project get killed? Because there's going to be a lot of thinking around, well, how do we ingest the data? Where do we find it from? How do we clean it up? It sounded like you had an experience to where you can avoid letting the project die on that hill. And so I just would like to hear a little bit more about like things that you use in your roles.
It's a great question. It's a tough conversation as well. So this is my perspective. I don't strongly think it's 100% true. But when my marketers say, hey, I don't have data here, I have data here, I'm getting great feedback on these platforms that I launched, and customers and HCPs, like everybody's saying it's working good, but I don't really have data. Like, do you want me to do it? And I always say, well, if you don't have data, even though you're getting good feedback, you don't know if it works. Are other channels working? If yes, invest in the channels that are working. If the other channels are not working, or if you have data about nothing, can you get data quickly? If the answer is no, I don't want you to wait a year before you launch something, right? So can you launch something and get at least 1 or 2 pieces of data? And again, I don't mean number of impressions, number of tactics we did, but is there something meaningful that we can get out of it? Even if it's not the full picture, is it 1 thing? Is it 2 things? Are we increasing awareness? Maybe you do like a very small online market research and you try to get to it. But the main philosophy is this. If there are things that you can measure as opposed to things that you cannot measure, even though the feedback is great, the experience is great, I always say, invest in the things that you can measure, even if it's like 2 or 3 metrics. All right.
All right. Thank you very much, Oz.
Thank you.
Okay. Right, so we're gonna jump right into our next session. I'd like to say a warm welcome to Susan Kirkendall. Susan, by my side here, she's the CEO of BVA Nudge Consulting. Susan's actually with some of her team members today. They've kindly joined us. They actually have a booth outside, so definitely stop by and meet with them. They're based in New York. Susan's going to be delivering a very interesting case study on behavioral science and nudging for the benefit of better Pharma CX. Purpose of time, I'm going to hand things straight over to Susan because I know we're keen to get up and running. Any questions at the end, raise your hands. I'll run around and mic the audience. Please join me in welcoming Susan as our next speaker this afternoon.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you, everyone. Hi, all. I'm Suzanne Kirkendall, CEO of North America at BVA Nudge Consulting, as Simon said. We're going to have a major palate cleanser right now because I know it's been an awesome day of tech and digital and AI and tech and data. And it's been alluded to that the human element of this is always still important. You know, AI is not the solution, it's the tool to deliver the solution. We're getting into the human side now. So just change mental gears a little bit for me, okay? Quick question for you. Of these companies, what do they all have in common? We see Bank of America, we see Google, we see Facebook, we see eBay, Unilever. They all have a chief behavioral officer. So in the last few years, the Marketing Society has declared this the new must-have role. So you don't need to take it from us that this is important to consider the human side and the behavioral science side on the highest levels. The most successful companies in the world are already doing this in a very official and formal way. So hopefully by the end of this talk, you'll also be on board if you weren't already. So first, we're going to do a little bit of a fun exercise. I know it's 2:40 in the afternoon, everyone's most energetic time, right? Definitely true for me. So we're going to perk ourselves up a little bit, and I'll make a point. So if you can bear with me here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you objects on the screen. All I'm asking of you is say the color of the object quickly and out loud. And if you're watching along at home, I want you to do this too. Like, say it out loud with us as we go. You'll still get the benefit of the exercise. So we're going to practice first. Well done. Okay, you were all top of the class in preschool, I can tell. All right, now we're going to do this for real. Do it loud. Do it like you mean it. Okay, ready, set. Oh no, what happened? Why was that hard? This is a smart group of people. You're motivated. You really want to show off to your new friends your knowledge of colors. We should have nailed this, right? But what we're showing here is that the human brain is a limited resource. Our attention, our processing capacity is not infinite by any means. And this is where all the tech can be helpful in augmenting that. But at the end of the day, we're working with human brains. And so this is a moment to remind ourselves that it's very easy to talk about the patients over here and the HCPs over here. We're talking about humans, which we are also. So just getting ourselves back into our own headspace and our own reality to take in the information that I'm about to share. So to define things, to make sure we're all on the same page, behavioral science, quick question. Who here is familiar with behavioral science? You've encountered it, you've used it, you've heard of it? Okay, like 30% of you. And who here is like, never touched this before, brand new? That's right, you can raise your hands, you're not alone. Okay, cool. Simon, yep, great. So, good. This is new, right? This is new to the field, especially in pharma, but in industry in general. So you're not behind. What we're going to do is two parts in this talk. I'm going to give you the behavioral science 101 right now, so we're all on the same page. And then I'm going to share the case study where we use behavioral science so you can appreciate what was done. Definition. Behavioral science is an umbrella term that includes a bunch of different scientific fields that help us understand, first of all, why we do what we do, and then to effectively influence behavior. So this is everything from social psychology to behavioral economics and nudging to neuroscience, anthropology, sociology, you name it. And we bring all of these fields together under this umbrella because in the real world, it's not, really beautifully randomized controlled trials of human behavior in very controlled moments. It's a lot more complex than that, and so we bring the full toolkit to bear when we're trying to solve these problems. Why is this important? Who here has made a New Year's resolution that did not last past February? Yes, we all have. You can admit it, no shame. We're human, it's fine. What happened there, right? We really wanted to. We were really excited about it. We did all the research about which gym to join, for example, which exercises we were gonna do. We were pumped. We maybe told some people about it. And then after a few days or a few weeks or maybe a few months, it kind of fell off again, right? And this is an illustration of the fact that our actions don't always reflect our choices. And this is a really important behavioral science concept called the intent to action gap. So you can be aware, you can have the attitudes, the knowledge, the skills, the beliefs, and you can still not do the thing I want you to do, or you want you to do, right? And so that's a big difference between behavioral science and traditional approaches to marketing, communications, management, is that tends to focus on the intent. We're like, oh, if they're aware, if they have the attitudes, if they want to tell their friend about it, we're good. But in this very simple 2 minutes together, we've established we're not good. That's not good enough. That's 90% of the way there. But with behavioral science, we're aiming for the 100% of the way there as our finish line with that behavior, not just the intent. And all of this is because we're less rational than we think, as we've already established with our color exercise. And let's go into that a little bit more about where behavioral science came from. So traditionally, and even now, if you don't think about it too hard, we tend to think our decision-making and our behavior is a lot like Spock. It's very rational, it's very logical. We go out, we purposely evaluate all of the choices available to us, we make the best one, and then we follow through on that with our behavior. And the trick with this is if you ask people why they did something, they will tell you this is what they did, right? You'll tell yourself, oh yeah, I evaluated all the options, I made the best one, and then I did the thing I wanted to do. Because that's what's consciously available to us. But so much of what's going on is underneath the surface and unconscious. So we can't explain it out loud, but we can see it with the help of all of these scientific fields put together. So whether this is good news or bad, we're a lot more like Homer Simpson than we are like Spock, and in 4 specific ways. First of all, we're biased. And when I say biased, I'm talking about cognitive biases or heuristics, which are unconscious mental shortcuts that help us to navigate most of the world on autopilot, which is a good thing most of the time, because if we had to consciously evaluate all of the information that comes at us every day, our heads would explode. But as we've talked about earlier today, if you apply one rule to every situation, sometimes it's not going to be the right rule. And so that's why it's called cognitive biases. Second way we're like Homer Simpson is we are contextual. So the environment that we are in when we're making a decision, the way that a choice is presented to us influences what we do. And if we were rational, it wouldn't matter. I would always want the medium-sized pizza. It wouldn't matter if there were 4 sizes of pizza or 2 sizes of pizza for me to choose from. I would just want what I want, regardless of the environment. But that's not what happens. Same thing with our interstate, right? If it's really busy and we're stressed, we're going to behave differently than if we're calm and it's quiet. Again, not rational, but we're not like Spock. We're like Homer Simpson. We're very social, so we've talked a lot about that in different ways today. We care about what other people are doing, and we care about what other people think of us. So that influences our behavior in many interesting ways. And we're emotional. And this is a funny one, because we all acknowledge it, but we don't really give it the weight that it deserves. Emotions are critical to most of what we do. So much so that in people who have the emotional part of their brain damaged from either illness or some kind of accident or injury, they cannot make decisions. You can't get dressed in the morning. And that's for 2 reasons. First of all, it's a motivator, right? Emotions motivate us to do the thing at the end of the day. You can logic your way into a lot of different things, but the emotion gets you over the line of action. And second of all, a lot of what we do is not black and white evaluatable, if that's a word, right? A lot of the world is gray, and so emotions help us to make differentiation between what's in front of us and what we need to do. So we usually see them as an afterthought, but they're actually really, really critical and central to understanding people and influencing them. So this all opens up a really interesting new world for us, because usually when we're thinking about behavior change, we think about making rules for people. We love to do that. We think about incentives. Whenever someone's trying to be extra and design a program for something, how am I going to get this person to do this thing? We think, reward them, pay them, give them a prize. That will solve everything. There's an entire field of research about incentives because it is so easy to get them wrong and so hard to get them right in the first place, and then for sustained behavior change is a whole other kettle of fish. So incentives are usually not the first option when you want to actually make something an effective program. And then in healthcare especially, we love to give people information. So we think if you educate them, if they're aware, if they know, they'll do the thing. And obviously that's not true, or we wouldn't still be asking, how do I market better, right? We've already told them, but they're not doing it. So what else can we do? That's where nudging comes in. So here's an example of a nudge. Can anyone spot the nudge in this photo? The fly. Yes, men are always quick to answer that one. So this is not a real fly. This is a fly that was etched into this urinal. So what happened was there was an airport in Europe where they were having a lot of problem with messiness in the men's restroom. And this was obviously not a good customer experience, but it's also expensive for the airport. Their cleaning costs were higher than they needed to be. So they had tried some of those other levers like rules, like information, and it wasn't really cutting it. So they brought in some behavioral scientists to say, please God, help us. And the behavioral scientists said, okay, let us use our tools and our training to get deep into the psyche of this target audience. What's going to motivate them? What's important to this particular audience in this particular context for this exact behavior? And this is what they came up with. So, no judgment, it's fine. And what they found was that this actually reduced cleaning costs by 80%. So think about the ROI on this kind of program. You do this once, you're good forever, right? Because it's an airport. It's not like people are going to get used to seeing this. This is your one and done. It's novel. It works every time. So this is a really great example of a nudge, because a nudge is an element in the environment that's going to guide your behavior. It's going to make the desired behavior the easiest behavior, but we're not constraining behavior. We're not shoving people. We're not mandating. We're just making the best thing the easiest thing. Got two examples for you, and then we'll get to the case study. First was in a hospital setting. So nudges can live in physical places, digital, all kinds of environments. We've got a couple basic examples just to make the point here. Hospital setting, at the entrance to the ICU, requirement to sanitize your hands or wash your hands, right? Extra sensitive patients in here, we gotta do germ control. Doctors know this, right? Doctors know about germs, they know about hand washing, they care about the patients. So you would assume this would have a 100% adherence rate, we wouldn't have an issue, right? ICU, serious business. Hand washing adherence at entrance to the ICU is only 15%, right? And so this is another thing where the intent is probably there. Doctors know, doctors care, they want to take care of their patients, but the action wasn't happening. So they tried to put up signs to remind them and all these other kind of logical things. Nothing was really doing anything. So what they did was they said, okay, how can we cue this behavior in a really intuitive, subconscious way? And what they did was they put a lemon scent dispenser in the hallway at the entrance to the ICU, right by the hand sanitizer station. And this lemon scent, we unconsciously associate that with cleanliness and sanitary things, right? And so this was the cue to say, oh yes, clean, associated, quick grab of the sanitizer on my way in. More than tripled adherence to this desired behavior. Again, super cheap, super low tech. Often when we think innovation and great problem solving, we think, what cool tech thing can I throw at this? Innovation is a new way to solve the problem. It doesn't need to be tech. Those aren't synonymous. So, fun reminder of that. Last classic nudge example is organ donation rates. So this is showing you the power of defaults, because inertia is one of the most intense drivers of behavior that we have. We love to go with the status quo. So what you're seeing here is on the left in those gray bars, the countries whose policy is you do not donate your organs unless you go to the effort of opting in and say, please, I would like to donate them. Donation rates are less than 20%. In countries in the blue bars where the policy is you do donate your organs unless you go to the effort of saying, please, no, I would not like to do that, donation rates are almost 100%. So this is something where you would think, And people would tell you, oh yes, this is a very values-based decision. I've thought about it, I've talked about it with my family, it's serious, blah, blah, blah. This shows you it's not, right? Most people are like not thinking about this at all and they're going with the flow. And that's fine, there's nothing wrong with that. But instead of denying that that's a reality, we can work with it and design the systems, the programs, the default settings to make sure that the most desired outcome is the one that's the easiest, which is what you can see here, how strong that can be. So that's our Behavioral Science 101. Congratulations, you're all behavioral scientists now. Now we're gonna say, how can we apply this to Pharma CX, right? I'm sure the wheels are already spinning a little bit, but I'm gonna share a case study with you. First of all, we wanna think about why is this different? What is different about this compared to how we might otherwise approach CX? As I mentioned with the intent to action gap concept, we're focusing on the actual behavior. We're not focusing on the attitudes, the awareness, the emotions, because that's not necessarily gonna get you the actual outcomes that you want. As we like to say, any business problem that you have is a behavioral problem, because it's coming down to patients, HCPs, sales reps, your colleagues doing something, right? Whether that's buying, whether that's selling, whether that's taking, it's a behavior problem. And so we want to focus on the behavior. As I mentioned on the umbrella slide, we're drawing on a whole bunch of academic fields from social psychology to neuroscience to behavioral economics. And so this makes sure that anything that we develop is going to be more likely to be effective than solutions that aren't accounting for how people actually behave and actually make decisions. And it's going to get you there faster, right? Because if we're going to the reality of it, rather than what we think the reality is based on our Spock understanding of ourselves and others, we're going to develop solutions and experiences that are going to resonate with our target audience faster, because we're just getting to the point. So it's more efficient. And you know, I talk about this umbrella of many academic fields and decades of research, and that's kind of overwhelming, right? And so we like to make sure that our user experience for ourselves and for the folks that we work with is also in line with making the desired thing the easy thing. And so we've developed what we call the drivers of influence, which is a proprietary framework of the 21 most important behavioral science concepts to help you use these and apply these when you're trying to understand why people are doing what they're doing and then developing interventions based on these concepts. And so I'm raising this here because it's going to come up in the case study because we applied these in this CX example. All right, case study. So we've been working with Boston Scientific for a number of years now. This is our first project with them, so we've got some long-term follow-up we can share, which is super exciting. Very brief context. We were working with the Watchman patient education team. So Watchman is the little device you see there that looks like a little jellyfish or a parachute. This is for people with atrial fibrillation, AFib, and it's an insertable device to help with the stroke risk that is associated with having AFib. So I'm not going to get much more into it than that, just knowing that this is a very low-risk insertable medical device in the cardiac space. How many of you had heard of Watchman before? Okay, cool. That's the most hands I've ever seen. Most people have no idea what this is. And that was a problem with the patients too. So that's part of where we came in for this project. So what we found was the Watchman patient education team, so the folks who make content on various channels and also who run the patient education call center, were finding that they were having a lot of drop-off after these conversations. So what they came to us with was the challenge of part one and part two. Part one is we want to make sure that when patients speak to us, they actually then go and talk to their doctor about Watchman if they're eligible, right? This is a really valuable product for the people who need it. We want to make sure that they're staying in the funnel if it's appropriate. So that was the first challenge. Part two was we want to make sure when they get to the doctor that they are really prepared to have a successful conversation. So this is something that is not as popular necessarily, not for any reason, it's mostly a marketing thing, but they just wanted to make sure that the patients could talk to the doctor successfully if there was any pushback or questioning. And so they asked us to evaluate their call guide and optimize it. That's what they asked us to do, which is very Spock-like, right? Assuming that if we evaluate the call guide for the folks who work in the call center, and then update it, they will A, do that, and B, that's enough. So us being behavioral scientists said, we need to do a little bit more than that. So what we did was absolutely we'll optimize your call guide. We're also gonna look at the context here. A couple things. First of all, everyone in this call center, all the patient education specialists, they're RNs, they're experts, right? And so they have a lot of expertise. So us making like teeny tiny tweaks to the call guide is not that helpful to them, right? Might not land super well. So that's a very human thing. The other very human thing is everyone in this call center had worked there for over 5 years. So how many of you think they're still looking at the call guide every call anymore? Yeah, no, they're not. So even if we did update the call guide, even if they were down for those updates, they're not using it. So we said, okay, what are we gonna actually do to first of all understand what's behavior is currently happening and then to change behavior in an effective way. So we added 2 things. We said, on top of looking at the call guide, the official version of this, we're gonna listen to call recordings and see what's actually happening in these conversations and how it maps back to the current call guide. And then we're gonna do a training directly with the call center staff, but this training is very deliberately not going to be on the changes we made to the call guide, because no one cares and that's boring. What we're gonna do instead is we're gonna say, these are the top 5 behavioral science concepts that you can use tomorrow in every single call that you have with the patient to provide them with even better service. So we were really deliberate in the way that this was designed. So we did all of these things. We did the call guide optimization, made a bunch of different changes, which is still useful because that team has now doubled in the last couple of years, so people who are brought on are trained on the new call guide. We had listened to 30 patient call recordings at this point in the journey, early in the journey, to see what was going on and what could be optimized. And then we had that training. And it was only 90 minutes, virtual, really hands-on, used all of our adult learning principles. We like to practice what we preach. And then one extra thing that they did that we didn't tell them to do, but which was fabulous, was they took those 21 drivers of influence I told you about, and we have those in playing card form. So each card has one concept and a bunch of examples. It's very fun to use. And in each of their weekly team meetings, they would pull out one playing card and talk about it for 10 minutes. So they would say, how can we use this driver of influence this week in the conversations we're gonna have with our patients? And they would do that every week. So you've got 21 weeks worth of minor reinforcement, which is really an ideal way to change behavior. So they really made this part of their team culture. And I'll tell you about the outcomes of that in a second. But first of all, I'm gonna tell you about the training principles to make this really concrete. So I promise we're bringing back those drivers of influence. So these are the 5 things we trained them on in that original training. And I'm just gonna click through so you can kind of see them while we talk. First one was easiness. So I've been talking about easiness a lot, and this is a fairly intuitive one. Make the desired thing the easy thing. What we were seeing on the calls was a lot of conversation with patients where the nurse educators would tell them, okay, great, I'm gonna send you a form for you to fill out, and this form is gonna have, fill out your name, fill out your address, fill out your phone number. We already have that information. That's how we were able to call them in the first place. So we told them, automate as much as you can, right? Simple stuff, but it's important. Norms. As we said with the Homer Simpson slide, we are social, we care about what other people are doing, and we care about belonging to a group and how people perceive us. So we said, very simple tweak, but when you're instructing the patient or guiding the patient on the appropriate next steps, don't just tell them, okay, so you're gonna go talk to your doctor about this now. Tell them, most people do the desired behavior. So most people we speak with make an appointment with their doctor right after they get off the phone with us. So you're now not just telling them what to do, you're making it the norm. So it's much more persuasive and interesting for them to follow along with that and actually follow through on the desired behavior. Very simple tweaks have really big impact here. Salience. So this is all about drawing attention to the right thing at the right time. So what we were finding was in their very well-intended efforts to present information in a balanced way, they were going way overboard with talking about it was literally less than 2% like risk of this minor operation to implant this device. So it's very successful, very safe. 98-something% of people do very well and have absolutely no problems. But they were going on and on and on about the 1.5%. And so if you think about it, they're drawing too much attention to the negative in a way that's actually unbalanced and unfair, because it makes it seem emotionally and psychologically worse than it is. So we said, okay, and we absolutely do need to present all the information factually and correctly and balanced, but you're actually being unbalanced in the other direction. So let's bring it back so we're making the most important information salient in the right ratio. The driver of influence called engagement is all about pre-commitment. So this is why we sign contracts. This is why we tell people we're going to do something. If we say it out loud, if we make a plan ahead of time, we're more likely to follow through. So the way that we advised them to use this was helping them make a plan for talking to their doctor, right? For that, having that successful conversation. So saying, okay, so when you go see your doctor, what are you going to ask them? How are you going to bring this up? What are you going to tell them are your concerns that make you wonder about the Watchman device? And then have that conversation. So now that's a form of action planning, which is helpful, and it's a minor form of commitment because you said it aloud to another human, so you're more likely to follow through now. And then finally, one step at a time is a little more conceptual, but what we were noticing when we were listening to the calls was they would just jump into educating the patients. They're really excited. They've had this conversation 1,000 million times, so they're just going on a roll, right? So they'd be talking about the diagnosis, the procedure, the insurance, the follow-up, the aftercare, how long it takes to get results. And it was like minutes of this, which is all information the patient needs. But if you're just jumping in and the patient doesn't even know where we're going in this conversation, nothing's going to stick. So we said, take one step back at the beginning and tell them what you're going to tell them before you tell them. So very simple signposting. So then they have mental buckets to put this information in, and they're going to hold on to more of it. So you tell them, okay, I'm going to tell you about the diagnosis. I'm going to tell you about the procedure. I'm going to tell you about the aftercare. And I'm going to tell you about how long it takes to get those results. And then you do the same thing you always do. So very simple, but it helps patients absorb a lot more. And something interesting that they did as a result was they actually made sure that all of the call quality measurements included, did you use the new nudge principles that you were trained on? So this was institutionalized and reinforced. And what they found was after this intervention was implemented, 92% of patients were likely or very likely to discuss their physician after the conversation, which was much higher than it had used to be. And the people who interact with this program were 3 times more likely to actually end up getting the Watchman device. So this was a very simple 90-minute training, change your call guide up a little bit, and then 10-minute conversation each week that's fun with some playing cards. Got these kinds of major results. So we're seeing improved CX, and we're seeing improved business outcomes. So key takeaways to wrap up, we're right on time. Behavioral science is a really important differentiator for CX. We're seeing that in pharma, of course, but at the beginning, you're seeing companies across industries are prioritizing this at the highest levels. So it is going to become a requirement to be able to stay competitive, not just thinking about tech, but also thinking about the human side too. For Boston Scientific, we optimized their call guides, we trained their patient education specialists, and they made it part of their regular team process, and this resulted in better business outcomes and better CX, so it was a win-win. All right, thank you very much, and we'll be here all the rest of the next couple days. If you have questions, I think Simon's gonna move us along now.
Thank you very much, Suzanne. Right. Wonderful talk, something new. Any quick questions for Suzanne before we move on for our next panel? I know she's going to have some team members outside to follow up with anyway, but any quick questions, comments before we go? No. All right, thank you again, Suzanne.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, now switching gears slightly, thank you. We're going to move on. I'd like to introduce our next session, which is we're moving back into panel world. In fact, I'm going to do a slight reconfiguration of the seating myself. So I would like to welcome Rob Heller, along with Stephanie Luceau, Lisa Britton, and Aline Hosdagian. We're going to be talking all things related to culture. So again, switching gears a little bit, a slight change in focus now, focusing around CX marketing leadership, creating a culture that resonates with your customer. Got everybody here? Yes, there's Aline. Yeah. Rob, you're going to take the podium, right? Right. All right, cool. There you go. Right. And the slides on there as you need them. All right, so please join me in welcoming Rob, Aline, Stephanie, and Lisa as our next panel speakers. Thank you.
All right, the coveted 315 spot. So it's been such great discussions today. It's been awesome to just listen and get all the different viewpoints. The panels have been great, so we're going to hopefully continue that forward right now and just keep that momentum going. So what I'd love to do actually is just do some quick introductions right down the line if we want to start here.
Perfect. Nice to see you all. I'm Lisa Britton. I am on week 4 of a new role as Director of Patient Access Solutions at BI. You may have also seen my former title. So I came from a company called Achille Interactive, who had a prescription digital therapeutic live in the market. So.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Loiseau. I currently work at SK Life Science. I lead marketing at SK Life Science. My background, I've worked so many different aspects of the commercial organization as a sales representative, in training, in marketing, and so my current role is leading marketing here at SK.
Hi, everyone. My name is Aline Hastagian, and I was most recently at UCB Pharma, where I was the U.S. immunology lead for bimekizumab. And I've been in pharma marketing for over 20 years in various roles and different therapeutic areas. So happy to be here, and thank you for moderating, Rob.
Great, yeah. 20 years, you've probably seen culture change a little bit over that time. So it's great to talk about culture. I personally am really excited about it and understanding every company has its own. It's one of the things that nobody else can take from you or copy from you or steal from you. It's what makes your company unique. And so really excited to dive in. So our first question, actually, I want to start with Aline here. How does your organization embrace a customer-centric culture, and what actions do you personally take to champion it?
Sure. Well, how many marketers do we have in the room, just so I could see? And how many providers and partners do we have in the room? Okay, a good mix, about half and half. So another show of hands, how many companies have patients in their tagline or subtitle of their company logo? Which is everybody, right? We all say, I think we heard this a little earlier today, we all say that patient is in the center of the focus of what we do every day. We do say it, but I think that gets kind of lost somewhere in the mix of we need our prescriptions filled, we need our numbers to be hit, and our sales reps are out there and they have quotas and they have bonuses to make, right? And so within all of that, where does that customer centricity fall? And who is that customer? Is it the HCP? Is it the patient? Is it a combination of both? So for me, and throughout my tenure, what I have really strived to do and what I've seen that works best is that everybody has their strategy. But what usually happens is if you walk over to the comm ops team and say, oh, hey, what's the strategy for product X? I would bet you they would not know what the strategy is, and they couldn't say it off the top of their head. Or if you went over to the patient team and said, oh, hey, what's the strategy for this product that's been out there for maybe 5 or 6 years? And maybe that strategy gets lost somewhere in the mix. So one thing that I found has really been effective is that when you're building your plans, whether they're for a launch product, whether they're for a midlife cycle, or if you're planning LOE, is to take your strategy, first of all, make sure that the patient or the HCP is in there as you build it, first and foremost, right? But everything starts off with your foundation of your strategy. And socialize it. Socialize it early and often. And then after you socialize it, not just to governance or to leadership teams, but to your cross-functional partners, then make sure that the plans that are being built out actually do ladder up to that strategy. So many times I find that people just want to do things because it's the new thing. We want to do AI. I think Oz was talking a little earlier. Well, we want to do AI. Well, sure you do, but is it laddering up? Is it following your strategic vision? And does that actually support what you're trying to do? So following that, I think, is really important. And so being customer-centric, what does it mean? Is you have a customer. What are their needs? What are their pain points and what are their preferences? And are you building out your plans to support that?
That's great. Yeah, let's. If you want to expand on that too, I'm curious to see as well if you guys believe that your team is also laddering these things up. Do they understand that common theme?
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. I think even to your point, it's bringing in people early on. As we're building out the strategy, it's not something that just marketing owns, but to me, it's the entire organization. And so bringing the organization on from the beginning as they are helping, because they're going to be supporting the plan that's going to be executed. So bringing them on early on to be able to plan out exactly what needs to be done. But then once the plan is set in place, having that loop and feeding it back to them. This is what you guys helped us out with, and this is where we landed out, and making sure throughout the year to continue to execute it. So it even goes beyond the healthcare provider as well as the patient that is the customer. But internally, you have customers as well, whether that's the sales force, whether that's people, within, a corporate office. Everyone is your customer. So bringing them along the journey is something that's going to be important because it's not just marketing that owns it, but we all own this plan in order to execute it.
Well, that's a great lead-in actually to the next question too, which basically, what is needed to truly understand your customers' needs?
Yeah, sure. So I think just to build on the conversation that we're having here, two things that I think are very critical. So one, they both relate to listening to our patients directly, right? So I think when you're thinking about implementing a new strategy with customers, really doing in-depth market research. I know a lot of our companies, we talked a lot about that earlier this morning, but just truly connecting on a very detailed level to understand all of the different challenges that those patients and or customers are facing, as well as their care partners as they go through the entire treatment ecosystem. So I think just getting those insights and then latching onto those insights and making sure that they do ladder up to the larger plans are really critical. I think revisiting those insights throughout the implementation of a program is critical, and hearing feedback from patients and or those care partners is absolutely necessary. That's feedback that's positive and negative, right? And I think that negative or constructive feedback has to be taken very seriously, and you need champions within the organization to really latch on to that feedback and create action plans to try something different, right? Talked a little bit about experimentation and failing fast. I think that's critical as well. And the other component I think that can be really helpful is just I know maybe it's a bit overused in pharma, but testimonials, right? And just creating a culture where you really have the voice of patients all the time in the work that we do can be so meaningful and so valuable as we all go about our day, trying to hit our objectives and service all of our customers. So those are my two thoughts there.
Would you care to elaborate too about how you collect insights, Stephanie?
Yeah, market research obviously is really important, but I think there's other ways to be able to hear your customers. Your sales reps are on the ground, so it's important to hear the pain points that the customers are facing as well. Social listening are ways that you can hear from customers and, the great things that they're saying, the not great things that they're saying as well. Hotlines are also a really great way to be able to get information from your customers, medical information, for example. One example was, even with the product that I work on currently, we were hearing from medical information that patients were saying the product wasn't working. Our strategy and what we were driving was somewhat of an overpromise for patients. And so when they said that the product wasn't working, it was that it wasn't aligned with strategically what we were saying, not necessarily that the product wasn't working. So that was something for us to take a look at and reflect on our strategy from a physician standpoint, this was the right strategy, but from a patient standpoint, it didn't align with the way that patients thought. So there's so many different ways to be able to, collect information and follow those insights, from across the board.
I'm actually going to riff on that question because I'm really curious, Aline, what you think here. I know a lot of companies are excellent at collecting insights, but maybe not so great at analyzing them and doing something with them, especially with how often they come in. So, Aline, what's your experience been there, and how have you been able to sort of overcome that information overload or paralysis?
Yeah, I think you need very strong either internal infrastructure or partners that can help you take all of the data and generate those actionable insights, right? Because you can't have a team of 2 marketers doing it. You can't have your comm ops team that are coming at you and giving you data points, but you really do need a partner, whether it's an internal, like I said, or external, to help synthesize the data and say, okay, what are we striving to do? What is the key business questions that we want to answer? And are the data sets that we have answering them, right? Because a lot of the times we're not reaching out for, oh wait, there could be sentiment that we're not capturing here. And that's really what we need. Instead, we have maybe 4 to 6 large data sets, and then we throw out a sermo because we figured, oh, we must be missing something, and try to gather all the data. But I think that you really need to partner with somebody that understands what the business needs are and set that up front, because I think that's a challenge. I haven't seen one marketer that has said that hasn't been a challenge in their organization. Yeah.
I'm interested too then on what kind of technology or tools might better facilitate that within your culture and driving that. So Stephanie, is that something you can elaborate on?
I mean, people.
That's good technology.
People, yeah, is definitely a good technology. Obviously, there's a lot of data that is out there. I'm a very data-driven, marketer, but you can't do everything, right? And so it's really with the few things that you're able to do and that you're able to be good at as well. Something that I find is that, for example, even with data research, sometimes your customers have a difficult time with articulating specifically what it is that they need in order to make a better customer experience. And so, Henry Ford, for example, if you would have asked people what they wanted a faster horse, right? And so it's really about understanding the pain points of your customers, putting yourselves in their shoes. For example, there's technology that literally you could be a fly in the wall and hear conversations between physicians and patients, and being able to determine from there what are different ways to be able to make a better customer experience. Actually putting yourselves in a physician's shoes, for example, a preceptorship, and seeing the different aspects of a physician's day and where there's pain points. Patient journeys as well, seeing where there's different pain points and to be able to create a better customer experience, because people are not always able to articulate what that is for them. So I think there's, just so many different ways to be able to pull from that, to be able to create a better customer experience.
That's great. Lisa, we want to elaborate too?
I think that just ties in. I think the point that Oz was talking about on experimentation and failing fast is just so critical. And I think that was, we were launching, my past role, launching a prescription digital therapeutic, and we implemented kind of, an overall customer journey based on a lot of assumptions, and a lot of those assumptions were wrong. And we had to have kind of the guts and the courage to listen to that feedback from our customers and try to iterate in real time, or else we would lose those customers, and I'm sure we lost many customers. But so I think it all ties back, finding ways to be in touch, whether it's through the reps, whether it's through the call center, through your market research, and then having the courage to actually listen and do something about the things that you can affect, and knowing we can't do it all, but yeah.
And just over lunch, we were talking about that. I wouldn't underestimate the power of the insights that your field has. So I know we have partners out there that can help provide those types of insights of turning to the team that you're investing the most dollars into to provide some insights. I think that's a smart idea.
Well, how are you going to measure those insights? KPIs, well, it's something every company does a little bit different, I've found. So I'm curious how each of you, how do you measure the progress and the success, particularly in being able to communicate that story up?
Right. Well, I think everybody has their standard KPIs that are set in stone and will never move. But the ones that I would probably consider maybe shifting are a little bit more towards the customer journey. So we talk a lot about our campaigns, and marketers love to get up there and show you the successful campaigns that they've done. So, and this is what the ROI was and how it moved the needle. But as we start talking about what is the culture that we're creating for our customer, if we focus a little bit inward and look at the journey and start maybe thinking about what KPIs can we put around the journey, I think that might resonate a lot more internally than I think what we've been doing for the past 10 to 15 years, right? Which is, how do we measure success in which part of each journey, and what does success look like in terms of an HCP? What kind of culture are we building? Are the interactions we're building, are they intensely positive? Are we walking away from our customers and they're thinking, wow, that was a really great interaction I just had. I really want to do that, versus, oh, I need to touch Dr. Lisa 3 times before the end of the month so that I can meet a quota. And so you're waiting there and you're having a 15-second conversation with Dr. Lisa, and now, okay, I can check off my KPI goal and I've met it, right? I kind of would love to shift that thinking into something that's a little bit more experience-based, and how have we created that journey for either the patient or the HCP?
I see some head nods. Stephanie, you want to?
Yeah, no, I agree. You know, better customer experience is going to lead to sales, to lead to more retention, right? But focusing on the shorter term wins, which is, for example, if you are looking to create a better customer experience, then those pain points, how are you able to have a positive impact? What were you able to actually learn? So, you know, it was said earlier, what's your business case that you're trying to solve for? And seeing if you're able to have an impact, those are KPIs, because down the road, you know the positive impact that it's gonna have there. But if more organizations were, you know, being able to take a risk to do that, you would see a lot more, I think, positive outcomes in what it is that you're trying to achieve.
And what about you, Lisa?
I concur.
Oh. I think it was an excellent answer as well, yeah. So, well then, Lisa, we'll keep it on you for a second. We're curious now, what other industries do you think are pioneering customer CX right now? And maybe how could we learn and pull some of that into our own cultures?
Yes, a very broad question for sure. My perspective on this is, for myself, and I think for all of us, we are all customers, right? So we consume things all the time. And I think it all ties back to some conversations we had earlier, thinking about that specific problem that you're trying to solve, and looking at you know, you as a consumer, and what is a potentially positive experience that you've had you know, related to that problem that you're currently facing in your business situation. So, you know, I think if we're thinking about, you know, just awareness, right? We think about industries that are doing new and innovative things in terms of bringing awareness to new treatments or new technologies, whatever it may be. I think if we're thinking about conversion and payment, right? And we think about companies that, like a Stripe or really, you know, Apple Pay, really automated, frictionless experiences that exist out there. And I do think that, you know, pharma can and should explore partnerships with, again, a lot of these partners that are doing it really well in other industries, because I don't think we should recreate the wheel. So, yeah, that's kind of my perspective. Curious.
I think for me, and I think about the pain points I have, grocery shopping, for example. Walmart, I think, does a phenomenal job. I have not gone to the grocery store, and I can't think how long. They have saved me at least an hour and a half every single week. So I think they do a fantastic job. And then when I think about the other pain point is now once my groceries are delivered, now putting it away. And they've thought of something for that, where somebody actually comes into your house and they now put your groceries away. And when I first thought of that, I said, absolutely not. And now I cannot stand to put my groceries away, so I said, absolutely yes. So that is something that I think, Pharma, for example, could learn from somebody like Walmart. I haven't gone, shopping in a clothing store, and I can't think how long. So I think, from a fashion standpoint and beauty, they've done such a great job with the customer experience. Now I could see someone who is my size with the clothes that I want to wear, and they show what that fits like. And I can say my success with returning clothes from online shopping, I'm probably around a 96% success rate where I don't have to return the clothes. So I think just thinking about, and in the same way, I think Pharma could really benefit looking at, different industries. And again, it's understanding what are the pain points, what are the things that people don't like to do, especially we're more of an in-demand type of people. We don't like to wait. We don't want to wait. We want it quickly. We don't even want to wait through commercials. So being able to solve for that and, seeing from a physician standpoint as well as patients are things that we could definitely learn from those industries.
Thoughtful convenience.
Yes.
Yeah, it's good. Aline, anything to add?
Okay, I have 3. So my first one is TikTok. So TikTok has most recently become the #1 search engine for millennials, right? And so Google has realized this and now is partnering with TikTok to try to integrate their search engines and so to do 2 things. One is to draw people that aren't on TikTok more towards TikTok, and the other way around is to have that capability. So that first example, I think, is of partnership that we should maybe keep in mind. Are there partners out there that can help us achieve the goals of the pain points or the needs of our customers? The second is Wayfair. In terms of customer experience, I had something that I opened up and it was in 10,000 pieces, and I didn't really think that I should be putting that together. And so it sat there and it didn't get returned for months. And then I said, oh, I paid for that thing that's in 1 million pieces. And I called up Wayfair and really with my tail between my legs and said, I'm so sorry, but I have this box and I'm never going to put it together because I know who I am. And they said, don't worry about it. You keep it, and when you find someone to put it together, and it had passed my expiry date, and I said, really? They said, no, we'll refund you. I said, what? You can take it back. No, you keep it. And I was like, wow. And I was putting off that call for like weeks. I'm like, God, I don't want to call them. I feel embarrassed. Like, I don't want to call them. And in about 10 seconds, she's like, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I don't like putting things together either. Just keep it. And I was like, wow, I like you. I like you. And then my third example, and I thought that was just really great customer, just empathy and marketing and understanding. And the third example is Ritz-Carlton. So I'm in a program for executive leadership, and a lot of examples that I've read that are published, I keep seeing Ritz-Carlton over and over again. And what they've done most recently is they've put out a campaign that says, leave better. Because it turns out rich people are really stressed out too. So they go out and they stay there, but everybody's concern right now is on wellness, whether it's mental wellness, physical wellness, and there's this movement of wellness. And so really the aim and the goal is Ritz-Carlton really understood their clients, their customers, and what is their pain point. And they designed a campaign to address that, is that you will leave here better than when you came in, and that's our promise to you. And so they've seen a huge trajectory in their growth, and over demographics of repeat customers and new business, because that's what people want. And so I thought that was an interesting example to use.
That's awesome. It's great. We're going to ask one last question, and then we can open it up too, if we want, to the team here. But getting back to culture, it's great when you get it, but what happens when your team doesn't get it? That's my question, right? I think there's a lot of challenges for a lot of people. So all these concepts you're talking about are you able to instill these within your team and your company to success, or what have you done to sort of pass that forward? What would you say?
I think leveraging insights and data and making sure that the team has visibility to that firsthand experience, listening to your customers is a nice first step. And I think that maybe, again, with that experimentation vibe, like if you have something in place that's not working, that your team needs to hear that, and they need to, help own that in order to figure out the path forward. So
Transparency and going right to it, absolutely.
I'm still trying to figure out with my team how to push this forward. No, but it is something that sometimes you get the overall picture, and maybe your team does, maybe they don't, but sometimes the whole organization doesn't. And that is where I find it difficult to bring people along. And so I think something that we have implemented was to put people actually into the experience. What it is difficult for a physician, what is difficult for a patient. We recently had our national sales meeting where we brought physicians and patients from across the country and where they talked about their actual experience. So immersing not only our sales force, but others within the organization helped for people to understand from their perspective. But anytime that you're trying to implement a change, it's something that's not easy. So I think people understanding the why, but then also putting others in people's shoes, I think is something that can definitely be beneficial and bring people along the way.
And doing it without screens when you
Yes.
can. Yeah, that's good too. Aline?
Yeah. Again, just celebrate early and often all of the wins. Make sure that the communication is on overload. And I love the idea of bringing people to your national sales meetings, but do it in the office too. Yeah. You'll never believe the feedback you'll get from finance level 2 after they see a patient. They're like, wow, this is what we do every day? And you're like, yeah, this is what we do every day. So marketing teams will get it mostly, but I think back to Stephanie's point, you want your organization to be on board. And so to create that kind of advocacy, even with physicians coming in, with patients coming in, it's truly remarkable to see that change.
This is great. Thank you so much. We're going to open it up to any questions. Yeah.
Yeah, real quick, let's give Rob, Aline, Lisa, and Stephanie a round of applause for some wonderful comments and questions. Obviously, I know we've bounced around topic-wise since lunch, obviously for the specific reason to keep you all awake. But does anybody want to chime in on anything related to culture to throw out there to the panel? I know we've got a break coming up, but any final comments before we have a 20-minute recess?
It's been a quiet day, so everyone's got a lot of information overload, so I think that's fine. But the content was great here, too. It was awesome. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, well, thank you all again.
Great.
And we will we'll reconvene at 4 p.m. sharp. So we've got 20 minutes. Head outside, grab a coffee and some refreshments, cakes, whatever you need. We'll see you back in 20 minutes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to crack on with our final two sessions of this afternoon. Then following on from that, we've got a little drinks reception and networking break outside after at the end of the day. So without further ado, we're going to jump straight into our last but not least, I should say our penultimate talk of the day. Let me just get my schedule open at the right page. Please join me in welcoming Isabel Silva. She's the Senior Director of Global Patient Solutions at AstraZeneca. Isabel's based over in Maryland, and she's going to be joining us focusing her talk today on motivating and understanding the voice of patients to improve patient outcomes. She's got some very interesting stories to share. Obviously, there's a little bit of time at the end for Q&A, and then we'll obviously be moving on for a final series of mini sessions before our drinks reception. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Isabel as our next speaker this afternoon.
Thank you. Isabel Silva, part of AstraZeneca, the digital health team. I'm leading social and patient solutions, digital patient solutions. And I'm happy that we have all these wonderful speakers before, because basically they cover a lot of the things that we will talk during my presentation. I bring the case. Suzanne, your presentation about behavior was perfect because you'll be aligned with what I'm talking here. Yeah. And digital. I think the balance between digital and human interactions is one of the key elements that we have been learned, and that brings success of the things that we are doing at AZ. I think talk about why we have this case at AstraZeneca for this audience is easy, because as a patient, as a group that work in pharma with patients and physicians, we know the challenge that they have in the day-by-day. And this is exactly what I want to show a little bit, like how the challenge that our patients and physicians, they have today in terms of HCPs, busy agenda, tons of bureaucracy to manage, no time for patients, patients overwhelmed with information. They leave the office without know what to do. Like I have patients from college that tell us, I left the office, I don't know what the doctor said. I don't understand what they are talking about. And I have a fog, like I don't know what to do next. And this is a reality that we see across the globe. And this is the reason that at AZ, at AstraZeneca, we 3 years ago started a program, the name Connect 360. I think I only to change the slides, Simon. Do you have the? Oh. But we started a program 3 years ago with the focus to support our severe asthma patients with biologics, and we have learned a lot. Thank you. No, perfect. Oh. And this project, the name Connect 360, is our patient engagement solution that are in more than 30 countries across the globe. We have a huge penetration in most of the countries that we have presence. And the reason was that because we have been evolving as we learn from our patients and our physicians. And I think this is the critical path that we heard during all day here, is not only collect the data, but really analyze the data, understand the behavior of our patients or the needs, understand how we can support change management, and most important, how we can make sure that they follow the treatment that their physicians prescribe to them and really have a better outcomes. That's the core of this program from AstraZeneca, the name Connect 360. And in terms of the way that we designed that, we did some of the things that Oz mentioned today and Lisa in terms of listen, do market search, ethnographic research, got all those insights across the globe to see what patients need and where they are. But to be honest, we really start to learn as we deploy the program and start to learn from the day by day, from the interactions with these patients. Like it's really not only open channels and send information, it's really open a dialogue with our patients and physicians. And that was the really critical path for this program, is really not only delivering the data that they need or the information that they need in the moment that they need, but really open to understand how they feel about that, how this really make impact to them, how we track the results. And that has been one of the critical elements of this program that we have at AZ, to not evolve how we do it, but most important, how we understand everything that we are doing, give any kind of impact in terms of adherence, in terms of persistence, and the way that we evolve. Originally, this program started with a biologic, was focused on self-injection or logistics or affordability, like how patients in Japan or here in US could be really afford, but was beyond of that. Talk with patients, we realized that there are a lot of other needs that they didn't know that they need. And one of them was really emotional support. And as Suzanne was mentioning about behavior change, like things that they didn't know that they are doing or that they need, and that they didn't know how to express that. And it was through the collection of different data points in different moments of the journey that help us to create new solutions. And as you can see, like there are not only one, but multiple ways to have interventions with patients to support during their treatment that include, in some countries, nurse calls for coaching, others that we have digital solutions, others that we have monitoring. Like, depending on the country and the need, you see different solutions that can be not only better used by the patients, but help physicians to understand how the patients are evolved during the treatment. And this kind of approach, to be honest, was very difficult when you think about scale and have this across the globe, because having one-on-one interaction and one-on-one connect with patients is a very difficult process, and most important, could be very expensive. And this is the reason that mix some of the digital solutions with nurses and healthcare professionals that are in the ecosystem try to support these patients, or the critical to collect the data points to help us to understand what else. And this have been, as I said, for 3 years, more than 30 countries, and now we are expanding for other indications. But that have been showing us not the impact of digital, as we heard all day, right? And the importance of AI, but help us to understand that if you don't really have a deep connection with the human elements, like understanding what kind of behavior change we need, or understanding how you present things in a way that patients can understand. And sometimes the same message we have, instead of like Oz and the team mentioned, like different 4 personas, and we have the same message for how. This is about have the same message, but in a different format that patients can understand. And sometimes you have the interventions designed in a way that you have touch points, reinforce the same message in order to make sure that is the right moment for the patient. Because another big challenge that we heard all the time is that patients left in some countries, like with a box of content or materials for them to read when they're home. They don't know what they don't know. They don't know how to go deep in all that information, the patient materials that we, as a pharma, we develop all the time, and say, that's information that they need. They don't know. And to have this message or this information packaged in a way that is delivered when they need, where they need, in the format that they need, is that make the difference. And that's what we discuss all day long about omnichannel, right? Is really how we really understand when and how this message or this support you bring more value. In terms of how we see that, like we definitely need to, as I said in the beginning, this is a post-prescription program. The first thing is to help patients to start. If a physician prescribes a specific treatment for a patient, help them to understand why they are receiving this treatment. what they need to do. And sometimes the basic logistics, like how I take this drug, or I pick up the drug, or how I do with my food, or how I do with my day-by-day work. Like for lupus patients, that is one of the programs that we have, how we help the young women to really understand how to balance their busy day with the treatment that they need to have. And that's kind of thing that need to be really focused on, not only listen and understanding and from market research, but really through this day-by-day interaction with them. Another important point is we are, as a pharma, very concerned to give logistics information, right? We as a marketeers, prepare a patient brochure, we send and say, done. But it's more than that. It's build confidence, it's build trust. Is to make sure that patients not only understand why they are taking this drug, but they trust that this drug really help them in their pathway and in their treatment journey. And building trust means really go to the emotional aspects as well. Understand how these patients feel and their caregivers and how we can help them with specific information. And after that, because it's a program that help to initiate, maintain, and persist, like we wanted them take the medicine that the doctors prescribe as much as necessary, we work as well with them to understand how to live their life now that they feel better. And it's very interesting because one of our programs, the dropouts are because patients feel so well that they say, I don't need this drug anymore. I'm good. And in the end, they're not. It's a chronic disease. They need to continue to take their drug. And that's really the commitment to keep helping patients through the process, not only to initiate and to go through. And of course, in a digital customer experience meeting, people asking, how about digital? Yes, digital is fundamental if we apply to solve a problem, not because it's a new trend. Like include AI, when we discuss about that a lot, is like how AI can help solve a problem, not is because a new trend. Patients don't want a new toys, they want solutions. They want to come back to their lives. They want to come back to have a normal day by day. And this is the reason that whatever we develop, leveraging technology, should focus on that, should focus on how we bring things to them, then help them to keep on treatment for a long time. I think this is my last one, but only to reinforce the point that it's really the mix of human interaction, digital interaction, focus on problems that we need to solve, and focus on the real commitment to support patients. And I think that's something that we heard during the day. A lot of our companies talk about customer centricity or patient focus, but the real patient focus is when we develop solutions that minimize the struggle that they need to go through to have their treatment. And that is nice to say, very difficult to do it. And change management is one of the most difficult things if you think in the overall and the scaling. When we talk, for example, my patients in Japan, they have different needs from my patients in Germany or here in US or in Canada. How to really design things that patients in different countries, despite the fact that I'm scaling that, can be benefit. It's not one for all, but at least the same framework helping all. Because that's what helps us to, in scale and economy, make this possible. Because as I said in the beginning, it's not an easy or inexpensive process if you think about. Okay, but I think I can open for questions, Simon, if you want.
Yes, absolutely. That was delightful. First of all, let's give Isabel a round of applause for a lovely perspective there. And obviously, we want to kind of open things up here. Obviously, we've switched into the patient centricity standpoint. Those of you that are in the room right now, I know we've been kind of fluctuating a little bit on attendees today, but who's patient-focused in the room right now? Raise your hands. Right, okay, good. Oh, even more. Great, okay. Does anybody want to chime in on their perspectives of how they view this opportunity long-term? Anyone? Right, Lisa, get things rolling.
Thank you, Lisa. Save me here.
Champ.
Thank you for the great presentation. I agree with everything that you said, especially the opportunity to reduce friction points for our patients. And I think that is truly critical and the biggest opportunity that we have to develop solutions as a manufacturer that add value and will be utilized. So my question to you, or a follow-up, was going to be, do you have any frameworks that you've used, or how do you kind of take the insights that you're getting from building the daily relationship? How do you go about getting those critical insights and actually implementing things that address kind of those pain points?
Excellent question, Lisa. And that's exactly what Connect 360 is a framework. We define all the pain points and challenges that the patient they have during their journey. We create specific interventions that, as I said, you'll be defined in terms of how delivery through the patient opt-in or not, like I want to talk with a nurse, or I want to receive an email or receive SMS, like they will tell us which model or which way make more sense for them. And we design specific data points that we collect to understand where they are in the journey and how I trigger actions based on that. How I can understand that this patient are not concerned about anxiety, but they are concerned about how to manage their day-by-day work-related activities. It's really trigger actions based on where they are in the journey, but as well based on what they tell us they are in their journey. I think that's an excellent question. The data point is, to be honest, the most important thing that we have to really understand not only how we collect the data, but how we analyze. And one thing that after 3 years with this program we learned, there are a lot of commonalities, things that if you see in Japan, you see in UK and see in Canada, that help to anticipate and help to design new things that could help these patients. But yeah, great question, thank you.
I'm particularly interested in the idea of persistence and how you address that, especially for a chronic condition. And years down the road, the role, and I guess it kind of links to the breaking down of silos concept too, the role that the physician and the practitioners play in that persistence versus patient caregiver, and how you connect as an organization to inform persistence.
Yeah, and to be honest, the first thing that we did was to harmonize the concept of adherence and persistence across the organization. And adherence for us now is like how I make sure my patient are taking the drug as prescribed by the doctor, the day and the time frequency that was prescribed. And that's what we're tracking every month across the globe. In this way, we know if a patient went to infusion or if he did a self-injection. That's where we not control specific the patient, but accumulate data, like if they are follow the recommendations. That is our adherence. If they are not, depend of the situation, we can have interventions to see, do you have questions on how to do a self-injection, or do you need information about why you are taking this drug in this moment, or what are the critical barriers that they have to continue adhering from the prescription that the doctor gives to them. In terms of persistence, is like how long take. And how long take the same. If your doctor feel that you need to continue to have this drug, like why you're dropping off or why you're not taking, and the most important, if they are, what else they need to continue do it, because it's not only tracking who is persist, is really help them to continue follow their treatment journey. And a lot of our countries, the physicians asking for that. They want to know, and we keep this communication with the HCP, because in the end we believe that the support system should be across the ecosystem. Pharma has one contribution, but the great contribution comes from the healthcare ecosystem, the nurses, the physicians from the office, and we keep them informed about everything that patients are consuming in terms of information or any kind of questions or problems that they have. That answer your question? Yeah.
Thanks. Stephanie. Sorry, wrong side of the room again.
No, thank you for this. I think this is a great program. And I agree that for most patients, a lot are, you have a lot more of a educated patient population. I work in a patient population, however, that is not very educated. And they're not an advocate for themselves. So how would a program like this, especially where you deal with patients that from a monetary standpoint, they're at a lower level than, the average American household, education-wise as well. Many people don't even have a high school degree. How can a program like this be helpful to them?
Excellent question. Love it. And I can tell you, my father is one of the difficult patients like it. And the problem that we have now is not what a program like us can do. The problem is like how to help patients to don't be confused with all the other information they receive around. I was mentioning to someone during the lunch about that every time that my father Googles something or sees something on Facebook, they call me and say, I don't need to take this medicine anymore because I saw that there are other ways. I have a tea or something that can fix my problem. And I think this is the big challenge that we have now is the miscommunication, disinformation, and the way that we have been trying to support in some of the countries with that is to help with the caregivers as well and make sure the caregivers have the right information to guide and support the patient. Another important point, to be honest, that have been one critical for us is the trust. Like how we help them to trust us in the way that we are delivering information. And of course, how we change the format of the communication to be accessible and to be easy, depending where they are in their journey, and most important, where they are, like for my father, for my son, different communications, and how we can make sure we can like have literacy and other ways to make sure that it's understandable and most important, actionable. Because another thing that we say all the time is that the support is only a tool. Patients manage their own condition, and patients should be, and we need to empower them to do that. And that's how the behavioral science, Suzanne, that we have been leveraging in terms of how I make sure this patient understand no matter where they are or the kind of needs that they have in terms of social, cultural difference, and how we can help them to take care of their health. And we see this very clear in Japan. Japan have been a market that we have been working a lot with caregivers in specific indications, because the caregivers are the one that help the patients to take control of their health. But it's a journey, and we are continue evolving on that, but excellent question.
Any final questions or comments before we move on to our last sort of grouping of sessions this afternoon? No? All right, thank you very much, Isabel.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, so right, so thank you very much, Isabel. And last but not least, I'm just going to say a few words, and we can jump right back into this. So I'd like to welcome now, obviously, Mark here, Mark Bard, who's the co-founder and managing partner of the Digital Health Coalition. I know a lot of you are very familiar with the DHC. Mark's organization has been very prevalent in these types of discussions over the years. And this final session that we have got this afternoon, it's a series of mini segments and talks followed by a kind of a group panel, if I'm understanding things correctly, from Mark. So we're going to be discussing multi-channel to omni-channel to CX, what's ahead for pharma innovation, obviously big picture covering the full gamut here. Alongside Mark, during the sessions at various segments, we have Dr. Ashish Rama, who's right in front of me here, Tanya Shapley from ZS, Isabel, again, is going to be joining this session from a patient perspective, and also Corbina Rafum at Amgen from a little bit more from the HCP side of things. So there's kind of a bit more of an all-rounder approach to this. Kicking us off is obviously Mark's going to speak and present the first part of the segment, followed by Tanya, then with a Q&A with Dr. Rana, and a general discussion at the end with Isabel and Corbina if my memory, if
you
I've got
explained
things
it better than I ever could have. So
it's been rolling over the mind for a few.
I was going to try
now.
and make some comment that we're dealing with attention deficit, less the hyperactivity right now. So we're going to try and do rapid fire sessions of 10 to 12 minutes to keep everyone mentally engaged. And we're going to close it out with a panel, a little bit of a quasi town hall wrap up, if you will, kind of bringing together a lot of the elements. So when I spoke with Simon, not to disclose too much, but it was a few weeks ago, we were chatting about some different ideas for some sessions for a final. And I said, why don't we talk about kind of this arc of the maturity curve of CX? And part of my thinking was, influenced by a project we did earlier this year when we were looking at kind of the stages of omni-channel, which is so funny. I was talking with the doctor right here about, we're going to do a discussion. He said, what is omni-channel? He kind of chuckled inside. It's like, we hear it 10 times a day. And we looked at omni-channel, and it was interesting where we kind of went through this maturity model and staging, where you heard a lot of the talk about what's that evolution of multi-channel to omni-channel. But then we also heard a lot of companies referencing this integration from omni-channel to CX. And in some ways, some companies looked at, CX as kind of enlightened omni-channel, if you will, right? It's kind of nirvana when you turn on the feedback loop, when you actually start listening to what your customers are saying. And you've got kind of a feedback loop in place with omni-channel. So I said, let me just talk for a few minutes up front before I turn it over. And there is a little method to the madness. Tanya's going to talk about the patient experience. Doctor's obviously going to talk about the doctor's experience. We're going to have a little kind of fireside chat. And then we'll close it up with bringing Isabel back for the patient experience, and then Guabina for the physician experience as a closing panel. So to start off with, earlier this year, we went out and talked to Pharma about kind of some of the big picture CX trends. So I'll just share a few slides and insights from that. I will start by saying Oz and I apparently have the same fascination with cartoonist. This was submitted yesterday. I did not cheat. But I like this one in the sense of, and I'll kind of reason why I came to this, of how often have we heard right person, right message, right time, right? Some of you out there are too young, right? But if you go back a few years, there was a little thing about 20 years ago called CRM. Yeah, 20 years ago, right? And the whole CRM mantra and everything about that was right person, right message, right time. It was the exact same phrase, literally. We didn't have the technology, we didn't have the data, but we were struggling with these models of how do we get closer to the customer? How do we capture the right data? How do we figure out what the next stage is? Well, here's a pretty generic, this is actually from Acquia, but kind of a very generic kind of CX maturity curve. What do you see on there, right? What's in the top right? It's sort of CX as enlightened omni-channel. So if we think about this idea of CRM was the idea, we got to get close to the customer, we need to get the data, we need these massive data warehouses, 360. Everything was 360 20 years ago, right? We got to build these things to know what everything is happening. Multi-channel, we've heard that term frequently throughout the day, right? I think Oz actually used the example of when someone comes in and explains their omni-channel strategy by showing the multi-channel efforts individually. Multi-channel, we had now 10, 15, 20 channels available to us, and we started executing very well within those. Omni starts to speak to this idea of orchestration, right? Now we see a lot of those on the field force side of business, on the sales side. It's all about orchestration, making sure someone brilliantly is conducting that music so it actually makes sense to the end customer, okay? When we look at this and we say, what's beyond that? Well, we're going to talk about CX today, and we're going to talk a lot about experience for the next roughly like kind of 40 minutes. We did this earlier this year, and I'm going to just ask you to focus your attention on the top of the CX. We did a lot of trends earlier this year where we kind of let the industry give a report card. This was fascinating to me because we had the industry grade itself, and again, it's like that Lake Wobegon, everyone's above average, but the reality is we're all average. When we look and we ask industry to rate itself, it gave really good marks to CX. I'm going to counter this with a study we did earlier this year when we asked physicians to rate their CX experience. 1 in 4 physicians rated their CX experience as positive. And that's not a negative thing. I think it's just a reality check. We framed it on the idea of, are you receiving personalized content, relevant information? That's not the majority of physicians saying they're getting that from pharma today, right? That predictive relationship, the bones of CX. But we think we're doing fairly well as an industry. In fact, only 1 in 4 give a D or F on a report card perspective. What do we see in terms of what is interesting? And again, it's why we're at a Pharma CX Summit, why there's a lot of CX conversations this year. When we looked at what's interesting to you this year and how that changed from last year, CX is top of the list, right? It's top of mind. It's what we talk about internally. We're still saying omni-channel, but we're talking a lot about how CX is integrated. But I would challenge everyone in this room to talk about, and I know Tanya's going to talk about some of the patient side. I know what Doctor's going to talk about, Ash is going to talk about in terms of what an HCP does. We still got a lot of work to do if we're talking true CX. It's a true feedback loop. It's actually predictive, right? You're giving me what I want before I have to tell you. We're not there yet as an industry. We're getting there. We're making progress. If you break it down in terms of, rate your interest in customer experience, again, this is across pharma. This is a large study across, top pharma out there. Again, I mentioned the 48%, another 36. It's very hard to find a company in top 50 pharma that's not doing something or interested in the topic of CX today. And in fact, when you look at where it's more interesting, I showed you that 56% number, same level of interest at 38. There's no one who's going less. No one is saying we're spending less time on CX as a topic. So with that, I was trying to do a little bit of kind of setting you up for that curve of the multi-channel to the omni-channel to the CX and how this all comes together as a phase. But let's also understand our history so we can understand the future about where we're going and what we've been doing and how we're using data. We've done some work with Tanya in the past. She's got a book out as well. I'll plug that for her. Highly recommend reading it on patient experience. Has some great insights on kind of bringing this together of how does digital impact that patient experience. And we're going to do a seamless handoff for the slides. I'm going to leave the clicker here for you. And yes, I still call it a clicker. And I'll let you go for the patient experience.
Thank you very much, Mark. I appreciate it. So as we do the changeover, Tanya Sheffley, I am one of our leads of digital patient experience and services at ZS. Many of you probably didn't know that we had. Oh, yep. Let me go back one. No, that didn't seem to work. Patient centricity and bringing models and classic business cases to the market. So there's a collective from ZS that wrote the book last year, and it is out on Amazon, but I can definitely provide copies for those who are interested. I'll stay front and center with the microphone. So thinking about a lot of the conversations that have been happening today, obviously we are aligned that there is a shifting value proposition within our industry. In the past, we've been very benefits and features focused in talking to our customers and to our patients. A lot of what we heard today in the present is much more experiential, right? Really focused on those patient journeys, where are the points of friction, where do we create the best interventions. But looking forward, where we see the industry growing is much more about being outcomes focused and helping patients get the most out of the therapies. We can certainly learn a lot from other industries around those experiences about how to make it seamless and more consistent for patients through that experience. But I also really enjoyed the conversation about connecting those human resources, right, as part of that. Many of our human resources are marred in complex workflows that are mostly siloed, repetitive, and not helping patients actually get to therapy quickly. And that's where those outcomes move towards. And so in order to kind of help organizations get there and think about that experience, we'll talk about kind of what that maturity is, what are the capabilities underpinning those organizations who are at the leading edge. And most of those are crafting the patient experience with a product mindset, right, that allows for that differentiation in the offering for what they need today. So thinking about all those capabilities and technologies that come together, leaders really need to marry technology powered by data and actions in order to deliver that right message at the right time in the right channel. I laughed at the CRM comment. I grew up on the agency side at Wunderman, who was the originator, Lester Wunderman, of CRM, and being able to deliver that. That is the same thing of where we are today and leading to AI and ML models to help do that. So the technologies or capabilities, I should say, that underpin this that leaders should be looking at is that integrated technology stack. Agile business processes, along with governance, structures for governance, powered by really performance metrics that are then underpinned by ML and getting to AI. So those are really kind of the core three that underpin this kind of product mindset to be able to deliver on that. But organizations aren't all at the same stage of their maturity. And there are a variety of pathways that we see available, kind of archetypes in the marketplace, to approach that product engagement and services to help improve patient outcomes. For ZS, we see these kind of three main archetypes really in there. There are kind of four different chunkings of capabilities or groupings that we bring together. But the first one that I'll unpack is that enablement through technology and analytics. These companies are in that platform mindset. They're bringing together first-party data, patient-level data, and they're finding new insights and new journey kind of splinters and segments based on that data and the technology that they're doing more from a modular perspective and delivering iteratively to continue to build their maturity. These organizations are shifting the ways of working and some of the strategies that those organizations are bringing to market to impact that patient experience. Other organizations in kind of that middle archetype are leading with design and process. I think that's much of the conversation that we've seen today. What is the patient journey? Where are we intervening? How do we make that more seamless and connected for them? They're looking across the board. This is where omni-channel really fits in all of these capabilities. How are we nudging the organization forward? How are we making that experience easier for patients and really getting them engaged? The last archetype are leading with strategy and ways of working. We actually see this more in kind of emerging pharma organizations or rare disease organizations who are really focused on the ways of working. Most of their experience and services are outsourced. So they rely on that with their vendors. They hearken back to what is that central vision that we have and trying to get all of those vendors aligned, identifying what data they have available to them. So you kind of see that technology and data lagging a little bit in this model because they're beholden to the vendors that they're working with. So they're looking for other pathways to enrich that experience. I'll double click quickly into the technology and analytics archetype. You know, as those interactions increase and solutions evolve to start to include that personalization and predictive interactions. I know that's kind of been talked a lot today, and I wanted to break down those pieces, right? First, from a kind of picking on patient services, is that measurement, really understanding the services that are most germane to patients, which are helping them the most. Then developing that data warehouse, bringing all of that data together, that patient-level data, patient support data, your specialty pharmacy data, all of that interaction data. That's where we can kind of get to algorithms and predictive behavior. Your organization can't jump to AI right away and start doing that with your programs. It is based on this stepping approach with ongoing measurement. And that's where we truly see the personalization of content, channel and cadence coming to play and getting to those individualized experiences, going through those first three steps of bringing that data together and being able to be led in that manner. That moves on to getting more sophisticated in using AI or ML. In certain therapy areas, getting to AI isn't honestly a pathway because we have such small numbers, especially in rare disease. You're really relying kind of more on machine learning and looking at those aggregate insights. But regardless of what pathway you're on, all those leading organizations are really looking to develop their patient experience quotient. And it brings together three elements. That EQ, right? This is really understanding from the patients, what is the adaptability of your experience, the satisfaction, the ease of moving through that, really sensing that coming from the patients. The second is VQ. That's the voice of customer that's been talked about. It's measuring the here and now. How is the patient going through that experience? Did they get what they need? What is the satisfaction in that moment? Again, increasing our listening quotient with them. And then the last is that IQ, that engagement data, bringing all of your data together, first party, second party, third party. This is where we want to see the history of what patients have gone through in their treatment approach to be able to enrich those experiences. And these are where the most mature organizations are bringing together this patient experience quotient to improve patient outcomes and really being able to get to be predictive and intervening for patients. Thank you.
Doctor, if you could join me on stage. I hope we're not confusing you with all the back and forth. Whoa, we got to stay apart. All right. So yeah, we're going to do a little bit of a fireside chat here. So I'll just kind of pull this here if you want to sit there. I'm going to channel Charlie Rose for about 12 minutes. Those of you under 40, it's a guy who was on TV, PBS. Okay, all right. Here we go. Doctor, and you've asked me to call you Ash, so I will do so.
Call me Ash, yeah, that's fine.
So physician, and I enjoyed the talk earlier of behavioral science. I always love going to meetings and you hear something you may have, you didn't think you were going to hear something on that topic. And one thing we were trying to do on this, which I think is a great way to talk about physician needs, is talk to a physician, right? Let's talk about kind of what your experience is, what you like, what you dislike, and what do we think an opportunity is going forward. So what we're going to do is we're going to go through a few questions talking about digital tools, social as well. You are on the advisory board of CERMO. If those of you not familiar, CERMO is a gated community for physicians, so you have some experience not just with social and digital, but with them as well as a platform. So I'm going to go ahead and jump into it. Let's talk about kind of social media and that world of digital information online to you as a physician. And we've seen all the studies, we know why physicians kind of go online and we parse and dissect all these different motivating factors and everything else that's happening. You know, do you go to the brand website for the pharma product or you prefer to go to Medscape? Tell me about kind of what you're doing in social from a perspective of, from your experience, when you look at it and say, this helps me do something faster, better, cheaper than the alternative. What does that look like today?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me over here. Social media, we use it all the time, multiple times a day in front of patients. With the palm of our hands, with a phone or the desktop computer, we could quickly alternate between EMR and social media. Now, I believe there's a survey done by CERMO that showed that 50% of physicians will use social media platforms during work hours for professional use, not for personal use. Personally, I use social media when I'm looking for information on a medication, for example, how to administer a medication, dosage, usage, side effects. Maybe there's a pregnancy category, lactation category as well. So it's constantly being used, not just by myself, but by those all around me. And then, of course, we use the social media to then quickly make decisions and then parse information to the patient as well.
So just to build on that point, you mentioned kind of the integration with the EMR or EHR. Is that something relatively new? Because I think a lot of us kind of struggle with, you're making clinical decisions within those clinical workflow tools. Are these digital tools and external resources like social part of that workflow today?
Well, not necessarily social, but what we do have part of the EMR is something like up-to-date, if you may have heard. So we quickly hit on up-to-date, and if we want to remind ourselves of an information, maybe, again, if somebody's aortic aneurysm is growing, what rate do we start to get worried for? So you can't memorize all the details. Is it 4.1 centimeters, 4.3 centimeters? It's very difficult when you're not seeing it every day, so you quickly go on to other databases to find that information. And then there's other tools. I'm on the CERMO Medical Advisory Board, that you could actually go onto that site and actually see what other physicians are thinking, what other physicians are doing when it comes to a specific condition, either condition or medication or side effect. You can also see what patients are thinking as well, based not directly from patients in CERMO, it's a physician site, but to see how other physicians are handling a particular patient issue. And so using other people's experiences to help you quickly and efficiently take care of the patient works for me.
So another information source that you're using as part of that process.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Excellent. So let's talk about customer experience. And we've done a lot today, and you sat in some of the recent sessions here, and there's this term of customer experience and kind of predicting what the customer wants before they even tell you what they want, or having a pretty good idea what they want. What do you think about in terms of tools that you're using as it interfaces kind of with pharma? Some of these tools kind of in digital and social in general, kind of what's a go-to? What do you think is adding value today from your perspective?
What happens is when you're in training, in residency training, you're really up to date on everything from articles, journal articles, guidelines, you're on it. You just take the boards, you know everything, and a year later, memory starts to fade. Give it 20 years later, 30 years later, and constantly new medications, new innovations are coming. It's very hard to read all the journal articles that we're trained to do just because it's too many things. Literally in the last 10 years, you could count the different classes of diabetic medications that have come out. Very hard to keep up. You know these things work, that's why it's approved, but how does it work? How do they interact with each other? Very difficult to do. So sometimes digital media will assist us if they can clearly list the different categories of medications, and then we can easily work through it. Now, I've had pharmaceutical reps come to our office, and the old way of doing it was show us the tables, show us slides, and tell us, look, that this works better than that. These are the complications, and so on. And you get lost in, you get lost in all that data. What really works for me is the visual. I had a pharmaceutical rep come last week and was talking about Farxiga, and I said, I'd like to understand how something works. Not just tell me it works, but how does it work? And of course, the easy thing to do, the old way of doing it, was to just talk about it. But what this pharmaceutical rep did was take out their iPad and push a button, and a video came up. It was animated, and basically it showed in a visual sense of how this thing worked. Now, all day we're looking at charts. All day we're looking at data, talking to patients, typing notes. And to look at a short video, literally 2 minutes, of how Farxiga worked, that all of a sudden stuck with me. And I'm not sure how complicated it was for whoever created that video, but it was very effective and powerful versus just sending me data, and here's an article, read this article. Well, I'm not gonna have time to read it. So if anything, the digital media that's out there, if they can integrate things like videos that is designed for physicians, I think it'd be more powerful and effective than just numbers.
Excellent. So I'm going to go slightly off script here, but kind of building on. I'm not going to scare you. So you brought up the Farxiga, and one thing we kind of talk about as an industry is getting better predictive, right? Figuring out what you want. Let's imagine you went to the branded website by the pharmaceutical company. You did a search when you're logged into a particular publisher site.
Right.
What do you think if a rep-triggered email on that topic then comes to you from the manufacturer? Because the one thing that we kind of talk about as an industry is the creepiness factor. And we all know it, like when Amazon goes a little too far or sends the wrong thing, or Netflix gives you something, you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't mean to watch that documentary. What are your thoughts on that? Like, how much is too much? Or would you have enjoyed a rep-triggered email from someone you had a relationship with saying, hey, I'll be in tomorrow, but here's some information ahead of time?
Well, if someone I know, a rep I know, reputable, were to contact me, it's very easy for me to then communicate back. If it was just an anonymous email based on the fact that I looked something up and now I get an email, then what happens is I'm constantly looking things up. We have to be accurate when we're taking care of patients, so we're constantly looking things up. And you can imagine if that was the case, we would get flooded with constant emails. So that could be a problem of receiving too many information overload or email overload. So I would probably, if I wanted more information, I'd like to have the choice of clicking a button and asking for it. And then I would be more triggered to read and view that information versus it being given to me without asking.
Excellent. And you used a key term. It's someone you had a relationship with.
Yes.
You've established trust there.
Yeah.
We talked a lot about placing a value on these relationships or investments in digital. So you have, as a physician, the brand's looking at it saying, hey, we need to invest in this, but we're not sure where we're going to extract that value back. When you think about kind of advice you would give to pharma marketers or brands that are sitting out there investing in these different digital tools, social media, et cetera, what are your thoughts on how do we measure the value of this? Should I be asking you your personal reaction to that, how it fit into workflow, or is this just really this is how I get my information today? If you don't deliver it this way, I'll get it from someone else this way.
So is the question, how do I measure the value of communication? The digital communication?
Yeah, when they're looking at it saying, I have 15 different ways to contact you and different resources I can use, and I want to understand how you value each of those.
I guess one way, of course, the simplest way is probably to see how long we spend on that particular site or the communication tools. If I'm constantly looking at emails, that's probably shows that I'm actually looking at that. You never want to use personal phones, of course. The mailers get too much information. So how do you check the value of usage? I would probably say when a rep wants to communicate is to basically ask and make it simple. Get 3 or 4 choices and ask which tool would we like to be spoken with. So I think that'd probably be the way to do it. And then maybe you could measure. The question is, how do you quantify and how do you measure that? And I think that I don't have an answer for that one.
Well, I think you summed up well what I'm using and how often I use it. It's a pretty good measure. And I like your comment of permission-based, where I've opted in, this is a channel I like, continue using this, but this is also, you're very comfortable with digital and other channels, other companies you deal with, for example. So the last one on this section, kind of, again, going back to kind of the experience part of it. When you think of some of those tools, and it's a little bit forward-looking, kind of some of those value, and we talk a lot about things that are experience drivers, whether it's patient support programs that may support your patients, your ability to interact with medical affairs or these medical science liaisons or other parts of the company. There are other things that kind of come to mind where you say, these are kind of the top 2 or 3 things that either I'm using today that I really like from Pharma, impacts my experience, or man, I wish they would get patient support right. I won't bring up prior authorization, so.
No. I like the latter part of your question of I wish they can. So I wish they can let us know in the office the first time we get it right of which medication the patient can receive. So we can write Dulera, but if the insurance doesn't cover it, 2 things happen. One, the patient will forget about it and not get it, and the healthcare continues to deteriorate. Or they will call our office, and then there's a whole slew of resource time usage that it takes place. The staff has to pick up the phone, take the message, call us. We have to review it when we get time, figure out at that point which insurance, and we can't really get it right. It's never an easy process to figure out which insurance, which medication is covered by which insurance. So I wish there would be a way for maybe a pharma company to assist. If you have a certain medication, and we all know the insurance companies, say there's 10 of them in my area, basically let us know, because it's not a static information, unfortunately. Week 1 and week 12, the insurance company will change what they cover and what will they not cover. So I'd like a dynamic way in real time to understand what medication is covered. That's one. Second, I wish there would be a way for every patient, really of all socioeconomic class, I notice everyone has a smartphone. So wouldn't it be nice if there would be a way to have a QR code on a medication and ask the patient, take their phone right there in front of them and ask them to take the QR code and take a snap of that. And now it takes them to a patient-directed site for the patient to understand and learn about that medication. So here's a good example. Just last week, a patient came in and their asthma was just uncontrolled. And I teach the medical residents. And their next choice was, let's escalate medications to yet a steroid plus LABA. And I said, well, how do we know that the short-acting is not working? Well, the patient's using it, it's not working. Well, how do you know they're using it correctly? So we go in the room and I ask the patient to demonstrate to us how are they using the inhaler, and it was all incorrect. So it's like taking a pill and not swallowing it if it's not going to work. So I quickly educated the patient with the resident observing me that you have to inquire at all times how the patient is using this. Now, in a busy practice, it's really difficult to get down to that detail with the patients because you're constantly moving from patient to patient, and it takes time to show them how to use a medication. So what if you took a QR code and said, here you snap the QR code on the patient's phone, go home and watch this video, animated video, how to take this. And all of a sudden, compliance increases and healthcare improves. And then the wastage also goes away because we're not given extra medications, side effects from extra medications, the financial cost of the patient, and everything else. So we can still stick to, so what I'm trying to say is the QR code. And you could use that. That's just one example of your QR code and demonstrate into a patient. And then you could do it for any other example as well you could come up with.
Great. Well, thank you so much, Doctor. We'll do the virtual clap here for the mini panel, mini session. And you've been gracious enough to agree to sit on this final closing panel. So if Isabel, Tanya, and Quabina, I saw you come back in here. If you could join us on the stage and we'll do the final town hall wrap-up. We should do a real-time vote of CX experience, how you're liking this session. I don't know. I'll judge it by your body language. All right, here we go. Thank you. So we're going to build on those questions we had earlier. And Doctor, we discussed earlier, if there's some things you want to chime in on, you're more than welcome. And we're certainly going to ask you for your favorite CS experience at the end here. So I want to start off with, and I'm going to pick on Isabel and Quabina first, this framework. This idea, and I loved your joke, Tanya, earlier about, kind of the CRM and, is it CRM 5.0? We don't know. We're losing track. But the same idea holds true that, I guess I could probably just use this too. Oh, I'll stick with this. Never mind. It's better data, better technology. But this framework, and I'll start off, Kuna, we had a little bit of a conversation earlier today on some of these topics. Do you agree with this idea of this evolution? Kind of, you can put CRM before the multi-channel, I guess, but multi-channel to omni-channel to CX. Is it a linear progression? Is it iterative? Do these run in parallel? And I guess it's kind of this idea, can you have an omni-channel center of excellence and a CX center of excellence, and do these coexist? I know that seems like a little, strange question, but kind of, how do you see this evolution, this pathway? Ladies first. Oh, okay, Isabel.
Oh, for sure. No.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, thank you. To be honest, always the goal was improve experience, right? I think when you talk about customer relationship management many years ago, relationship means I know you. Because of that, I want to have I want to give you a good experience, and everything else that come after that was focused on experience. The challenge in the past is that we didn't have multiple channels. We have the channel. After that, we start to have more channels. And the problem is that there are vertical interactions, not horizontal. Like they didn't talk with one another. That's the big challenge with the multi-channel. But I remember the beginning of the multi-channel was great. At least we have more channels to talk with the customers. But it's never an independent process. It's evolution to achieve one single goal that is improve the experience of our customers. And this is the reason that talk about Omni now is easy to talk, super difficult to implement, but in the same time, is the path to achieve what we want is that deliver a better, not only experience in terms of the interface of the channels, but most important, the quality of the information that we deliver to our customers, as you mentioned, and to our patients, help them with their own treatment. I think that's it's not isolate. They are evolution of what we want to achieve. That's the better experience.
Excellent. So now I'll pick on you. Do they coexist? Are these one and the same? How do you answer that question?
Yeah, I really like the way you kind of break up the question in terms of, is it a linear progression from multi-channel to omni-channel? From my personal experience, I think the progression is dictated by the need of the brand or the business, right? You have to really put the customer at the center of that thinking. You can't think that the organization has new technology, it's 2023, everyone's doing omni-channel. That's not a feasible way of getting there, right? The customer's needs have to dictate how you move through the stages. Now, the second part of that question is, can they coexist, right? I think it's really an iterative process from my perspective. You really always want to improve upon the customer experience, right? You want to start at point A, but eventually you want to map out the roadmap to excellent. I think, Karen, your slide had it this morning. It was really just getting to what excellent is or excellent experience from a customer experience standpoint. And I think that requires road mapping. You can't start at pillar 1 and jump to pillar 3. It has to be a natural progression, which is tied to the need of the customer. Does this service that we're rolling out serve the need of the customer while aligning to our overall roadmap for where the brand wants to go? So that's how I look at it. I think you had a third part of that question, which was tied to can they coexist together, right? When I look at multi-channel enablement, I really think business rule-driven activities. There is nothing wrong with starting at that pillar and really iterating and trying to learn before you move to an omni-channel approach that's driven by coordination or some type of algorithm, right? It has to be iterative,
And before you go broad, I'm a believer that you go deep, right? So before you spread yourself extremely thin across multiple capabilities, it's important to really master one specific capability that's aligned to that overall roadmap. So I think it's an iterative process, and bringing it back home, it has to tie to the needs of your customers.
Excellent. Tanya.
Because it's been sitting in front of me, I'm really going to pick on the actual words. I think multi-channel and omni-channel are a progression, but customer experience, I believe, is something different. It sits underneath all of those. You're always going back to your customer experience. You may, in reality, not have the budget for every channel, but it doesn't mean that print or direct mail, going way back in my days, aren't as effective if you understand the customer experience and what their needs are. So I think the multi-channel to omni-channel are progressions, but I think customer experience is different.
Excellent. So I'm going to pick on you and stick with you. Let's go to the next one here. One thing we've done like over the past couple of years is, we can talk omni-channel in theory, forever. But when you get down to the, let's give use cases are always the best. And you hear a lot of really good ones of onboarding, right? Great omni-channel that compresses the onboarding cycle, whether it's Ozempic, Trulicity, Mounjaro, fill in the blank. I just mentioned 3 GLPs for some reason. So if we think about that as a category, what's your greatest example of how does omni-channel impact and improve the patient experience? Because it's a little hard on the adherence side, right, sometimes, but is getting the patient on therapy faster, is that really a patient experience metric when we think about why are we doing this?
I think it is a patient experience metric, and I think it's an important one, definitely, for them to get outcomes, is getting them onto therapy faster. And I think you do have to deploy omni-channel there because in our industry, there are multiple factors to getting them on therapy faster, and it's actually not just the patient. Picking on patient services is somewhat of a misnomer because some of those services are actually intended to support the physicians and physicians' offices to help patients get on therapy. And I do think that is part of that omni-channel ecosystem. So I think it is important to think about it that way, but that is only one metric, to your point. The other is helping patients stay on therapy in the broader use cases. And omni-channel is important there, depending on well, I think it's important all the way. Some therapy areas are more complex and require that. Some can be more basic in engaging with the patient if they're engaging back with you as needed in those. So I think there is an art to it as well.
Excellent. So Isabel, you talked about Connect 360, which is right in this space of, how do you deliver, the information? How do you get them on therapy? How do you keep them on therapy? What are your best examples when you say, how does all this innovation ultimately impact and improve patient experience?
Yeah, and I think the doctor explained an excellent one, like how to use, for example, from a barcode that you go direct to like a website that have a video that explain how to self-inject, or we have examples of that across the globe, but as well SMS reminding the patient how to, that they need to take the medication. And other times you see, because the way that they consume specific information in the portal, how you can activate an email newsletter that explain more about some of the concerns that they have. That's really, as Tanya said, now we have opportunity to use more channels to reach more people, but not only reach more, but engage better. And include, I think, the future, and we have been explored that. The channels not only the digital, the ones that we discussed now, connect devices. You'll be soon one way not only to receive information from what's happened with these patients, but help us to communicate with them. And I think this is the expansion of the channels. But again, the critical point is the coordination of them and how we understand what kind of information is important in this specific moment, but as well coordinate across them how the experience has bringing value instead of be bombarded, as you mentioned, with so many emails or so many information. It's really the ability to understand what make and add value for the patient and not only noise.
Excellent. Kwabena, what's your best example of how does next generation marketing, on the HCP side or consumer, but how does it impact and improve patient experience?
I really liked what you said earlier about the specific metrics that you're tracking, right? I think one could be the onboarding experience. I think the doctor had a great example where he talked about patient adherence through a QR code, right? I think the direct impact, like realistically, in terms of next-gen marketing's impact, it's made the patient experience that much more critical and relevant because we now see that the patient's journey getting on therapy, there are multiple lynch points within that journey where we can influence with the work that we do through omnichannel, right? I think
Is it reducing friction or eliminating friction?
it's definitely through the process of trying to reduce as much friction if it's onboarding on therapy very early on, or if it's SMS text late in the patient journey to keep you on therapy, right? Historically, that journey was mapped out in a separate silo. There's a DTC marketer who's responsible for that. But now, you can't roadmap the physician journey or experience without the patient experience, right? There's opportunities there to reduce friction across both. So when I look at, my overall investment in search, I'm thinking about what the physician's searching up, but also what the patient's searching up. Continually throughout the entire journey, these are the lynch points that we're trying to reduce friction, be it onboarding experience, starting therapy, or staying on therapy.
Excellent. So this is a tough one. It's covering a lot of area. It's basically, I threw everything in there of, wait, hold on. Did I go backwards? Oh, yeah, this is what I meant to go to, sorry. New technology, new data. And this is where you kind of throw, again, you can't do any event or meeting without some kind of AI component. But when we think about it, and I really like your comment, Tanya, was like the AI and the ML as we apply it to omni-channel is what makes a lot of this CX, reality and the patient experience, everything we're talking about. How are these impacting? And it's a little bit of a, pick your favorite buzzword out of this, but in reality, when we think about, one example, I guess, the reason this came to me was, we had a head of wearables in most company like 4 years ago, right? When the Apple Watch was like a reality and we're measuring heart and all these other things, we're like, oh, we're gonna have a glucose meter, this is gonna be crazy, we're gonna have wearable shirts. Like how all these new technologies, when you think, a lot of those head of wearables now have other brand jobs. How do you think about kind of the new emerging tech and emerging data streams and how that impacts how you think about kind of next-gen omni-channel? And you're smiling, so I'm going to pick on you again. So
I'm smiling because that's a big one, and that's the million-dollar question. From my perspective, just to keep it, simple, I would say the direct overall impact is it's forcing us as marketers to get more innovative in our approaches. There's slides that we saw today that talked about making our businesses a little bit more like the Starbucks or the Amazons or the FedExes, right? I think in a more interconnected world with new technologies, new channels, and overall improvements in capabilities, it's forcing us to really think about what's that next message? What's that next step in the customer's journey, be it the physician or the patient? We now have more resources available to us. I remember at the start of my career about 10 years ago, I know I look young, I would sit and I'd be the guy looking at Excel spreadsheets across various channels, display banners, CRM, third-party media, and I'm trying to glean insight to figure out where do I take this insight and where do I push it downstream. Now in this new world, we have models, we have systems, we have orchestration engines that spit out those insights. So it's really up to us to really hone in on those capabilities, and it's challenging our thinking to what do we do with this data? Where do we action it? Or do we action it at all, right? And so I think that's the overall impact is in our approach. It's challenging us as marketers. Like the more advanced our systems get, the more visibility that we get, the more it challenges us to figure out how to package up those insights and how to optimize our overall marketing plans.
Yeah, and I like that comment Oz had earlier of the 5%. Like we're not sure what we're doing with this, but we may do experiment a little bit. Tanya, I'll go to you, and I was just gonna pick on that QR thing. It was so funny because we were bombarded by QR codes like 10 years ago. They disappeared, and then COVID came, and it was menus, right? We were forced to QR code every restaurant in existence. You hear the term like new shiny penny, and again, I use the example of wearables, but how do you think about those kind of new innovative data technology channels? Is it a sandbox approach of, hey, we're trying to try these off to the side? What are your thoughts on thinking about these, what's next?
I think with the advent of more channels, more technology, it does put a lot of pressure on marketers to understand across those. I think marketers should be responsible for the overarching strategy. And to your point, your partners in the organization may go deep in wearables, may go deep in AI, may go deep in your CRM system, and you use them to pull it through. But it can't be siloed. You have to bring them all to the table. But as the marketer, you are looking at that orchestration
across all of those things. And again, I think that does put a lot of pressure because you have to stay up to date. You have to understand the connections to them. There will always be new things coming out, and we have to keep adapting with those. So putting them off into a silo is difficult. It's my pet peeve about still having digital marketers. It's a channel. You don't have print marketers only. So the idea of having a digital marketer kind of is, goes against that. And so I think marketers have to wear that omni-channel hat across all of those things going forward.
Good. So Isabel, we'll close out this section with you. And one thing that came to mind, and I'll kind of close, bring back the comment that the doctor made about actually saying, how do you use that inhaler? There were companies, actually one specific, that put a lot of money into digitizing the inhaler. Like a lot of tech on, trying to capture this motion of actually just taking a puff. How do we think about the new? And how do you think about, these new things that you think may enhance the patient experience, but, some of these may not? But how do we keep up?
Yeah, that's a great comment. And I think all the technology that we see, and Tanya has covered that, really makes sense when we solve a problem. And we see with inhalers and other devices, is not only the fact that they are easy or better, but you need to explain, and we need to make sure that patients know how to use. But beyond of that is everything around. Like we spend so many, as a pharma and industry, in develop new compounds and have like tens of millions of dollars to develop new things. But in the end, if the patient cannot access the drug or afford because they don't know how to navigate in the complexity of the paperwork and everything, is a waste. And I think if technology really focus on solve problems and make the life of the physician and the patient easy, that's the best use and that's the best adoption. Because new trends will come all the time, but if they are not for a purpose to make the life of the patients easy and the doctors that are prescribing, no meaning. And I think that's have been one of the problems, because we keep saying pharma is behind, but it's not to be like new tech. It's not about the new technologies. It's about be relevant and be focused on solve problems. And I think that should be our goal, not digital markets, but solution. Our focus on how to really educate and support patients and physicians.
Excellent. So we're going to close it out with one of the best questions, and I love this question because it changes over time. And in CX, you go to anything outside of pharma or other industries, we tend to talk about who do we look towards, right? Everyone wants to give the example. For a while, it was Disney. Then they had some, stumbles. Apple, Starbucks. We had Starbucks today, right? It's going to predict. I actually read some article. The guy wrote his shortcut button on the phone geolocates when he goes near a Starbucks. It automatically puts his order in at the closest Starbucks. I was like, a little too much for the experience quotient. Let's talk about kind of your great customer experience. And I want to start with the doctor. We chatted a little bit before, gave you a little bit of time to, some people think it's Ritz-Carlton, some it's American Airlines, some it's not Spirit for anyone. No, anyway, sorry. So doctor, who do you think of when you think of the North Star of customer experience, and, maybe even thoughts on how that relates back to healthcare and pharma?
It's on.
Yep.
Okay. So you asked me this question earlier, and I thought about it. It didn't take me that long. And the company that I thought was the North Star of experience is Qatar Airlines. Some people say Qatar, say Qatar. But Qatar Airlines, they anticipate. You get there, and everything is really smooth from the check-in process to onboarding, and then you're on the plane. Just because you're in coach, they don't treat you, second class, and so on and so on. So that experience is tremendous. And, this summer I traveled twice, once in the spring and then again in the summer. And the Qatar airline experience was second to none. And then I get on American Airlines with the family. And even though I'm vegetarian, they ordered the pre-meals. We're in advance, everything's confirmed. And we're row number 8 or something, and they said, oh, we ran out. I'm like, how can you run out? And we're traveling across the Atlantic Ocean. Well, are my kids, are we not supposed to eat for the next 6 hours? Just because, what do you mean you ran out? We're on row 8, and we ordered. Whereas that would never happen with Qatar Airlines. So the anticipation, and I think if you had to relate it back to medicine, is anticipating the needs of the customer. The customer, I guess, is the patient, is the doctor or the healthcare provider, and being able to anticipate what we need to make things efficient, effective, and overall improve healthcare would be tremendously beneficial if that can happen.
And I like that. It's knowing what's important to you and making sure you get those right when they rank high for you. Isabel, same question, kind of that North Star and tie it back to health and pharma.
Yeah, instead of talk about company, I will talk about Dr. Nakamura. Dr. Nakamura was the doctor in my community that helped us. They knew us, they understand our needs, they used to really have time to sit and explain things for me, for my mom, for my grandma. And most important, they really listen and they really care about us. And I think this is the best experience that I remember from my childhood. And to be honest, because every time we have a new company, I went to the Disney Institute, I went to the Apple Experience Design Lab. All this is cool, but what really miss now for pharma is this strong focus on trust, understand, and care. And I think we're supposed to be, in the future pharma, the stars or North Star for others, because we should be and supposed to be the trust and the care that help people and improve their lives. And I think, for me, this is what we should focus as a future.
Nice, and I like your example of the doctor. You used a keyword, listen. And I think that's one of those key things that is missing from some CX programs is if you don't have a feedback loop, how do you do CX? Tanya, North Star and tie it back to health and pharma.
I get to cheat because I get to talk to clients about this usually. So my example is actually Amazon, but not for the reasons that you think. Everybody really likes the Amazon experience. We have a lot of clients who talk about that, but it's not for the predictive nature. It's for the transparency, right? When you place your order, you know when the retailer has received it, you know when they're preparing to ship it, you know if there's been a problem with your card or in the payment process, you know that it has reached the post office or whatever service that they're using. Now I know if it's 10 stops away, right? And when it has arrived or if there's an issue with that. The transparency and expectation setting is what everybody falls back to when they talk about Amazon. In the pharmaceutical company, you're not gonna recommend me another drug. You don't need to anticipate what comorbid condition I have. But knowing that my prescription is going to get filled, what time it will be filled, not as in the day of time, but like, is it getting through the PA process? Did the payer approve it? Is it gonna be 2 weeks that I'm gonna get that, or is it gonna be next week? And being able to provide that transparency. And we can do that today as an industry, but it requires connection and coordination. But there's nothing limiting it but us. So I think it is achievable.
Yeah, that's a great example for not the reasons most people expect, and that's a lot of data integration, what you just said. That's a lot of hard work, what you're saying. If that is the experience where the transparency, and I'm guilty of stalking the Amazon driver when they're pulling up.
And
I
it
see
builds
you, I
trust
see you
with them.
coming. Okay, you get to close it out. North Star and tie it back.
This is a tough one, but I see it's almost time for drinks, so I'll keep it short. One of the things that this question comes to mind is I struggle with it because I think within our space, we're always so hungry for an analog to compare to because MLR, legal, regulatory, compliance, they always need an example to help visualize things. I think if you listen to the three answers here, there's a thematic theme of transparency, understanding the customer need that's at the center of things. So rather than looking for direct analogs, because I could tell you, Nike, it's been 6 months since I used their mobile application. A day ago, they sent me a notice on the day saying, it's been a while since we've seen you, right? So I could refer to them as an application that's really, they've mapped out the journey, they've understood a touch point where they want me back on the application, they've sent a notice, their data infrastructure is clearly really strong. So I challenge us to kind of go beyond the brands and kind of look at the solutions, like the way they're solving certain problems. Let's look at a Domino's, even tracking your pizza being made. It's similar to the example that you just made of, we don't need to tell them what's the next drug that they may take, but just understanding the process or visibility into this form was sent here, it's in this step, that could be a massive improvement to our process. And so I just challenge us in this room because sometimes a consumer answer will never come for us because we have legal, we have compliance, we have regulatory to answer to, right? But thinking about how some of these brands that we look at solve the problems that they're faced with, I think you can glean a lot more from that.
Yeah, no, that was brilliant. And just trying to bring it together in my head, it's, when we think experience and kind of omni-channel enlighten, we think about things like dynamic content and 50 plus channels and doing more. I heard listen, transparency, predict what I want in advance. You don't have to overwhelm me with the signal to noise ratio, just get it right. So with that, hopefully we brought a few of the key points together. And with that, I don't know if I'm supposed to turn it over to Simon or just you kick the doors open and run. But thank the panel again.
Thank you, Mark, Corbina, Tanya, Isabel, and Dr. Rana. That was excellent. That was a great wrap-up. I'm going to just speak for probably less than 1 moment because I know I'm delaying much-needed beverage time. But just a couple of quick shout-outs again. First of all, thank you all. It's been a great day. Really appreciate all of your perseverance and questions, comments, and interaction throughout the sessions. Obviously, real quick, special thanks to Rob kicking us off first thing this morning, followed by Karen delivering a great talk on CX 3.0, John and Raf on AI, Lauren and Ryan at Click on following the AI trend as well, I should say. Then the panel on generative AI, that was very thought-provoking. So there's definitely a theme running on here. Obviously, Danny, Mark, Jay, Joyce, and Claudia focused on measuring social experiences. Oz, just after lunch on omni-channel silos and breaking down silos, I should say. Suzanne on the art and science of behavioral nudges. That's a kind of an interesting one for us all there. Rob and panel on CX marketing leadership. Turn the page. Following on from that, later on this afternoon, Isabel, a wonderful patient experience perspective from her. And last but not least, Mark did a great job coordinating everything with Dr. Rana, Tanya, phenomenal concepts and examples there. Again, Isabel and Quabina. Thank you all. Also, just one quick announcement. I want to say thanks to Kevin, Ryan, Karen, and Trista, the BNO folks and BI. They, for those of you that weren't there yesterday, there was a phenomenal workshop yesterday afternoon. I know it was an edition, a pre-summit edition, but for those of you that were there, I heard it was a very invigorating and hands-on experience. So they're going to be around for the next day or so as well. Definitely stop by and introduce yourselves to the BNO folks and Karen. Obviously, again, Kevin, Trista, and Ryan. And I know I'm cutting into the drinks reception. So next door, the bar's open now. It will be there for about an hour or so. Continue to mingle, exchange business cards if you still do that, or LinkedIn connections, or even the QR code with your personal details on to a certain extent. Thank you all. We'll see you at 9 a.m. tomorrow for the next day, and enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.